Yo. Do I stream? Am I a streamer? Hello? Does MacroBioBoi stream? It's been a minute. It's been a minute and a half, actually. Huh. Give me that. Do. Oh!
Hello, what time is Campfire?
Yo, Grim. Thank you very much for the 18 months, my friend, at tier 3. That's insane. What time is the Campfire? We are looking at 1 hour, 4 minutes. Hey, what's going on, Truck? Thank you very much. I appreciate that. What up, Mac Bane? Got me in, so be back around then. All right, good to see you. I expect you to be here. I'm hoping that we have a lot to talk about. Also, let me put on some music. I promise, I'm a real streamer. Is that a date for a new season? They did. July 1st. Yo, what's going on? It's fun? Thank you very much. What's this? A clip? What up, Fuba? It's just a... Australia says, hello. It's going, Jan. It's going, Jan. There you go. It's just a clip of me doing nothing. Good day. Good day, mate. Thanks for coming in. Can't stay for the... Yo, what up, Supremo? Thank you very much. K Brown, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Oh, why no music play? Hello? Hello? Oh, it is playing. Sorry. I just couldn't hear it. Cool. Get the recap on YouTube. Oh yeah, I'm about to take YouTube by storm. I'm about to hurt YouTube's feelings. Yeah, what up, Sniper? What's going on, Boo Boo? Missed deaf for a second. Yeah, I apologize. I'm sorry. Almost made you cry. Thank you very much, Yama Cookie. Yeah, it's, you know, it was rough. Y'all should have seen. For quick context for anybody who somehow doesn't know, right? I haven't really been streaming or making YouTube content because my grandmother passed away. It's very sad. I loved her very much. I put out a YouTube video, just kind of enshrine her a little bit, and recording it took a very long time, and the amount that I had to cut out was a lot. Who's the co-streamer going to be? I am co-streaming their stream. That's how you refer to it and how they refer to it. So I just like to keep that. Oh, thank you very much, Sam. I appreciate that. We love you. I appreciate that energy. I appreciate y'all. You know, I'm good. You know, I'm not breaking down and crying really. Not that I have anything against that. I'm typically a very emotional person. But if I'm not the highest energy, or, you know, I just ask for some patience. That's all I ask for. Not that I think anybody here wouldn't be cool. Let me log in real quick. But yeah, so Campfire chat's 58 minutes. I'm hoping there's a lot of changes. I think there's a lot that they could do to make this season a better experience than what we saw in the PTR. And I definitely think they had their work cut out for them, but I think there's some like pretty, you know, like pretty easy changes they could make. Okay. I gotta remember everything. Okay, so let's make, I'm gonna start making some new planners. Season 9. Go to season 8. Light Necro. Let's save this. Save this to season 9. Light Necromancer. Infinimus is going to turn over to a Shadow Blight build, which I think is very interesting. Have you had a look at those? I have. Those were mostly changes to the powers. So sadly, none of them really impact the Necromancer too much other than taking away our one cool build. So I'm kind of hoping that they just reverse that. Is Summoner better than Blood Spear in season 9? Not. Summoner is our 4th best build before these patch notes. Yo, thank you very much, Truck. I'm sorry to make you feel negative emotion. What up, Morton? How we doing? I appreciate you. How we doing stuff now? But yeah, they put out some changes to the powers. The gizmo just doesn't work anymore. Not that really worked with the Necromancer anyways, so that kind of didn't matter to us. Because we don't really do dot damage except via Blight, and on Blight it's bad. Interesting. Interesting. So, let's clean this up a bit. Edit sets. Let's get rid of delete. Delete. Okay, let's save. Let's swap over to season 9 and save. Boop. And let's go through, we'll start with the pit push and we'll work our way back. No, we'll start with the mythic. Yeah, we always start with mythic and then we roll our way back. Yeah, what up, Rosanas? Thank you so much for redeeming the darkness. The darkness has been redeemed. Hopefully the darkness will stay redeemed. How you doing, Kiki? Thank you very much. It's good to see you as well. I feel like dot damage needs a rework. It sure does. It absolutely does. Yeah, it's very challenging. It's challenging, honestly. What is dot damage over time? Also grand last year. Ours a fave. She was 103. Holy shit. That's big. That's damn. That is impressive. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Yo, thank you, Sandy. I'm doing all right. Mythic. What is Mythic doing here? Mythic at the... Oh, we're at 100% attack speed. Okay, so let's talk about... Oh, they... Look at all the work that needs to happen. Ooh. Doing this kind of stuff is what takes like the most time, honestly. Save. Okay. So for Blight, obviously there were some pretty big changes. So we'll go from the Mythic. Well, we'll start the leveling one. Right. There is Plunging Darkness. And Plunging Darkness is a pretty big one, honestly. I think we do Plunging Darkness here. Be 40. Zoop, 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 zoop. So 40 would be 60. So this is actually... Well... how often can you click Bone Prison? That's a good question. Update that. Leveling. We actually need Bone Prison now. Where do we fit Bone Prison? Do you use it during leveling? Except for Season 9 are kind of meh about it. I will be excited once we see the patch notes today. I like the content. It needs to be a lot harder. It just, like, you know, it's called Escalating Nightmares, but it was just tier 4 base difficulty. That was kind of a huge miss for me. Have you or will you ever play another class? I have played about 100 hours of other classes over like 3,000 hours I've played Diablo 4. The two classes I'd really like to try out are Druid and Sork, because they obviously have like really awesome creators for them and people have min-maxed them a lot. They just seem like some of the more confusing classes out there. And I'm the kind of person who's willing to like sit in a testing chamber for 3 days straight to figure out how a thing works. And I'm wondering if there's some stuff to discover there. What's our best build for Season 9? It would be weird for me to give you that opinion, Fuba, when we're about to hit patch notes, which could change everything. So I think that's a little bit of a waste of time. But in the PTR, it was Bone Spear. What do I want to play for Season 9? Oh, Minions, no question. Yeah. Do you actually use Bone Prison? Here. You'll have really bad uptime on it. don't think you use Bone Prison during the leveling portion? That seems insane. What up, Shingoku? Bloodlance, any good on PTR? It's mid. You know, it's not an unplayable build, but you need a lot of the same kind of gear for Blood Spear, and it kind of asks the question, why would you play Bloodlance when you can play Blood Spear? It's a little bit more convenient. I would love to be able to play other classes sincerely, but I kind of have to play every single Necro build because people expect me to know how it works. New Mage Summoner build? Oh, yes. I mean, Summoner is going to be huge, honestly. What up, Kayak? Trapped by your own success? That's kind of what happens, yeah. Sorceress content out of you? I think I would like to really try to take a swing at it, honestly. I don't think you use Plunging Darkness on the leveling build of Blight. How crazy is that? First off, I can't fit it in the toolbar. You just don't. You just don't. You just don't. That's just the answer. You just don't. All right, so starter though, we definitely do. Let's get rid of bang, bang, bang. In we go, bang, bang, bang. Here we go. Do we want cooldown? Speed it up. Speed it up. Speed it up. Speed it up. So this becomes Plunging Darkness. This becomes damned. Holy. Speed it up. This becomes Great Feast. MacroBioBoi might give Makuna. Well, the big thing that Makuna has going for them is that they are also willing to play the game for an amount of time and invest into a single build for an amount of time. I am not. Makuna, at least for the beginning, like the initial push, picks the build that is the meta build and then builds that meta build. I collect gear for every single Necromancer build and then put it together, so I can't really invest into a particular build as much. You know, we like, so there's that facet of it, which is just the logistics of it. Then there's the other part of it, which is Makuna just has me beat on pure experience of grinding the pit, which is something I'm very unwilling to do. So I will keep my humility sound and say I doubt there's a universe where I ever give Makuna a run for their money when it comes to pushing. If I ever felt like I was in a place where I could really just kind of do that, like I don't need to know everything that's going on in the game for my class, I just do this, then maybe we're having a different conversation for sure. Wouldn't mind seeing some or Spiritborn Spiritborn would be a lot of fun. Decompose build, still a few skills that are underutilized. Yeah, I would love to see Decompose too, except it's a bad skill is kind of the issue. Do you suggest a content creator for Druid? I want to understand the ups and downs of the class better. For people who make Druid videos, I'll be honest with you, I kind of don't know. Obviously, like our Druid guide writers on Max Roll put everything that you need to do in the build guide. But do they put out videos? Can I be ignorant for a moment? Let's go see. Danger and Boiler. And oh. No. Whoa. Oh, Boiler's got a video up. Coming soon. Okay. So they don't really put out video content. They stream it, but they don't really put out video content. So you'd have to catch them when they're live. Yo, what up, Playboy? What it do? When will sets come back? Hopefully never. Try Hydra. It's pretty straightforward. Hydra always looks kind of fun, yeah. I don't hate the idea of Hydra. Didn't Hydra just get like a new unique as well? Okay. So for starter, Hydra like a pony, look like a brokey. So I don't know. Do any of these actually do dot damage? Recommend playing Summoner until I get Bone Spear gear? Yes. Yeah. If Bone Spear is relevant and minions are relevant, yeah. Wish D4 content creators had trading cards. That'd be funny. What up, Shane? Getting back in for season 9, in your opinion, do the new Nightmare Dungeon make it worth hopping back in? I think so. I'm hoping for them to add more difficulty to the Nightmare Dungeon content, because I think that is something that was lacking a little bit. They were fun, but once you're at like end game of Torment 4, they weren't really challenging in any meaningful way. And then at that point, the question kind of becomes, why would you do them? What up, Source Swan? How you doing? Excuse me. We'll just do Astral Pillar. I think it's kind of hard to mess up Astral Pillar. Beat it up. Beat it up. Beat it up. So, you subscribe to a bad content creator. Yo, Taurus Fair, thank you so much for the 14 months. We hyped? I'm excited, yes.
We hyped, yeah? Mages.
Yes, I'm excited to be playing mages. I'm excited to be playing mages. I'm excited to see, you know, what they kind of commit to. I think we just do it this way. I think for starter, we stay on Reap here. Okay. And then what? I assume you can have blue? Bottled wind is good. Tranquil. So we do unstoppable. We do barrier. We do a resource gen. Yeah, sure. For a starter setup, I like that. Biggest hope for the mages is the archmages have really distinct look. When I put in the feedback that like, hey, how's it going? This is kind of nothing. Like, you can't tell. They definitely took that feedback. I'm not expecting anything crazy, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's, you know, something. I know it's not super helpful. I just don't know what they would do. Bad news, what up? Do you have a guild community to join so we can all level together, or is this it? I do not maintain a guild. I probably should. Here's my big thing, Fuba. People on the internet suck, and if I don't pay attention to it, people could do shitty things, and then I would feel responsible for rectifying it, and I just don't have the energy to do that. Will the drop for the cat stuff be online watching the campfire here? Will it drop for the cat stuff? I think the drops are for having the campfire itself open. I do not know. Let me check. Your rewards drops. Yeah, I think you have to have the campfire open. Let's read. Let's read. Real hot girl shit. Oh, it does say any co-stream. Let me see. What was I trying to find? What information was I trying? I read a thing and then my brain, so this one from Adam. Watch tomorrow on Twitch tomorrow for 30 minutes on the main stream or any co-stream, and you can get staff. Games in shambles. Games in shambles. Millions of people play. People believe that their personal opinion denotes the universe. Look at this bad boy. I don't know what to do. I need the blog post. Adam, blog post, please. Blog post. Also, I didn't watch this. Why is this muted? Hello? Is this muted?
For those who do like melee playstyles,
no, this is
maybe
not muted.
Trap, you might like Flurry.
Then why is this muted? I don't know. Don't know say. What program do you use to make your webpage? I was looking into Squarespace. What would you recommend? Or maybe even YouTube? What program do I use to make my webpage? Which webpage? I do not have a personal website. Find something to eat. Now's the time. Do I get the Goofy Cat staff for watching the Campfire chat with you? Supposedly you do. I just can't figure out how. When dev stream? 30 minutes. Yeah. You're online streaming? You don't make that web page. That's just Twitch or YouTube. So I would look up how to connect a streaming tool like OBS to a streaming platform like Twitch or YouTube and follow that. I can't really fully explain to you how to set up a stream. Talk about my OnlyFans? Yo, what up, Sirach? My OnlyFans? Shh, that's a secret. You're only supposed to find out about my OnlyFans if you are a patron. MacroBioBoi? Nah, you'd have to pay for that. Well, get my view on Twitch. There you go. Thank you. People choose to spend their time raging about a game instead of just playing something else. It's very interesting. I think it's very good to... How do I think it's very good to offer criticism and feedback for a thing that you're hoping to positively impact if you're invested in that thing. I think it's very good to openly criticize harmful things in the universe around us so as to disempower their ability to impact or to convince others of their lack of harm. I think if you don't like playing a video game, just don't play it. And I don't know, man. Eat some rice and a salad and try to get a protein in there if you can. And drink some
Mac,
water.
How backquote is it going, mate? All good? Did you
Learn
read
how to
everything about the
crochet?
season? Don't want to ask questions of what you didn't read.
I don't fucking know, man. Smart, thank you so much for the 11 months. Ooh, we're real close to an anniversary. Thank you so much for the support. How's it going? All good? I'm doing all right. Read everything about the season. Did I read everything about the season? There's nothing to read about the season yet because the patch notes haven't come out. The update here are just to the powers. This is not the changes coming. Like, there are changes to the powers that we saw, but these are not the patch notes for the season. Oh, the changes to unique items? Yeah, I read that. Yeah, very good changes. Very good changes. Oh, you know what I also have to make? Hold on, I just remembered. But yeah, people are just fucking weird. It's kind of what it comes down to. People are weird in ways where I think you never really would have assumed. Okay. So was this accurate? It kind of was. It was kind of accurate. And then we have to do new analysis. Season start on Tuesday? Yes. So post PTR, this is where we'll put post PTR. And then we'll add in the differences here. And then see the diff. I think we can fairly competently determine the powers from the season as well. Look at all this stupid math I had to do. I don't want to have to do this much math, but I think I'm going to have to. Your cartoons would provide suggestions of similar humans you might like. Arranging for my tombstone to provide suggestions of similar humans you might like. What up, Verbietiat? What up, Lurk? For more basic skill buffs? Yeah, the changes to basic skills, at least, so the major issue with the Necromancer on basic skills is our basic skills don't do anything, and also Pain Gorgers don't work. So, like, we don't apply burning or poisoning or bleeding damage. We don't have things that change our basic skills into core skills. None of them really do anything. This is a multi-projectile, so Pain Gorgers, it's not like Pain Gorgers is getting like an entire singular skill, which is then like echoing through. Also, Pain Gorgers just don't work, so that's kind of a big issue. This skill only like does AoE damage every once in a while. This is a channel skill, so obviously that's trash. And then Reap is actually very good for like AoE damage. And very bad for single target damage. And one of the things that I felt like was missing from the changes in Season 9 was we're nerfing overpower, but we're not buffing skills which don't overpower all of the time, but needed to overpower to be able to be competitive. That just like didn't happen. There wasn't, you know, compensation vis-a-vis buffing of base damage that I would really like to see in these patch notes. I would really like to see just a lot. Like a significant amount. Cheetah, thank you so much for the 9 months. We just had a little stream baby. You can name it. And I of course will raise it. I will keep it here close to my bosom and feed it of my flesh. Hey, y'all. You know what I haven't been to in a while? The Catholic Church. You know what I got to remember a lot of? The very interesting rituals of the Catholic Church. And like how very based in just magic it all is. And I'd kind of forgotten about that. My family's Catholic. We don't really practice. And so it was very interesting, like, remembering that. How loud is this? All right, turn off the other music. I just forgot about the Catholic Church entirely. MacroBioBoi, perfect. MacroBioBoi. I don't even... You know, it was like one of the best things I ever did for myself as a content creator, at least while live streaming, is I just stopped looking at numbers. It was something that it kind of sounds crazy to hear when you first hear like bigger content creators talking about it. Like they just don't look at their numbers, not really. Unless they're like flexing on something. Now, I wish I could do this for YouTube as well, but sadly YouTube is like such a game of you have to be making sure that all the numbers are going up. But like, I couldn't tell you how many people are watching my stream or how many people are subscribed to my stream or anything like that. I just don't look at it because I don't ever want that to be like a stress point or a focal point. The whole point is to be making the content and, you know, fostering the community around it, as opposed to like, oh, make sure to go get your friends to like get my numbers up kind of deal. Best fucking thing I ever did for my health. Is the Twitch drop staff going to apply to my stream? It's supposed to. I can't figure out how. To be honest with you, I like legitimately cannot figure out how, because I cannot turn on a drop. So I guess you tell me if you go to, so like here, I also don't like see a drop active. Right? So like, this doesn't tell me I'm going to get a drop. and there isn't like a drop for me to turn on. So so he posted, hey, watching this you'll get the cat, watching this or any co-stream you'll get the cat staff. It's just not indicating. The drop is category based. Yeah, it's supposed to be. I don't know. So I don't know. I would just say have their stream open. I don't want you to miss out on anything. Hey, thank you very much, Raven. I appreciate that. I'm doing okay. But yeah, so I'm honestly, I'm hoping for a lot. I think there's a lot of kind of, not even kind of, I believe that there's a lot that they should do to make the content that they're adding for this season to be more enjoyable, and when it goes eternal, for it to matter. I don't think they quite hit the mark in the PTR. That's the whole point of the PTR. People, like always, forget that that's the entire purpose of a PTR, is to say like, hey, this is what you made. Here's what would make it more fun for us. That's the whole point of it. I think a lot of people had the same sentiment, which was, this thing says it's supposed to get harder and harder. I'm supposed to be fighting this elite boss at the end, and I got to Astaroth and he was dead before I saw anything, and then I died because this growing like miasma cloud that comes out of the dog was invisible. So I neither know why I died, nor did I get my rewards, nor did this feel challenging. So I'm hoping that there is a legitimate way. We ask again and again and again for a legitimate way to increase challenge once you hit the final difficulty. And I really believe that when they initially rescaled everything, the devs thought that just rescaling the difficulties themselves were going to do it. But that's just not true. You know, look at Diablo 2 as an example. In Diablo 2, when they remastered it, the thing that they added to the game was, once you have beaten a difficulty, a random zone in the game will now match your character level. So even in that difficulty, the monsters will be scaled to your level. That's just what the game needs to do? Like, is it okay if open world content gets trivialized? Absolutely. Is it fun to like disempower my build to make it go faster, to more quickly trivialized content? Not particularly, and that's what makes the grind start feeling like a grind instead of a progressive step. And I think they just need to learn that lesson. Or rather, I believe that that lesson should be incorporated into the game. I think these devs understand all the various things that we say to them and we ask of them, and it's whether or not they agree with the implementation of it. And I think that they should agree with the implementation of an idea of, as I get stronger, I can opt into harder versions of the content I'm already doing for more reward. It's not fun to find a single GA unique once you have farmed 22 GA uniques. It's not. Because the only way for your gear to get stronger is to get more greater affixes on key stats, as well as masterwork them. Those two systems need to continue to be empowered as you get stronger, or you run out of an incentive to want to do things. And my best guess at a thing that could be implemented to make that a reality is the continuing escalation of the difficulty of content. More so on the monster's ability to kill you rather than the monster's ability to soak damage. A lot of players may not like monsters increasing the ability to kill you in harder content, but that's why it's opt-in for greater reward. And then I don't really care about people's argument of if content exists, I should be able to do it. Fucking get good. That's like, there has to be a point where content is hard and accomplishing it is an accomplishment. That just has to be a truth in an ARPG for it to continue to be interesting for more than a week or two into a season. And as long as people can hit the key measurement points of leveling their glyphs, if they want to, leveling up to Paragon 300, feeling like they have finished a character and being able to complete the season's journey as well as the battle pass, and then all the casuals are happy and all the blasters get to have stuff to work towards, and anybody who's in the middle who like wants their cake who wants their cake and wants to eat it too, just continues to feel bad because there's nothing the devs could ever do to make them happy. But that's where I'm at with my walk with Diablo. What are they going to talk about today? The changes from the Season 9 PTR. This is not about the expansion. This is about Season 9. Yeah. Hate glyphs because it's a rich get richer. It's... I go back and forth on glyphs. Paragon levels are too minuscule in importance for people to feel like they're continuing to progress. Glyphs feel more meaningful because you see number go up. There needs to be a thing that you are willing to grind throughout a season to feel good. I think that player expectation is that your glyphs will be 100 and then that's when your build starts. And that's both not wrong, but also like 100% wrong. It is simultaneously like not wrong, because if you're trying to compete at the highest levels, that is a true statement. But the reality, here's one of the realities that I've been able to divine, Lurkin. It is, we all know the term pit pushing. Pit pushing, definitionally, is doing the highest possible pit that a build is theoretically capable of doing with optimal play and optimal circumstances in the pit. In reality, the individual is pushing the pit on their build at its efficiency level and at its ability to pilot the build. So when I say pit pushing and another person says pit pushing, we mean two very different things. But to that person, they're not able to do it unless they have the totality of the tools. And part of that tool set is level 100 glyphs. With the irony being that you cannot pit push without the glyphs, but to be able to get the glyphs there in a reasonable amount of time, you have to be at the pit pushing extreme. And I don't know how to bridge that gap. And I think it's that the player's expectation needs to decouple from the idea of the pit, and the pit just needs to be one of the metrics, and it is not. It is the only metric, which I think actually feeds from the symptoms deriving from the lack of farming strategies and the ability to participate in an economy and to gain power via different actions, which would net you different outcomes. Diablo 2, you had different types of items that were valuable for different things. You had different strategies to be able to attain those items. So your build wasn't only based off of whether or not you could kill a boss or kill density very quickly. You could do very specific things like elite snipe or hit poppables very quickly, or farm for keys and torches, which were a thing that every build needed but had variants, so the chase existed. Like, I have this massive explanation of farming strategies from Diablo 2, and I think that Diablo 2 is no longer the golden standard for the vast majority of things that happen in ARPGs, but one of the things that they accidentally got perfect was farming strategies. Their existence and their value, meaning that builds could have value outside of just having to do one thing, which allows for... This build might not be the meta for pit pushing, but it is the meta for generating massive amounts of like rawhide and iron chunks. And then you could trade those things away to somebody else to be able to get the runes you want to get your items so that you can transition to your pit pushing setup. So like, that just doesn't exist. And that sucks. Where skill matters? Yes, absolutely. Fully finished blueprints. I'm almost done with all new things in the Hades 2 update. I have not fully finished blueprints. I'm still trying to figure out how to do the throne room puzzle. I know a wide gap between different builds. I do wish there was a way to promote focus on lesser builds, like when they bring back lead boards. I want to fully take into account that you can still have a lot of fun with an FJ build. 100%. I think players' expectations would be that I should be able to reach the full 100 without experiencing the complete change to the style of gaming I'm playing before changes from a screen, destroying the game to a slow or grind when I try to get to with 100. Can you explain to me why? I don't necessarily disagree. Also, Lurkin, thank you very much for the prime. I appreciate that, man. Thank you for the Bezos bucks. I don't disagree with you, Eric, but I would love to understand. I would love for you to flesh out that idea more, because there's a lot of personal bias that could go into reading what that means. Yeah, the rune drop rate was just kind of weird in Season 8. Just like very, very weird and kind of bad. I think they should get rid of Shroud of False Death entirely. I think that item has ruined the game. I think it's unironically ruined the game. Cat staff hanging here. We have not, Levin. I'm just going to have both open. Air Perdition. I would be fine with Air Perdition going away. I would be fine with one mythic per build. Then you actually have to make a choice. Shroud of False Death should be removed from the game, straight up. Because not only does it invalidate any other option you can make, but if you're a build that has to use a unique chess piece to be able... It's the Druid problem. They couldn't use Shaco because they had to use their helmet, right? And... basically, it's if you're a build that needs a unique helmet or needs a unique chest piece, you do not get access to these items. But these items existing inherently impact the balance of all other items. So you just don't get that power. My major issue is that unique items actually create what the build is rather than offer a unique playstyle to a build. I could go on and on about itemization in the game, but I don't believe that unique items should ever define the only way to play a build. And because it is true that that happens, itemization as a whole is incredibly flat. And not only that, it then causes symptoms into things like mythic uniques. Mythic should be its own slot. I don't like the idea of adding more item slots to characters. That's why I also hate the Barbarian. What up, Wacky? I'll be honest with you, Wacky. I don't know what that means. Blueprints is such an amazing game. I think Blueprints is unironically, I believe that Blueprint should be considered for best game of all time. Hard stop. Easily best game in like the past 10 years. Well, easily best game in the past 5 years. I would argue best puzzle game ever made. And I think that it has really set a bar for what is possible in a video game. Do I need to gift to get into the Campfire chat? No, not at all. 5-weapon barb when? They might as well. Just put one on their pants. When am I taking a field trip to the cheese mines and live streaming it? If we hit 100,000, if I get my plaque on YouTube, I will make it my goal to do a live stream from the cheese mines. Mr. Phoenix, thank you so much for the new Prime. Welcome on in. Enjoy your emotes. Enjoy your no ads. Been using it all season. That's awesome, Skittles. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Ayak, thank you so much for the new sub as well. Thank you, thank you.
You subscribe to a bad content creator. You're a real one.
The cheese mines. When am I gonna get away? You know, at some point I became very cheese related in my content, and I don't know when that happened. And I don't know how to feel about it. Oh, you know what I need to do for you beautiful people? I need to turn off ads. No ads. No ads during the co-stream. No ads. Hey, holy shit. Look at all these people on YouTube. Thank y'all very much. If you could click the like button, that would be huge. And for you, I turn off ads.
So,
you see this? Off. No ads. No ads during the live stream.
You subscribe to a bad content creator.
Yeah, fuck capitalism.
You're a real one.
Booba, thank you so much for the gift sub out to the community. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. That's very generous of you. Thank you. What up, Star Knight? No ads. No one will watch ads. You do not need to sub. No one will watch ads. Not while we watch the live stream. I gotta take notes. Thank you very much, Des. I appreciate you. Oh, holy shit. Oziabel, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships on YouTube. Holy shit, I should turn off ads more often. Thank you so much. That's wildly kind of you. Thank you, thank you.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our latest developer update stream. Today we're going to be getting into everything coming with Season 9, Sins of the Harajam in Diablo 4. My name is Marcus Kretz. I'm a community manager here at Blizzard Entertainment. Adam Fletcher will not be in today, although I can assure you he is 14 feet to my left, crushing Celsius at an alarming rate. We got a great show for you today. We will be jumping into everything coming with Season 9.
Adam does drink too much Celsius.
We've got a familiar cast of faces here today. We've got some lovely people. Today I'm joined by Miss Aislinn Hall. Aislinn, do you want to introduce yourself and tell everybody what you do on the Diablo team?
Yeah, absolutely. So hi, I'm Aislinn. I am a systems designer working on the final design team. Typically, I work on seasons.
Hi, I'm Charles Dunn. I'm a class designer working on the final design team. Also working on seasonal updates for all the class design stuff.
Hell yeah. And coming in hot all the way from downtown Albany, New York, Mr. Dan
Tangway.
Tangway, welcome back to the stream.
What up, Dan Tangway?
Hey everybody. Yeah,
Love
thanks.
this energy.
Good to be here. So I'm Dan Tangway. I am the design director for Live Surfaces.
Nice. Things aren't too hot in Albany these days, Dan?
It's cooling down. There was a heat wave earlier. Electricity went out. No AC. No fun.
Well, AC's back. We're good to go. We're good to party.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. And what better to party with than, very exciting to say, we've got a Twitch drop this stream. So if you have Twitch drops enabled on your account and you're watching on Twitch, you'll be able to snag staff. And the really exciting part about this staff is that it's got a nice crystal kitty on the end. So if you're a big cat fan like myself, you can watch this stream or any other eligible stream in the Diablo 4 category for 30 minutes, and you'll be able to claim that. We do have some FAQs for Twitch drops on our blog that announce the stream, so if you're having any issues, go and check it out. And no, you cannot watch the stream muted. You have to have us unmuted and listen to our beautiful voices to collect that staff. So enjoy. To give you a little overview of the stream, it's been a while since we chatted since the Season 9 PTR. We're going to give you a bit of a refresher on the overview.
Good morning to your cat, Torny.
Updates, some PTR changes.
Meow, meow,
we're going to
meow,
get
meow.
into some
Meow, meow,
Q&A
meow.
towards the end of the stream. And so, in terms of what questions we're kind of looking for the Q&A section, you know, something like what are the goals of seasonal class updates is a great question. Anything that's really speaking broadly to like the why of how we do things. You know, if you want the nitty-gritty changes, you can go check it out in the patch notes. But we're looking for nice and broad questions. I asked Dan what kind of question he might want to hear from chat, and he said, you know, do they prefer affix or affix? So, you know, some other things to chew on for that. But yeah, stick around towards the end of the stream. The community team will be grabbing your questions, and we'll look forward to answering those.
Absolutely.
So yeah, but without further ado, Sins of the Haradrim, they've been sinning. How have they sinned? We're going to find out. Dan Tangway is going to walk us through everything coming up this season and tell us what the Haradrim have been up to and why are we dealing with their past choices.
Yeah, let's
What up,
do
Travis?
that. So
Thank you for the follows.
graphic here. And this graphic be pretty familiar to a lot of you, but that's going to cover all of what Season 9 contains, and it is a lot. So, Season 9, Sins of the Haradrim. First up, you're going to get a new quest line, new seasonal quest line. I'm going to go over a little bit about the premise behind that after I get through this massive list of things. Next up, seasonal content. So, as you saw in the PTR, we've got Haradric Spellcraft, and we've got Haradric Jewels. Both of those systems are pretty deep.
I was trying to.
And I'm going to kick it over to Aislinn after I'm done to chat through those. We also have a new season journey pet named Dante.
Love Dante
he's a
very
good
much.
dog, but he certainly doesn't look good. But he'll be available, as will new reliquary rewards, which I feel are pretty self-explanatory. But then we're really excited to bring to you some permanent updates to the game as well. This is something we've heard a lot of feedback from y'all on, and we want to make sure that we were delivering it moving forward. And that's making sure that whenever we make updates to major systems, that those updates appear in both the seasonal and the eternal realms. Sometimes we'll call this evergreen, but at any rate, a lot of updates to Nightmare Dungeons that apply to both realms. We're going to talk a bit about Haradric Strong Rooms. We're going to talk a bit about escalating nightmares, and some new Nightmare Dungeon affixes as well. And of course, we will talk about the Astaroth boss battle. Now, finally, we've got a lot of new loot and class updates that are coming to Season 9. That's something that Charles is much better suited to cover than I am. So we'll kick it over to him, and we'll probably finish up with some quality of life updates. So let's jump into story. Let's see. I think we got a graphic. Yes, we're going to start with Astaroth. So, for those of you who remember, Astaroth is somebody we have faced down before in Diablo 4, but he's got a bit of a backstory that's pretty important to Season 9. So Astaroth is the Charred Duke. He's the guardian of the Cathedral of Hatred. He serves Mephisto. Somehow, not sure entirely how, but somehow he escapes hell, and he starts laying waste, burning down Skosglen. Wants to make it as his own private hell. Now, clearly, you know, the Druids of Skosglen will not put up for that. And so they partner up with a Herodric mage named Donan, which we will see in our next slide here. Now Donan, here he is with those Herodric mages, or rather with those druids. He's the mage.
Those are druids. That's Erida.
They band together and ultimately defeat Astaroth. Now, well, sort of. Because much as what happens with powerful demons, Donan decides to trap Astaroth in a soul stone and buries that soul stone deep inside the earth.
Erida?
And as we all know, soul stones are ticking time bombs. And so by the start of Diablo 4, that is the situation we're looking at. Needless to say, Astaroth escapes. We defeat Astaroth as the Wanderer. Donan suffers some pretty tragic losses, including his life. And so in Season 9, this is our starting point, and there's something else going on. Something else is stirring in Scotland, and it's up to us to discover what's going on. So,
what up, Bacteria?
We are going to partner up with Briona. I believe we've got a image of Briona next. Now, Briona is a druid. She's got some history with Donan. She doesn't particularly like him. And so you'll learn more about why that is as you're traveling with her. And your first stop on your travels is up to Eldheim Keep, where there's been a lot of demon activity and you need to save some villagers. And at Eldheim Keep, you're going to make some pretty important discoveries for this season. I think we have some footage of that. So up in Eldheim Keep, you're going to be entering the keep. And on the floor, where there's some demons fighting over it, you're going to see what is known as a Herodric Wayfinder. And this Herodric Wayfinder is pretty special. It's going to help you figure out where there are Herodric secrets buried deep within nightmare dungeons. And it's going to tug you in those directions and provide you clues and hints. So we'll see a little bit of that in action right now.
And Nefane. There we go. Yeah, I only know Erida.
As you get closer, a Herodric totem is going to reveal itself, a gateway. And upon clicking it, you've got to fight a couple of enemies that are guarding it. But ultimately, you're going to discover that it opens a portal to an unknown part of this particular dungeon. So once we're defeating these enemies, we'll see the portal, and then we're going to jump right through.
Please kill them sooner. There we go.
And so now we're inside what is known as a Herodric Strong Room. Now, first up, you're going to learn a little bit of the Herodric Strong Room mechanics. We've got a pillar here, and this pillar is going to help you gain more of what is known as attunement. And attunement is the score, essentially, for the Strong Room. And as you gather more, it's going to boost your rewards. But before you get into the actual strong room, you've got to choose what kind of test you want to take. And in fact, you can choose up to 3 tests. These tests are going to modify the strong room in some way, whether boosting attunement or giving you swiftness or varying up how the shrines behave in the strong room. So we're going to pick 3 here, and that will modify our run coming up. So we're going to jump in, and now we've got a timer.
A necromancer?
Timer in which to kill as
when did
many
we become a necromancer?
as we can to prove our might to the Herodrum. And so you see we're playing around that pillar again. It flashed, which means we got the bonus. And now any of the enemies we kill at this point will give us additional attunement. And you notice on the side, the UI, we've got a great new UI here now. There are 6 levels of attunement that you can achieve, and each of those increases the amount of rewards that you get at the end. So obviously you're trying to not only kill as many enemies as possible, but maximize that attunement through clever use of those pillars we mentioned before, shrines, the tests you selected at the beginning, and so forth. Now, at the end, you're going to fight a boss. In this case, we're fighting the Pyroclast. And that's just a final skill check before we spawned the Grand Herodric Cache. The Grand Herodric Cache has a lot of cool legendaries, and it also has a buff on it that will encourage you to finish the rest of that Nightmare Dungeon. But also importantly for our conversation, it's going to have something else. and that's something else as an escalation sigil, which you'll see in your inventory here. Now, this escalation sigil is important because this is the other big gameplay system that we've introduced permanently for Season 9. So let's talk about the escalation sigil for a bit. Now, this is going to spawn a series of dungeons. And at the end of that series of dungeons will be a boss if you're in the Torment tiers. So let's talk a little bit about the affixes because we've done a lot of work on those. You see,
tell me you made them
our
harder,
starting
please.
affixes here. You get one positive and one negative. Now, the positive one is Equipment Delve. This is going to give you better loot drops as you go through. Also got Hunters. Hunters is a new affix, probably a little refurbished. I forget what it was called before, but this increases the monster speed of traversal and of attack against you, so that's not going to be too fun. Now, when you get to the end of that dungeon, because I believe in you, you guys can get to the end of that dungeon, in addition to Equipment Delve and Hunters, you're going to get Forgotten Wisdom and Waller Elites. Now, Waller Elites we all know and probably hate. I don't like them that much. Forgotten Wisdom is actually going to spawn XP wells around the dungeons, so you get an extra boost of XP as you're going through the dungeon and complete your runs. So let's see the escalating nightmares in all their glory. So this is a new run here. This one actually, we've got Herodric Bestiary, which is going to boost the amount of rep that you get for this particular run. And it's also got Khazra Hordes. Now, Khazra Hordes is actually modifying the enemies in this case. There's a lot more Khazra. They've taken this up as their home, and they're a lot more powerful in this dungeon. And so you, of course, defeat the Khazra Abomination at the end. And note that we've spawned a portal. So you don't need to go back to town. You don't need to go into your inventory to continue to run. You can just continue it from right here. And when you click on it, you see what you're going to get next. So we're going to jump right in and load up the next dungeon here. And as we jump in,
has this seasonal symbol.
We're going to find, you know, if we were reading the thing before, that there's actually a guaranteed strong room in this dungeon. So that's pretty cool. And that's going to give us a chance to actually double dip on rewards. And so you're going to find a lot of interesting combinations to really make these escalation sigils as efficient as possible. But ultimately, you get through your run, and you're going to be able to fight Astaroth, especially since we're in Torment 3. So here is the
what does Druid
Astaroth fight. Now, when we were looking at Astaroth, we thought
what
to
does
ourselves,
Druid do?
well, we're having a rematch. Obviously,
this is the channeled
fight,
like
but since it is a rematch,
lightning strike
include
thing.
elements of the previous fight. And so, you know, the fight starts with Astaroth astride his mount, and all of this part of the fight should be pretty familiar to you at this point. But then we want to start changing it up. And what better way to really create the feeling of rematch is now that you get to fight Astaroth one-on-one. But, you know, even though the Amalgam is down, he's not out this time. And so the Amalgam is sitting in a pool regenerating, creating a hazard that you need to manage, while you also need to fight Astaroth. Of course, he can cheat and walk through the pool, but you can't. And so that's how the phases will escalate for Astaroth. And within the escalation sigil,
I wish you picked a different Druid build, to be honest.
You get new affixes and things like that that modify the fight even further. So we really tried to make this kind of a unique twist on a boss fight, something that you haven't seen before. And with that, I think I am done covering the Nightmare Dungeon section of this update. So I'm going to kick it over to Aislinn, and Aislinn is going to go pretty deep into spellcraft and jewels.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Dan. And I'm so excited to go into those Nightmare Dungeons, those strong rooms, and especially the escalating sigil dungeons, because it's going to be a freaking huge burst of rewards. It's going to be great. It's going to be hard, too. Those Waller Elites are going to be a pain.
Yeah, especially when
fuck
the
Waller.
Up,
Why is it in the game?
Throughout the escalating nightmares. It's
I like your gay shirt, though.
It can get very intense.
That boss fight will be crazy.
Wish I had that cool pride
these
shirt.
are going to present their own sets of challenges, so of course we need to utilize Herodric's power in order to overcome those challenges. So with Season 9, we have Herodric's Spellcraft. So there's a lot of different components to Herodric's Spellcraft, so we're going to go over a quick overview and then dive a little deeper into how exactly it works. There are 3 different things that comprise the entirety of your Heraldric spell. You're going to be crafting a Heraldric spell in Season 9. You're going to need a catalyst. The catalyst is effectively the core of the spell. It tells the spell that it's going to be a celestial storm of stars, or it's going to be a beam of arcane energy that disintegrates your foes. And then secondarily, that catalyst needs to have a damage type. So you need to infuse it with one of 5 different elemental damage types. These can, it could be fire, lightning, frost, and poison, and I'm not going to remember the last one. And yeah, so that determines the elemental damage type of the spell, and it also gives it some nifty extra effects too. And then finally, there's Arcana, which are just
this part of the stream is not for the people who are aware of what was in the PTR. This part of the stream is to educate people who literally don't know what the PTR was.
Your own spell,
so
kind of power.
While we may not be particularly entertained, just understand that
utility as well.
The amount of viewers watching this versus the amount of viewers that watch the PTR is actually significantly higher. So they are quite literally introducing people to this stuff.
Garner powerful effects for your own build, like vulnerable or crowd control. There's tons of stuff you can do with it. So without further ado, let's jump into how exactly that works and how you'll be slotting it. So on the left side here, we have Celestial Surge. That is the tooltip for one of the 5 catalysts that you can actually equip. It is the one that causes a star storm to fall on enemies. On the right-hand side, we have the Smoldering Ember, which is an infusion. So this will make Celestial Surge a fire version of the catalyst. So you will need to slot Celestial Surge, and you're going to have to assign it to one of the skills on your hotbar. So in the middle section, and we'll have a video to kind of show this, but basically you assign Celestial Surge to one of your own skills, and when you use that skill, it invokes Celestial Surge with the Smoldering Ember.
This is for my friend group's
to it. So let's
video
take a look
gaming
at what
team
that
called
actually looks
STYP.
like.
Show
So
them
here
your
we are,
power.
kind of tinkering with our Heraldric Spellcraft in the UI. We're going to equip Celestial Surge, and we're going to assign it to our rightmost skill, which in this case is Lightning Storm, I believe. So whenever we cast Lightning Storm and Celestial Surge,
Our battle cry when we play bad League of Legends.
We are going to cast Celestial Surge in addition to channeling Lightning Storm. Now, we can't use Celestial Surge, like I said, unless we have
17 is my favorite number.
Equipped. So we are also additionally going to equip Smoldering Ember and make that Celestial Surge a fire version of itself. And Dan, luckily for you, this
Everybody
makes it so
shut
it
up. There's a
dog.
Yeah, look at this man.
So for anyone else out there that also dislikes Waller Elites, this will cause Celestial Surge to break those walls down, which is pretty great. It will also turn off Chilling Winds as well.
I do love Dante very much.
So yeah, now we have a functional spell. So let's go in. We're casting Lightning Storm, and we also see these stars falling. Not a very fun time for them, but a pretty great time for us. Everyone explodes, and we have a good day. Awesome. Now, there is a third component to Heraldric spells. It is called Arcana. So with Arcana, you don't need Arcana
17 is my favorite number between 1 and 10.
But it gives it a bunch of awesome extra effects. So we have 3 examples here. I'll go over them just really quickly. We have the Sapping Crux. It causes your catalyst to also apply vulnerable for a pretty substantial amount of time, so you can effectively solve vulnerable through this system. We have Reactive Ooze, which causes you to generate a pretty substantial amount
I never
of
even thought about the
every
rack
second for the next
17
10 seconds,
damage
so
joke.
you can
It actually has nothing to do with
resource through
that.
And then we also have Sharpening Gizmo, which will blast people for quite a bit of physical damage and increase the lucky hit chance of your catalyst. Spoiler, your catalyst has a lucky hit chance, which can be really, really useful. Now,
Between 1 and 10, you assume I can count.
Fancier Arcana. These examples are Magic and Rare Arcana, but the Nightmare Orb
17 is a really good number.
legendary.
7 is
Legendary
actually the best
Arcana
number
is a bit
between 1 and
different
10, and
in that
17 is
each of
strictly
their
better than
effects
7. So
differ
I think that's
based
where I
on
end
which
up on it.
catalyst you apply them to. So these 2 tooltips might look the same at first glance, but they're actually for 2 different catalysts in the game. The left-hand side one is specifically for propulsion. So it causes propulsion to additionally fear enemies.
How about the number
and while they're
23?
feared, they periodically explode, which we will also
definitely not my
check
favorite.
out. It sounds very scary, to be honest. And then on the right-hand side one, we have the Disintegrate version, which causes them to take way more damage while they're feared from the actual catalyst effect, which is pretty great. So let's take a look at what this
23
looks
is
like
kind
in
of fine.
action.
The cool part about, I think the coolest part about
Spiritborn here
17
who
is when you
has
find
the
out that
Nightmare Orb
51
equipped
isn't
to
a prime
propulsion.
number
Boom,
because it can be
propulsion
divided by
explodes
3 and
everywhere.
17,
They're all
and it kind
freaking out.
of blows
They're
your
feared,
noggin.
And they're exploding even more.
Oh,
And
the
to be
movie was
honest,
cool. Yeah, I
would
like Jim
also
Carrey's
probably
reprisal.
be feared if I was constantly exploding. So that makes sense. And that is the quick and
77
dirty
is pretty
overview
good,
of
but
the
it's kind of
Heroic
trying too
Spellcraft
hard.
System. There's a ton to experiment with in this system.
Disrespect for 8 is palpable. Yeah,
Can't wait
I
for
mean,
you guys
8
to
sucks.
dig into it.
8 is such a
There's
mid-ass
so many
number for the
different
numbers
combinatorics,
above 5.
So many different possibilities.
I have an entire
So go
dissertation on the
wild,
numbers 1 to
go
10 and what they all
crazy,
mean.
Try everything. It's a blast.
Yeah, I really love how you can customize it, not only in like the effect of the spell.
Yeah, but I like that
but
movie. I
also,
remember
like, how you use it,
I
right?
saw that
They
in
do have
theaters
cooldowns,
when I
but
was
then
like
you can assign it to any one of the skills on your
15 or
hotbar.
whatever. When did that movie come
So
out?
if you just like want to save it for a specific utility moment, right? You've customized it in such a way that hey, it solves those Waller affixes, right? And that's what you want to use it for.
I had never seen Jim
You can make
Carrey in
sure
a
it's assigned
serious
to a
role.
cooldown that you're going to save for that right
2007, so I was
moment. Or
17.
if you're just trying to really optimize its damage output,
depending when it
and-
came out, I
and
was
its
16,
DPS, you
obviously,
just put it
but-
on your basic or core skill.
Yeah, that
then
was the
you know
first
it's
time I
gonna
ever
come
saw
up
Jim
very
Carrey in a
often.
serious role.
And you don't need to really think too hard about it. It's just going to trigger when it triggers.
Yep.
It's true. Like the crazy amount of combinations that come from the system. Like I know I said on the PTR stream, and I feel like the people who have played the PTR will be advantaged now because I feel like this is.
Is there a
something that the
dissertation on
patch
YouTube?
notes
There
just
isn't,
can't
but
do
I could go
justice.
into
It's
it one
gonna be
day.
very hard to read through.
Do a
that
top 10 of the
and
top
get a
10
good
numbers. I could
example
do
of
that.
How you can theory craft and build craft through these. So it's really something you're going to need to jump into the game, get your hands on, and then really start to tinker
Why so
with
many
it,
extra
because there are
damage
so many
spells? I want my
possibilities.
character, my
So
skills deal
if
the
you
damage.
have-
That's what
if you
feels
have played the
satisfying.
PTR and you know these systems, then you've already got
Yeah,
that
you,
advantage
but
of,
you can
knowing
you
how
can build
intricate
these
the
as
systems are.
utility,
That's
or
true.
you can have,
And
or
there's
you can
not
build
just
into them
that.
as
You know,
a
you thought that
novel
was
thing to do for a
enough,
season. You
Heraldric
get to have
magic.
both of the
There's
things you want,
more.
Dolly.
Throw another layer on. Why not?
Yes, there's also Heraldric Jewels. So Heraldric Jewels are powerful gems that you can use to augment your Heraldric spellcraft and your character's build even further. So when you go into these strong rooms, once you're in Torment difficulty, whenever you complete
They
one,
nerfed
you're going to
this.
find a Heraldric
This was
tome.
bigger.
And this is knowledge that the Heraldrim have
Used to
stored
give more
away
life.
to craft these really powerful, unique Heraldric Jewels. Once
I think
you find
6-6
the
is a
tome
top
and
tier
you
number
use
for
it,
sure.
You can go
I'd
to
say
a
like high
crafting
A tier.
station, and then with gem
13's a pretty good
fragments
number.
and,
I'd put it at the high,
seasonal currency,
like high to B tier.
craft Heraldric Jewels. They're crafted with Heraldric vials and gem fragments. It's not as many.
don't really
gem
know
fragments as it was to
numerology.
craft occult
I
gems,
just
so it's not
am
quite
clearly
as,
on some kind of
a
spectrum, and I
massive
think a lot
grind
about
as it was
numbers. I think there's a
before.
little bit of synesthesia there.
And they're specifically socketed into amulets and rings. So you have 3 sockets that are specifically designated for this, which means that you can have up to 3 Heraldric Jewels. And here we have an example of a Heraldric Jewel. You know, it gives you some good stuff, core stat, max life, and you're going to be hunted in Sanctuary's darkest places. Well, that doesn't sound great.
I don't think you need to worry about that. No,
Yeah.
No, yeah,
shouldn't be
that's-
anything. I'm sure that's just flavor text, right? That's all.
Oh,
that is.
yeah. No, that makes sense. Cool. Anyways,
317.
yeah, so let's talk
don't
about
know the
how you craft Heraldric Jewels.
Meaning
with a
behind
little
317.
short
Does it
video
have a
to
meaning?
show
Or are you
us
just
what that
asking
looks
about
like.
that number in
So
general?
we have the Heraldric Lapidary here, which is where you're going to go to actually craft the jewels. We're going to navigate to the craft jewels section. We have them neatly organized among different categories to help you just, sift through it all pretty easily. And we have quite a few of these. I think there's I want to say 16 in total. There's 16 Heraldric Jewels. So whenever you go into a strong room, you're going to find more tomes, which is going to let you craft more, and then yada yada.
Oh, you have to craft, yeah, you have to
So
craft
here
these. That
with
makes sense.
our wonderful Stalvar, the Awakened Arbiter,
How do we
wanna
unlock the
craft
actual
an idol
powers
from below.
themselves?
So we need 15,000 of 3 different gem fragments, and then
Oh, how do I feel about
3,000,
317?
of the seasonal currency.
I haven't really
and
thought about it.
voila, we have our idol from below, which is fine because there's
I
nothing
generally
wrong with
don't
this,
like
and nothing
numbers
bad is
in
going
the
to happen from this gem
300s.
at all, so it's no problem. You'll also notice that it gives you bonus armor and resistances, so you're not actually missing out on any of the bonuses you would typically get to your defense.
Oh, and then it's the
from
317,
normal
which
gems being
is
socketed in those
51.
slots.
I think I would like
But
it
yeah,
on a
so, wait, what's this?
license plate.
It sounds like the idol from
Oh,
below
yeah.
is actually
I'm hearing
not
that's
great.
not actually just flavor text. It
What?
might be functional.
Oh my
yeah.
god. Oh no. Okay, so when you have the idol from below equipped, sometimes mummies will spawn. They're the jewel guardians that are guarding this jewel, and they will attack you, and they can be very scary. So be very careful if you decide to equip this jewel, especially if you're playing hardcore. My goodness, please don't equip this jewel if you're playing hardcore or expect to die.
Yeah, they don't just spawn when you're alone in an empty room. Sometimes you're in the midst of an already big pack or a boss fight even,
Yes.
and these guys will come out trying to get their jewel back from you.
Yep, it's pretty spooky. But you can do some very clever things with these guys. Sometimes it's actually really good to have extra bodies to be able to hit for like whatever skills or triggers you have, which is pretty neat. So yeah, let's move on to
619, Rey
our
Mysterio?
final section here for the overview, which is PTR learnings. So we learned so much.
I feel like
from
Rey
PTR.
Mysterio was my
can't talk
favorite
about
wrestler for a long
every single
time.
thing because it's a tremendous list.
It is. It is.
But we do have some highlights we wanted to talk to you guys about. So first of all, going over Herodic Spellcraft. So we have made it so all of the deactivation effects that you get from infusions and various things.
Okay, so we're actually into learnings.
3 seconds longer. So when you do actually deactivate an enemy affix like Waller or Chilling Winds, etc., it's going to last 8 seconds, up from 5.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
like
because
a
we want to make sure
what's
that
it, a
it feels
vinyasa?
as punchy as possible.
What is the
When
actual
you do get that deactivation,
thing
you have a
called?
good amount of time to take them out and counterattack them. Secondly, we want to talk about the change of Siphoning Gizmo to Sharpened Gizmo. So we found that Sharpened Gizmo was challenging for us in the sense that we want to maintain the competitive integrity of the game. That's really important for us. And Sharpened Gizmo was
Siphoning Gizmo. Siphoning Gizmo was on the PTR.
Yes, sorry.
Was problematic in a variety of ways.
Yes, it was problematic in a variety of ways. And we also saw the Sharpened Gizmo, which is the new one, as an opportunity for a more physical-focused Arcana, because we knew that was kind of missing from the PTR, and we heard a lot of feedback about that. The next thing I want to talk about is the Propulsion teleport change. So this effect caused you to be able to teleport effectively infinitely in a lot of builds. And it was transformative, and so transformative to the point that it was actually stomping on build identity in many cases. And we really want you to experience the full breadth of what different characters can offer in Diablo 4. We don't want it to all be condensed down to one thing, right?
Yeah, when you're playing a different class and a different build, you want your gameplay to feel meaningfully different. And these, the Herodic Spellcraft here is kind of a complement on top of what you're already doing. It's a unique utility. It's an interesting wrinkle to your build.
Yes.
And on the PTR, we found that this particular teleport propulsion interaction was basically eclipsing everything else.
Yep.
And every single build, if you just looked at a clip of different people playing different classes, it looked identical.
Yeah.
And that's not exactly the kind of gameplay that we think is healthy for Diablo 4.
Yeah, we want to make sure every build has a different silhouette and feels very different and textured. So that's really important to us. Another
I
thing
think this is the worst mistake they've made.
Has a much wider area.
I think
now.
foundationally,
So before, it was kind of
like a
tiny
horrid
little
precedent
between
to
you
set.
and,
Actually,
the disintegrate thing, but now it's much bigger. So you should be able to disintegrate many more enemies with it, which is great. And then beyond that, there are tons of miscellaneous changes to Herodic Spellcraft. So go read the patch notes after this and check it all out.
Yeah,
it did
if you've
hit
never read
tier
the patch notes
65.
before, and especially in the blog as well, anything you see that's colored in blue are all changes that have been made since the PTR. So we've gone through, read your tons and tons of feedback, and there is just a sea of blue throughout the patch notes and the blog. Patch notes will be publishing following this stream, so go check those out and check out all the blue, because those are all the changes that you've all influenced. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. All right, so moving on to Herodic Jewels. So the first thing, we added an entirely new Herodic Jewel. It's called the Will Breaker. It speaks directly to physical damage. We heard that
this was really important. They just didn't have
elemental damage,
physical
which is amazing
damage
and awesome and wonderful. But we also wanted to give physical builds some love and some tools to play around with. So the Will Breaker does specifically that. So if you want to smash people with your hammer or blow people up with bones of the Necromancer or whatever, that's for you. And then secondarily, Liminal Echo, which is the cheat death jewel, will not be dropping in hardcore. We heard a lot of feedback from the hardcore community that it maybe went against the philosophy and the spirit of hardcore. So we really wanted to respect that. And this is also an ongoing conversation about what is the spirit of hardcore. So please keep giving us feedback about that. It's been super helpful, and we want to hear more from you. And then finally, of course, there are also many more Herodic Jewel changes, more miscellaneous stuff. So again, after this, go read the patch notes. And with that, I believe I'll be passing it over to Dan to talk about a myriad of changes with everything else.
Yeah, a myriad. So y'all had a lot of feedback on the Nightmare Dungeon updates. So
hold on.
I need a piece
Why are
of
we
paper
laughing about
to
myriad?
read them all off. I can't keep them all in my head. So first up, let's talk about the Herodic Strong Rooms a bit. So the Herodic Strong Room UI was not clear enough. And so we added a new UI to the Herodic Strong Rooms. We added extra kill count messaging and extra timer warnings. So it plays much, much tighter now.
Yo, thank you,
enter
Kayak.
it, you should be able to pretty much pick up what's going on. Now, we're not going to tell you how to get those high scores, but the fact that you should be getting a high score should be pretty apparent now.
Press the button.
Pillars didn't
Thank
feel
you.
great.
They did that.
You had to stand in one spot for a long time in order to get the bonus. So, we've made the pillars faster to complete, made the radius a bit larger, and now all 4 pillars will also be available at the start. So you can better choose what your path through the Horadric Strong Room is going to be. We also heard from a lot of you that the Strong Rooms really didn't support blasting well enough. And that comes in 2 flavors. It comes in challenge, and then it comes in the fact that Strong Rooms were overstaying their welcome a little bit. So we've added a pit-style death penalty. If you die, that timer is going to get knocked down, and you're going to have less room to earn. We've added additional ambushes as your attunement. We set the activity length to 100 seconds instead of 120 seconds. And also, if you should hit that max attunement, we're not going to force you to run out the timer. We're just going to spawn the boss right then and there. Now, a number of you also commented on Blood Bishop again. So we hear you. We built out a pool of bosses, mini bosses rather, that should spawn at the end of the Strong Room. And there's actually going to be a surprise or 2 in that pool as well. And then finally, there wasn't enough incentive, we thought, for you to actually complete the Nightmare Dungeon after doing the Strong Room. So we've added a buff. Now, if you remember from the footage, you saw the Grand Horadric Cache. It actually had a buff symbol above it. And so opening the cache will give you that buff, and you can carry that buff through the end of your Nightmare Dungeon run and get a bonus on the rewards that you'll get there.
Okay.
Now, let's talk about escalating nightmares a little bit. By far,
made them harder.
The biggest amount of feedback was, feels pretty rewarding, but way, way, way too easy. So we have gone and made it more difficult. We have scaled the difficulty by several pit tiers every floor you advance. So just naturally, things are going to get harder, and you're going to have to push a little bit more and more. We've increased the amount of health and damage for Exalted Astaroth and the Amalgam. We have made some of those existing negative affixes a bit meaner. We've also resurrected and tweaked some of the previous negative affixes that launched with the base game. And finally, I mean, really, we just did a whole audit on our negative affixes, but we created a bunch of new negative affixes as well, including some pretty fun ones, we think. So, let us know what you think, of course, about the difficulty of that moving forward in any of these, because again, these are permanent updates, and we want to make sure that they, really.
And this is a big but. If the
other
fucking
things
lightning storm is back.
So we boosted the scalable rewards to match the increase in difficulty. So as things are getting more difficult, we still want to make sure that the rewards are keeping up, that we don't tip in the other direction. It was a little hard to notice the gizmo that's on the floor that allows you to jump to the next dungeon, so we just opened the portal automatically, which you saw in the footage. The escalating sigil didn't stand out enough, so it's got a beam now. It's got its own art, so that feels pretty good. And then finally, we had asked a question during the PTR. Do folks want to have to wait until Torment 1 in order to be able to do escalating nightmares? And we heard from you, and you said, no, we don't want to wait. And we agree. So we actually created a pre-Torment version of the escalating sigil. It's not as rewarding because you're not in Torment. And it won't feature the Astaroth boss fight at the end. The Astaroth boss fight, the Exalted version, has been tuned specifically for Torment. So we wanted to make sure that that was preserved. But still, you should get a good sense of escalation pre-Torment if you're lucky.
We added double barrier. Now dots don't apply to it. Get fucked, Necromancer.
And that's it for the list here.
Get fucked, Incinerate.
Again, please keep giving us feedback. We love to hear from you, and we want to keep improving the game. So back over to you guys.
We added a barrier. You can only pop it by overpowering.
Thanks for through that, Dan. And yeah, I mean, it's been we had the PTR early in June, so it's been a while since we had it. But yeah, we received such a ton of great feedback.
Oh, yeah.
And
I like that they made
Dan,
the dungeons
awesome. Like the strong rooms are
a lot.
punchier.
I like that a lot. It depends on what it's going to feel like, but multiple pictures is what needed to happen.
Dan made a great point too. Like those are going to be permanent additions to both, excuse me, Eternal and Seasonal realms. So we do really want your feedback on that because it is going to be an iterative and then permanent process.
Oh, this is Squidward.
Part of the game. So we do
This
wanna
is
tweak it
handsome
where
Squidward.
possible and get those in there.
Yeah,
That's what that
it's
is.
super important that we get the new Nightmare Dungeon stuff and the escalating nightmares really down well, because we want it to be a repeatable thing that you're doing pretty consistently in your experience. So when you are doing that kind of stuff fairly consistently, it needs to feel like really punchy. It needs to feel really smooth. So it will be a very iterative process. We will be taking a look at more feedback coming in and probably making additional improvements to it over time.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dan will be coming back for Q&A at the end of the stream, so we will be grabbing your questions then. And I did want to call out Mac Hayes from chat when Dan was going through the Horagic Strong rooms. Said, "Blast me up, Dan." So love to see that. Love to see that in chat.
Heck yeah.
But yeah, in terms of more changes coming down the pipe, probably our biggest, most substantial part of the patch notes is always the balance changes that we have coming in. So, Charles Dunn, take us to the promised land. What balance changes do you have for us?
Yeah, I'd love to talk about all the class updates that we did for Season 9. And so my section, I'll be talking about some of the new stuff that came in that you may have seen on the PTR, but also talking about some of the adjustments we've made since the PTR. Some of the learnings, some of the feedback we've gotten, and how we've iterated since then. So at a high level, there's a few broader initiatives that we've done that really affect all classes in some ways that we're doing here for Season 9. The first one you probably saw a lot on the PTR was a basic skill buff. Listed about basically every basic skill in the game, and most of them were buffed rather dramatically. Some of them 2 or 3x their damage increase. The impetus here was that we wanted to look kind of comprehensively at the game as a whole, the wider balance, and think, you know, are basic skills really fitting where they should in terms of their overall damage output and how they fit into builds, and really they were just like well behind the curve.
Yeah.
We want them to feel much more impactful, be a bit more, you know, feel better when you first get them, but also be easier to kind of build around as you go and build up your character. We buffed up the baseline versions of a lot of these skills, but we did take a look at some of the legendary and unique aspects that interacted with them. Our goal wasn't to be like, oh, basic skill builds, you know, kind of like we saw with Spiritborn and Barb in the past. We didn't want those to be like, oh, here, this is we're making them the new meta.
Yeah.
This is more around like rebalancing the whole game as a whole. And we started with basic skills, trying to establish a firm power budget for them. And we're going to be looking and doing these kind of passes on other categories of skills, such as core skills, ultimates, etc., in future seasons. That's going to be like an area of focus for us moving forward. We're just starting here with basic skills.
Yeah, it's like a health pass really on basic skills, and we'll be taking more looks at more categories.
Right. With the from the PTR, one big thing we noticed was that
my
Pain
core
Gorger's
skills,
Gauntlet,
please.
one of the unique items that really empowers these basic skill builds, was definitely not living up to its billing. It didn't crit or overpower whenever its damage kind of echoed out, and it's supposed to be like a multiplier on your basic skill damage, but really it fell a lot short. So we've made an update so that now Pain Gorger's Gauntlets is going to be able to crit and overpower just like your basic skill damage. So that should definitely be a
We've been
huge
reporting
boon
this
to
since
those
the
types of
item was
builds.
put into the game.
Speaking of overpower,
Holy.
though, overpower was overpowered, and we have done some nerfs to it. For the past few seasons, overpower-based builds have been definitely dominating the top of the meta, and it was definitely crowding out builds that really couldn't utilize that, things like dot-based builds or others.
It is actually insane.
So
it's
with that
actually
in mind,
massive.
on the PTR, we tested an 80% reduction in the additive damage calculation of overpower. Not to get too in the weeds here, but there's kind of like an additive amount of damage that's based on how much fortified life and maximum life you have built up.
That's unironically
We've just
huge.
removed that completely. We tried an 80% reduction in what it was, and we decided it's still too strong, it's still too complicated, and we just removed that portion. So now when you overpower, you're going to do up to 50% bonus damage, just like a critical strike, but that's kind of going to be the end of the calculation there.
They were
We still
brave.
anticipate, you know, if you really want to, the biggest damage number hits are still going to be when you crit and overpower at the same time, but it's not
Lurkin
going
knows.
to be that you must overpower or else nothing else matters.
Right.
It's just going to be in that same kind of bucket as critical strikes.
Yeah, there's a certain point where something becomes so powerful that occurs, where it's like, if you didn't do that, then nothing else matters. And that starts to kind of erode the whole game experience.
And I'm by far not the only person who's been saying
And
this for a
finally, we
very
did a
long
pass
time.
on all the key passives in the game. Much like the basic skill kind of audit that we did, we looked at all the key passives and really wanted
I'm sorry to everybody who
look at
likes
some of the
overpower.
ones that were like outliers. They caused some of our builds that were 10, 100x stronger than other builds. A lot of times that came down to key passives that were scaling or interacting in ways ways that gave you far more benefit than some other key passives on other classes. And so some of those ones that had kind of that uncapped scaling, we added in caps to make sure that they don't get completely out of control. And ones that were like definitely underperforming, we did some rather substantial buffs to them to help bring them up to kind of parity across the board. So definitely I'll be touched on that.
That is a very good thing, Dashik.
So let's get on to the individual classes, starting with Barbarian. So our goals for Barbarian this season is definitely a meta refresh.
Everyone remember, what they're about to talk about is not the totality of the changes coming in the patch notes. Patch notes will be right after the stream. This is not everything. If you think it's everything, you're going to fall into the same damn trap. And if I see you complain, that's all, I'm going to laugh at you relentlessly. You have been warned.
Aren't quite as physical, hitting with weapons, and buff up things like Whirlwind and Hammer of the Ancients that are a lot more core to Barbarian's base fantasy.
Absolutely.
With that in mind, we also got the new unique item, the Hooves of the Mountain God. Let's take a look at that here. This is the new unique boots item that is going to allow your basic skills, which I just talked about, to cleave. So once you hit maximum fury, you're going to start rapidly draining that fury. And while you're in kind of this draining state, your basic skills are going to cleave and do massively increased damage. And luckily, you're spamming out your basic skills.
I'm so excited about Overpower.
And allow you to keep in this state as long as you stay in combat and stay fighting enemies.
Yeah, and what I really love about this specific unique is that typically you try to solve your resource in a build, but with this, you try to stack as much of it as possible, so you can stay in the mountain god state or whatever you want to call it as long as possible.
Yeah, and you got to stay in combat. You got to stay hitting people with your basic skills to keep it going. It's really quite powerful, and I think it'll really enable some of those basic skill builds that we were talking about, especially with the updated Pain Gorgeous gauntlets.
Yes.
We've got a clip of this in action. Your Barb walks up to a big old pack of skeletons.
The seasonal post was just a change to the powers and to the unique items. It had nothing to do with the actual balance changes.
Yes, very good. A new unique to enable basic skill builds. Not just bash, all of the basic skills will cleave to this. So find out which one works best for you.
Yeah, frenzy.
If they finally nerfed Overpower, they must nerf dots.
All right, let's move on to Druid here. So the Druid updates this season were mainly focused around Pulverize as a kind of a main skill that we wanted to look at. I'll get more into that as we talk about the Rotting Lightbringer in a moment, the new unique that talks with Pulverize. But ever since the PTR, we also realized that it was still underperforming baseline, so we've done some buffs to Pulverize just its raw damage output, as well as refactored some of the upgrades on it just to move around that to better work with the build with Rotting Lightbringer. But it wasn't just that. We also did a variety of other buffs on Druid. We know that Druid has historically, for the past handful of seasons, been probably the worst class in the game, certainly in terms of like.
What up, yeah? Anything major? They completely removed additive damage from overpowering.
The end game, how strong they're getting.
So
it's definitely
just overpowering no longer gets you.
And so with that in mind,
20x damage
we've done,
for free.
Buffs to a wide variety of the Druid builds. I can't just say any particular buff. It's a handful of legendaries and uniques and skills. They
Space
got buffed up just to bring the whole class up a little bit. So let's take a look at that Rotting Lightbringer, that new unique. We did see this on the
nerf
PTR,
is a massive sort buff. OP nerf is like
we heard a lot of feedback.
This changed Overpower needed to happen back when the stat squish failed.
So the new version of Rotting Lightbringer says that if no puddle is around you, then Pulverize is going to form.
If your build can overpower, it still wants to overpower. It's a 50% times damage multi.
And
the multipliers for Overpower tend to overperform normal ones because it's typically a chance to occur.
You can just go around and
but your build isn't just stack max life and get
it used to have like a 10-second cooldown, which
30 times your damage and additive
you
for free.
try to Pulverize and you're like, oh, the cooldown's not up, and then you move to the next pack and it doesn't work. It was very,
the OP nerf
it didn't work
I think, one of the boldest things they could do for
it should definitely work quite a bit better.
Relative strength of builds and for the ability of non-overpowering builds to ever be relevant. I think it's sincerely the best chance, like the best. The only other thing that they could do right now to make the game interesting, like without having to fundamentally change anything else, is remove skill deals double damage.
You can form more than just 2, and every time that you Pulverize, all of your existing puddles are going to do that little splash of AoE around them and pulse some more damage.
So when you're in a room with just a ton of monsters, or like a strong room, for example, you can just go around and make a bunch and have some fun in the sun. Or not the sun, because I guess you're in the dark dungeon.
Yeah, it is. It is
Yo, Noodle!
In the poison.
Sorry, my friend Pool. Thank you so much for the 21 months. I appreciate you.
Okay, let's move on to the Necromancer here. The Necromancer, similar to Druid, had a
Thank you very much.
variety
I
of
appreciate
buffs,
you.
specifically to
Everybody shush.
Golem builds, Bone builds, and Shadow builds. Some of these builds were definitely falling behind the rest of the pack on Necromancer and compared to other classes in the game. So we've done a handful of buffs to those builds since the PTR to bring them up and really help to make them a bit more competitive. Two of the outliers on Necromancer from last season were Soul Rift and Bloodwave, two of their ultimate skills that just were, Soul Rift in particular just did way too much for any one skill. Obviously it dealt damage, but then it gave you a barrier, it gave you resource, it gave you damage, increased all of your other damage output, refilled your potions, and feared
resource
enemies. So that's a lot of things for one skill to do. And we
The
love
fear is
ultimates
actually
doing
a
lot,
downside.
but that was kind of one thing.
How
too
dare you
many.
try to upsell that?
On this season, we've removed
Charles.
the barrier generation from Soul Rift, and so if you want to get really tanky as a Necromancer, you're going to have to look for some alternate sources to make yourself a little tankier, alternate barrier sources as well.
Yeah, we want to give you
Barrier
all the
was
tools
honestly
you need
fine with
to
necrotic
solve
fortitude.
your problems, but we don't want you to solve all your problems through one of your tools.
Right. Yeah, Soul Rift was just doing a little bit too much for that, and that's why it was kind of so dominant, so popular.
Yeah.
Bloodwave, another ultimate skill as well. That just did a ton of damage. Its
We
damage
turned it.
output
We
was
turned it
exceptionally
into
high.
a puddle.
Yes.
I think part of that was due to the overpower being so overpowered, and so some of the nerfs there would probably bring that down to size. So we expect Bloodwave to hopefully not be the absolute dominant way of playing Necromancer, and we hope that some of those other builds like Golem, Bone, and Shadow have a few other ways of playing. We've also got the new unique, the Hand of Nas. This is a pretty cool new way of playing the class, specifically Minion Necromancer. Let's take a look. So the Hand of Nas gives you more skeleton mages. So if you go all in on your mages, you sacrifice your warriors, you sacrifice your golems, you can now summon additional mages for each minion that you sacrificed. So you can have far more mages than before.
Yes.
And just like any good, RPG, your skeleton mages can get experience and level up.
Yeah,
So
let's go.
they attack 25 times, then they get to level up to a skeleton Archmage. And when they're in the Archmage form, they are
did you
harder to kill.
change?
They're going to teleport around to safety if they get
Well,
attacked.
I already know what you
and
changed.
their
You already
attacks are going
talked
to
about it
occasionally
in the
shatter and deal
post, but
bonus damage to the
give it to the
target
people.
and nearby enemies.
Give it to the people.
We can take a look at this in action. You've got your big old back line of a ton of mages. You won't have your skeleton warriors. You won't have your golem if you really want to maximize your mages. So that really puts you, the Necromancer, as kind of being the front line for your
tendriling
army of
a
minions.
single
Kind of turns
monster
off the
is
traditional
fucking
minion
peak.
necro on its head a bit, whereas your minions are often the front line for you. And then you pump out the damage. In this kind of build, you're going to be the front lines trying to keep the enemies off your mages while they
No,
pump
you're
out
not.
the DPS from the back line.
I
Yeah,
don't know
really,
why
this,
you're trying to
makes
sell
it
that.
so
That
you
is just
have
not a thing.
College of mages, one could say. And mages aren't the greatest at tanking, so you got to figure that out yourself.
All right, we've got the Rogue up next. So the Rogue, we did some updates to Death
It didn't
Trap
work like that in
and
the
Shadow
PTR
Clone
Bar Gamer,
in
but
this
there was
season.
also
So
just
much
a
like
bug where they
Necromancer,
just
They
died.
had a couple of ultimate skills that were really dominant in the meta, specifically Death Trap and Shadow Clone on the Rogue. Death Trap was kind of like Soul Rift in a lot of ways, where it did a little bit too much of everything, did pull in, did damage, other damage increases. And the big problem with that from a balance standpoint was that it was very easy to be able to just hold down the Death Trap button and spam cast it.
Yeah.
That was due to a number of effects interacting to give you cooldown reduction on it and reset its cooldown, including whenever you overpowered or killed an enemy with it. It would help tick off some of that cooldown reduction. We've removed that functionality, so it's a little bit harder to get to that full zero cooldown Death Trap. If you are still really building your character out, you'll still be able to get there. It'll just be a little bit harder of a journey, similar to the philosophy on Soul Rift. We want you to be able to solve these problems, but it was a little too easy to do it on Death Trap and really short-circuited the progression cycle of building up your character and feeling that growth and that strength. Shadow Clone was doing a ton of damage, much like Bloodwave, and it kind of went a little bit against the fantasy of, your Shadow Clone should be augmenting your strength, and it should be kind of mirroring your damage output. What, in reality, based on what it was doing, was like you did a little bit of damage, and the Shadow Clone dealt a ton of damage.
Yeah, it felt more like you were the Shadow Clone.
Yes, it did feel like that. Shadow Clone
And a
mimics
big
your
Nas
effects, but it
X.
also changes some of the skill tags that it works with. So
Holy
Shadow
shit,
Clone is
that's
an ultimate
funny.
skill. It is a cutthroat
That
skill.
is peak.
So
Can I
no
please
matter
steal
what
that?
it's casting, that skill
you'll get them,
is an
Caldwell.
ultimate
Don't worry.
cutthroat skill.
We're going to be doing
It
a
basically
lot.
allowed it to access
We're going to be
some
doing
extra
a
multipliers,
lot
some extra
of analysis.
bonuses. Baseline, there is a kind of damage penalty on the Shadow Clone, and we've kind of increased that so it doesn't deal quite as much percentage damage, but is still a good modifier to your damage output. And we've also added some damage reduction component to it. So the Shadow Clone kind of takes some of the hits for you, right? Takes some of your damage and gives you that damage reduction instead. We talked about key passive earlier. Victimize is a key passive on Rogue that we have reworked. It was one of those ones that was either like super weak or super strong, depending on the precise tuning. And it really was struggled to get that into to balance it well against other options. Right. And so we've done a rework here where it's damaging vulnerable enemies is going to cause them to do a burst of damage, but then you also deal multiplicative increased damage to those targets after you burst. You trigger that victimize effect on them. And we think this will get it to a much healthier state where it's like more consistently useful rather than all or nothing. And the new unique for Rogue this season is the Death Mask of Nirmatruk. And this one works with your flurry builds. Let's take a look here.
Thank you, Bagamer.
So the Death Mask, you can now overexert yourself.
Beware, for the serpent spirit lingers. Those who don their Nirmatruk's
a new term to
visage
Diablo
may
4.
find
It
their
means
hearts
that
entwined
if you
with the
don't have
viper's
enough
wrath.
energy, you're going to spend life instead to cast your flurry.
Who is
And when you do
Nirmatruk?
spend life to cast flurry, it's going to increase its damage and your attack speed rather substantially for a period of time. So you do get to go real fast, attack real quick, but be warned, the faster you attack without any energy, the more life you're spending, the closer to death you're going to get.
It's
So you get
called
to
the
use
Death
Dark
Mask
Dance.
for a reason.
Right, we've got a clip of this in action. So you are running through, you are dashing to enemies around, and casting flurry
Although
super
I
fast.
think
even
Woody
when you
was
are
saying
out
this
of
is just like
energy,
kind of like dead on
and now your
arrival.
life total is going to
Unless
start
I was
draining the
mistaken.
more flurries you cast.
I never get tired of this clip. It's perfect.
It's so ludicrous.
It is a great clip. Really embodies that like fast, stabby, frantic style that rogues are known for.
Yeah.
And definitely, I love how this like turns your build crafting.
If you told me
options
this
on
is
its head.
just what
Typically,
rogues
you
look
wanna
like
get,
all the time, I
give
would
me tons
believe
of
you.
resource generation.
I've never seen
But
a
you don't
rogue
necessarily
attack
want that
because I've
here,
never been
right?
able
You
to stay
want
on the
to be
same screen
low
as them.
resource so that you can trigger the spending life, because this effect basically does nothing if you're
The
not
Necromancer
spending
doesn't know
life.
what other classes do because when we're all running
And for all those
Undercity
hardcore players
together,
out
they're
there,
already at
be
the
very
end and I've
warned
just
that
started
this one,
walking.
it won't actually kill you, but it can bring you down to about 8% life, at which point pretty much anything else will kill you.
It will certainly help you die. That's for sure.
Aizen, you were talking about running this on hardcore for next season, right?
I was. I might be a little crazy.
All right, let's move on to the Sorceress. So the
No
Sorceress,
joke, Lurkin.
we've got
I actually
updates
just
here to
look
Lightning
at the
Spear, was
exit
one of
and
the
then
big
start
ones.
running towards it
Lightning
and don't
Spear
click
had
any
been
other
kind of
buttons,
dominating
and
the
everybody
Sorceress
else still
meta
beats
for
me
quite
there.
a while. It was like really the premier build for a long time.
With teleport
and this
room
had a
ward, with
really interesting
200% movement
situation
speed.
where out of the box, Lightning Spear
I
was kind of
can't get
terrible,
there.
right? You look at the skill and you're like, okay, how much damage does it do? How many enemies does it hit? What's its cooldown? And you're like, oh, this is awful. Like, it doesn't do anything. And then you get Splintering Energy, the legendary aspect, and suddenly it goes from nothing to best skill in the game.
Yeah, and we don't want skills out of the box to feel useless. We want them to feel powerful and good. And we also don't want aspects to have to carry that much weight on their shoulders. It's not good for either the base skill or the aspect.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
So in this
Let me
season,
put some
we've
stink up in it.
buffed up the base values of Lightning Spear rather substantially. I think it was like
Necro's a
4
bad
or
class.
5 times increased damage. But we've looked at the Splintering Energy legendary and brought that down rather substantially. To be clear here, our goal is still that Lightning Spear, we do not want it to be the best way of playing Sorceress. It has had its time in the sun for a few seasons now. It's really been, I think it's time for some other options to rise up and be like some of the stronger builds on Sorceress. We still want it to be a viable way to play. We don't want to completely kill it to nothing, but it shouldn't be the absolute dominant or strongest way to play here Sorceress moving forward.
Oh, are they nerfing your build?
To that point, we've updated Icefall and Firestarter. Icefall is a legendary Paragon node that works with your Frost skills. Those cold skills are going to do quite a bit more damage with this. It's just some numerical buffs there. And the Firestarter, that's a legendary aspect that works with your flame skills. You know, the other 2 builds outside of Lightning on Sorceress. Firestarter previously just did kind of a chunk of moderate fire damage, but wasn't anything special. Now it also gives you multiplicative fire damage, which is really good if you are picking, say, the Fire Infusion Catalyst for your Heroic Spellcraft.
Oh, true. Or some crazy new unique that might be making its way into.
Yeah, a crazy unique like the Ophidian Iris.
Oh, whoa.
Let's take a look at the Ophidian Iris. This is the new unique amulet that works with your Hydra skill. It makes Hydra into a core skill, and it's always going to summon a 3-headed Hydra, and those Hydra's attacks explode on impact. Now, previously, you could build up effects that gave you more heads to your Hydra, and for every head above 3 that your Hydra would have had, instead it grows in size and deals multiplicatively more damage. We tested this out on the PTR, and one of the big points of feedback was that there's kind of 2 ways of building Hydra. You can build with more crit focus, like crit and fire, or more burning damage focus. Yeah. And previously, the affixes on the Ophidian Iris really tried to force you into the critical strike version of the build.
Was the sight
and
of
we've updated them
he
here,
stirred
so
the
we
wrath
removed
of
that
his
critical
Lord
strike
Baal,
chance and
and his
added
eyes
attack
with
speed,
warning
which is good
cast
for
into the
both.
dust. Lo, the
And
viper now
changed
crawls
the
blind,
ranks of the
writhing
passive
in
over to
misery.
Primordial Binding, which is once again good for both, rather than giving you the
Homeboy's
critical
name is
strike
Library.
pyromancy effect.
Can we talk about
just
this?
being a bit more generic and allow you to play it whichever way you like and kind of equally support it.
My hand.
Let's take a look at this clip of the before and after in this terms of size. So on the left, you got your little piddly normal sized Hydra. If you build up a whole bunch of bonus Hydra heads, you get the big boy Hydras on the right, whose attacks explode on impact. Obviously, they deal a ton more damage. They kill the enemies much faster. And it just looks a lot bigger and a lot more visually impressive.
They are absolute units.
They really are. You get to become a Hydra parent. And also, honestly, I've never felt bad for a Khazra test dummy before, but I feel kind of bad for this guy.
Yeah. I'm really
There's a
looking forward
lot
to playing
happening
this
on
one,
this stream right now.
next season.
Yeah, this will be. This is exactly what I'll be running for season 9, Charles.
That's sweet.
There's a lot of words they
All right,
just
let's move on
said.
to the final class, Spiritborn.
And I'm an adult.
So for Spiritborn this season, we've looked at updating the Razor Wings build. That's a build that
Wow, it looks
has
so
had some
big.
support, but
I
never
can't.
really quite
All right,
got
I'm
there.
sorry.
We've made some adjustments to some of the legendaries and that affect that build to really help bring it up and make it a bit more robustly supported. I want to talk a little bit about the Hunter. That's the Jaguar ultimate skill. We tested a change on the PTR where we, so currently on Season 8, and ever since it's launched, it had this mechanic where if you kill an enemy while the Hunter is active, it has a chance to reset its cooldown completely. So if you get lucky and you get a lot of kills, you can kind of spam cast Hunter until you, until you miss, basically.
Right.
We tested out a change on the PTR where instead of doing that, it would just give a more consistent amount of cooldown reduction. And this was, we heard loud and clear that that is not fun. It was really not what you wanted. Players really liked that kind of feast or famine version of Hunter, where it had that gameplay texture of constantly resetting and that mini game of making sure you maximize the number of kills for the short duration that it's active.
Yeah, it had really it evolved into like a core part of the spirit of the Jaguar.
Thank you, Blackstone.
And we don't want to have to take that away.
Right. So this is one of the great things about testing these types of changes on PTR is that we're allowed to make these a bit like more dramatic changes, and then if they don't work out, we'll revert them. And so in this case, we decided to revert those changes back to what
Raven,
it was
thank you
before.
for redeeming the darkness. The darkness has been redeemed. Hopefully the darkness will stay redeemed.
The reason we tried to do that change in the first place was that the Hunter was by far the most popular ultimate skill on Spiritborn. I think something like 90+% of Spiritborn players were using the Hunter. And that's not really healthy for build diversity.
It is not.
And we thought, okay, if we adjust its cooldown mechanic, that will be what we need to change. So instead, we looked at some numerical adjustments to it, so it doesn't have quite as many bonuses whenever it does function, but it still functions the same as before.
Yeah.
And in order to promote a bit more diversity, we've buffed up the other ultimate skill
y'all can't
option.
see this. It's
The other
literally
3 Spirit
invisible.
Guardians now will give you other ways of giving multiplicative damage whenever you have them active. The Devourer will give you multiplicative poison damage. The Gorilla Ultimate, the Protector, will give you bonus damage while you stand in his area that he's pounding down on, gives you that area of power.
I love
and
Big
the
Monkey.
Seeker, the Eagle Ultimate, will give you guaranteed critical strikes while it's active.
Awesome.
And finally, we've got the new unique item.
There's no Flesh Eater glyph.
We've got.
Not
I've
a
been working
thing.
on that pronunciation.
Nice.
So good.
Nordell, thank you very much for the 9 months. I
Nailed it.
appreciate you.
So, Balazan's Max Latel. We've got.
Congratulations,
let's take
we've had a
look at
baby. You get to name it.
This is the new Pants unique. It triggers your...
The node?
when
Yes, you have to
attack
consume
enemies who are
corpses to
close,
trigger it.
It'll trigger your thorns damage as poisoning damage. So it's like poison and thorns combination here.
That's why it
And every
sucks.
time that you've
Why we
retaliated
hate
with
it.
thorns, so you've gotten hit recently, then that poisoning damage is going to increase.
I really love this Unique because it speaks to the spirit of Thorns, which is like, I must be hit and then I retaliate.
Right.
But like expands on that, which is really cool.
Yeah, and it gives you more consistent value. Like if you're not getting hit, your thorns was worthless. Now you building up thorns is still positive offensive value, even if you're not getting hit. But of course, getting hit and triggering those thorns is going to get you even stronger. On the PTR, this was definitely very powerful.
Very powerful.
Very, very strong. We did adjust its numbers down quite substantially. The percentage of thorns converted has been reduced. We still expect this to be a very powerful build, but you know it's gotten brought down a notch or two because it was by far the most powerful build that we saw.
The
on
dangers
PTR.
of Fanged Root. One hides in the
All
leaf,
right,
the
we got
barrier,
a
the
clip
still
of this in
water, the
action
other
here,
waits.
right? So you're standing in the middle, you're getting hit,
I was
you're
reading that.
clicking your defensive skill so that you can survive, and then once you get hit and stack that up, you can go around and apply bonus poisoning thorns damage to all of the enemies around you.
Those idiots. Why are they even hitting you?
I don't know.
I love this very much.
All right, and so that covers all
What
of
am I
the
looking at?
class updates. Once again, make sure you check out the patch notes after this live stream here. Check out the blog. It's got all of the details. I kind of glossed over some of them because there's so many details to go into.
That's a lot.
Go and check those out for all of the very specific changes that we're making come Season 9. And can't wait for you to see, to try out all of these new effects.
Woo! Thank you for that, Charles. Take a bow. Yeah, the
Oh
patch
no,
notes are
my hands
absolutely
are
massive
sweaty.
this season. They won't be hitting in all languages following the stream. We're looking to have those published just prior to the start of the season on July 1st. So some languages will be available, but expect most of them towards the start of the season because the patch notes are absolutely massive. So like Charles said, dive into them, get those changes, and Charles, can we get that Spiritborn unique name one more time?
Balazan's Max Latel.
Balazan's Max Latel. Heard it here first. The man's a pro. The man's a pro. So as we've gone through this stream, we've got all these great components from Season 9 coming through. We've got the
Because we get a
strong
viable
rooms, we've got
thorns build on
escalating
Necro. I
nightmares.
do not.
We have all these
Rest in peace,
excellent balance
Bacteria.
changes and class updates coming in. So it feels like we've got this nice cake, and we just need a little bit of frosting and some sprinkles just to finish it off. So I know, Aislinn, you've got some nice little tidbits to get into towards the end in terms of system updates. So what can we look forward to in Season 9?
Yeah, so not only have we done all these awesome, specific Season 9 things, we've also done our best to improve the game eternally or in an evergreen fashion or permanently, however you want to say it. So yeah, a big thing that we learned from Season 8 is that we really like it when we feel like we have different ways we can play the season. So in Season 8 specifically, you went into the apparition incursions, and it sometimes ended up feeling while you were leveling like you had to do it a bit more than you actually wanted to. Like you'd rather go do some other things. And so the way we want to change that in Season 9 and going forward forever is elites and bosses are now going to grant seasonal reputation regardless of what the season is. It doesn't matter what the season theme is. You can always make progress towards reputation by killing those strong enemies. So that should make it so, it doesn't matter if you're going to the seasonal activity, you're still going to make progress. The seasonal activity or whatever exists in a season will still be a really fantastic source of that specific seasonal power and rep and currency and what have you. But we want you to feel like you can just take some detours and explore the game at your own pace and in your own way. And the season still recognizes that. And similarly, we had Lair Hordes grant seasonal currency in Season 8 specifically because it was the season of bosses, but we decided to just keep that going forward because basically all roads lead to lair bosses now. Like you're going to find lair keys by doing a variety of activities. And so it felt like a very ubiquitous place for us to imbue seasonal currency into the game as well. And this isn't to say, this isn't an exhaustive list, right? Oh, I got to wave over here. This isn't an exhaustive list.
Thank you very much for the new sub. Welcome on in.
You're still going to be earning extra seasonal reputation and seasonal currency from doing seasonal specific stuff too. So it should just be a much larger pool of ways to play. But yeah, so with that said, let's jump into some of the permanent details or permanent changes and details of the Nightmare Dungeon.
Hard crashes from playing the game tend to be from drivers for your
so Dan already
GPU.
went over this quite a bit, but I wanted to just talk a little bit more about the why and the how of this all. So we added a bunch of new affixes, positive affixes to Nightmare Dungeons. And the reason why we wanted to do this is because we wanted to make sure that when you're sifting through your different Nightmare Dungeons, it feels like you have different options for how you can make progress for your economy. So you'll notice that these blue affixes, like the Heraldric Materials Reserve, Gem Reserve, Gold Reserve, they're pretty self-explanatory.
It's definitely not. I play multiple games that don't do this. That's not how logic works. So the drivers interacting with this game tend to be the problem for crashes.
And the big impetus behind
playing
this is
other
we really
games
wanted you to be able to
is
sift
not
through
a
your Nightmare
relevant data
Dungeons,
point.
find the gap in what you're currently
I'm hoping to give you that
looking for.
information.
Like, for example, if you want to craft a Heraldric Jewel and you need gem fragments, go find the Heraldric Gem Reserve Nightmare Dungeons and run a bunch of them.
It may not be the only answer,
so
but it tends to
this is
be
like a
one of
tool
the
that you
major
guys
reasons
can
for that
utilize,
occurring.
and really patch up those problems. And secondarily, we also know that if players are going to be going into Nightmare Dungeons much more frequently going forward, that there should probably be a lot of replayability and variety in the negative affix experience too, so it kind of feels a little different and cool. So we really took our time. We kind of rebranded, rethemed a bunch of the affixes. We added a bunch of new ones, like Dark Omen is specifically an entirely new one. So be careful going into one of those dungeons. And we also added many more of the potential elite affix, the elite affixes that can appear on Nightmare Dungeons, like for example, Waller, Vampiric is another one. And this is all just, again, to make Nightmare Dungeons feel like there's more variety as you're playing through all of them. Awesome. So yeah, I think we can go forward here and check out what a actual Heraldric Reserve looks like. Just as a PSA, so if you go in and you're chomping through a Nightmare Dungeon,
bloodshed.
That's what a Heraldric Reserve will look like. So there will be a bunch of those throughout a Nightmare Dungeon. Make sure to open all those to get your nifty new positive affix rewards. And then on top of that, of course, we have the new permanent addition, the escalating sigils, which are just Nightmare Dungeons, but even punchier. So as Dan was saying, we made it so you're getting even more rewards from these things as you're escalating. They're going to raise in difficulty as you go through each escalation, which I would like to point out does mean that you can surpass Torment 4 with these now, which can get very terrifying. And there's also unique affixes that can only appear on escalating sigils. And here we have the actual Astaroth affix, or rather the Astaroth list of affixes that we're going to be dealing with when we fight Astaroth. So Dan kind of alluded to this, but we can see that one of the negative affixes here is Meteor Storm. That's an Astaroth specific affix. And that actually changes the way the Astaroth fight works. And there are quite a few of these. So every time you go in and fight Astaroth, it's going to feel a little different. There's going to be different challenges you have to face. And there's also going to be a lot of really fantastic rewards that he drops too. Like, for example, the Riches of Keys gives you, I think, like Infernal Compasses and Undercity Tributes. And Lord Zier's Offering gives you quite a few keys to go and fight Lord Zier. And, it's all modular, it's all randomized, and it's a lot. It's a lot of rewards, which is great. But it's a lot harder too, which is also fun. But yeah, so that's the overall on these Nightmare Dungeon and Escalating Sigil things. And I just want to say, as one last thing, like I mentioned before, this is something that we want to continuously improve upon because it is such a major new thing. And like, we knew that Nightmare Dungeons needed some love, and we're really happy we got the opportunity to do that here. And we want to continue to foster and cultivate the system going forward. So please, any more feedback you have, shoot it our way. All right, and with all that said, let's move on to some more general quality of life updates to the game as a whole. So first of all, here we have the legendary item drop updates. So typically in Diablo 4, what we've done is when you go up in Torment tiers, you find more items, but we've decided to make it so you also find a higher quality of items when you go up in Torment tiers as well. This means that as you go from Torment 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, you are going to find more ancestral items and thus also more greater affixes. We wanted to do this because we were finding that people on higher Torment tiers, as characters were getting to 2 and 3, etc., the loot wasn't quite keeping up with the state their character was in and what they expected to receive. And so we're trying this out, and let us know what you think. And I just wanted to do a quick call out that this also applies to lair bosses. Like, it applies to everything, but I wanted to specifically call out that it applies to lair bosses, which is great because now we're going to be finding more ancestral versions of lair boss unique items too. All right, let's move on to the resource economy. There's quite a few of these here. So first of all, we saw that people were not finding as many legendary runes as they would like. It felt too sluggish to get through that journey. So we've kind of done quite a few changes to that overall. Now the Tribute of Harmony, which is specifically the tribute that grants quite a few runes, will grant even more and a higher quality of runes. All Undercity tributes, not just the Tribute of Harmony, will also grant runes. So if you're finding yourself light on runes, going to Undercity is typically a really good place.
Okay.
And then finally, we also increased the quality chance, the chance for legendary runes to drop from fighting lair bosses and their lair boss horde too. So just kind of all throughout the game, that's just a bit better. We've made quite a few improvements to Whisper caches. So like the gold cache is much more lucrative. The material cache is more lucrative.
That need to
the
happen.
Gem caches are more lucrative. A lot of ancillary stuff just feels better and are better choices than they used to be. We want to make sure that when you're actually looking at the potential Whisper caches,
What up, Frosty?
that each of them feels like it
You're
would
sorry about
actually make a
Necro? What are you
difference.
sorry about Necro
And
for?
so that's the big impetus there. We have made our jewelers across Sanctuary adopt more business-friendly practices. Their cash is no longer quite as ludicrously expensive, and it also drops significantly more rings and amulets. So they're a little bit nicer now. And then Infernal Hordes also is going to be dropping more gems. And then finally, something we wanted to add here is
Everyone's doom and gloom about overpower? Oh,
specifically in
that's silly.
hardcore.
Overpower
We found
needed
that
to
you
not
weren't
have
getting quite
additive
as many
damage,
as
so you
we would
actually
like
made
you
any
to,
interesting choices on
in that
builds,
mode.
and the disparity
So we
between
wanna make
builds
sure
would
that
be vastly
you have,
reduced.
Just enough to go and test yourself against those really challenging lair boss fights.
I
when
am
you feel like
so
you're
Frosty. I've been championing the lobby
and let's
to
dive
remove
into,
additive damage from overpower, basically
some-
since
into our
the
next
stat
slide
squish caused
here.
it to become so all-consuming that nothing else
So,
mattered. So I'm actually
this
incredibly
is just
happy.
To go over basically.
And the
this
only
is a lot
thing
of
that is a
information.
problem is that I
So
believe that
let's
core
just
skills
talk
have not been
briefly
compensated
about
enough
what
to
is
offset
permanent
the
and what is
loss to
exclusive
make them
Season
have
9, just
identities
kind of as a
outside of
recap.
what they were previously.
So, permanent to both the Eternal and Seasonal realms, now and forever, we have the Nightmare Dungeon updates. So you are going to be finding Herodric Strong Rooms on both the Eternal and the Seasonal realms.
I'm
You're gonna be able
incredibly
to go
happy
into
about
escalating
it.
nightmares in both.
Like,
You're going to find all these new Nightmare Dungeon affixes and escalating nightmare affixes permanently in the game. And of course, all the new uniques for each class are permanent. And then exclusive to Season 9 is the quest line exploring the sins of the Herodrum. The Herodric Spellcraft, the catalysts and the infusions and the arcana. The Herodric Jewels.
you thought they were temporary?
and
No,
then,
yeah, no.
of
This
course,
has
the
been
seasonal
permanent the whole
reputation
time.
board and
They have
the rewards that are
revamped
exclusive
Nightmare
to
Dungeons,
Season 9.
similar to how they
All right,
revamped
so that wraps it
Whispers.
up for the
And they
evergreen
revamped
updates
bosses.
here for Season 9. And just to kind of touch on the PTR
Yeah, what up, dog meat?
learnings and kind of our
Hey,
thoughts
can I be
on
honest with
culture
you
on
all?
PTR.
I didn't really
So we
imprint
already
on
kinda
dog
went
meat
over,
while playing Fallout.
the systems updates.
I
that
just kind of didn't
were
get the hype. I
changed
just left him in my base.
Since PTR, I'll go over them again very briefly. So lair bosses now have an increased chance to drop legendary runes. There's a increased drop rate to Scrolls of Escape in hardcore, and there was the massive pass on all things Nightmare Dungeon to improve the tuning and make affixes meaner and stuff like that. But I just wanted to take a moment to say that the PTR for us as a team is just amazing. We really cannot stress this enough. Like, when the PTR goes live and you guys start talking about the game, the air in the office is electrifying. We're all so excited to see what you guys have to say, and we're just, we're running around, we're talking to each other, we're like, oh, like, this is, did you see
No,
this?
vulnerable
Like,
is
maybe
a
we should
20%
change this,
damage
or,
multiplier,
et cetera,
is
et cetera. And it's just great. It's great for the vibes. It's great for the game. And just a heartfelt thank you from us to you for helping us make Diablo as good as it can possibly be.
Yeah, we absolutely love reading all the feedback, watching videos that people post, or posting online on social media or other places for feedback on our forums. It's really amazing to see players like trying out the new stuff and giving feedback on what's working, what's not.
Dot? They didn't
And then we
just
really do
buff the
listen and
concept
adjust
of
based
dots,
on that. We try to find the best ways of delivering a really high quality experience.
Ahora,
every season.
sí,
And the PTR is really instrumental
más
for
o
us
menos
to be able to do that.
It
10
absolutely
minutos.
is. And like, this season was wild for PTR updates. We made so many changes, and it was just super helpful to hear everything you guys had to say.
Overpowered Bone Spirit dead now? We have no idea.
Being able to
it's definitely not dead
players jump
based
in,
off the overpower changes now.
Gives us such a better feel for how things are going to go in season launch, so then we know we can take a confident step forward, knowing that our players who are just diehard Diablo 4
other way around, Bacterial, they got effectively
given us their
buffed.
Feedback, and then when the season launches on July 1st, we now know that we already have all these problems addressed. We've got these bugs that are taken care of, and even just like in terms of like bugs or challenging or the
which builds were crushing high tier content this season? All right, none.
We
Tons
now
of
have that
builds
chance to
are
make those
arcade.
changes ahead of time. So yeah, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you so much for jumping in.
I'm not sure what that statement means, but if it's
we appreciate it, and it does make this game.
If it's a legitimate statement, it's very disingenuous.
So thank you for that. And that brings us closer to the end of our show. We've got some excellent Q&A lined up for you. So
but for balance, the answer is always you have to nerf outlying builds and buff underperforming builds. It's never just only one thing.
Here is for the Horadric
you have to have a standard to balance towards.
Account bound?
And people see builds becoming less powerful as less fun.
Yeah, so they're going to be
which is
partition
very
bound.
weird when you think about it.
On, for example, seasonal softcore, if you make a new character, you'll have all your progress from your previous seasonal softcore character. So it's partition bound. If you make a new seasonal hardcore character, you would have to find the new Horadric spellcraft, but then any future seasonal hardcore character you make would have access
based on the
to
Campfire
that same progression.
Very interesting changes. With overpower no longer granting additive damage, it's going to like really change itemization for necro builds to a meaningful degree. Like we're actually going to have to ask the question between additive damage and core stat.
Is something you're looking to continue with in future bosses, and that's an interesting one because the Astaroth fight that just came back does have some interesting mechanics that aren't
buffing the 100 plus different other builds you could make instead of nerfing the 6 builds to get you through T4 comfortably.
That's something that we've been talking about a lot internally.
Every single build gets through T4 comfortably. If your build doesn't get through T4 comfortably, you're playing an incompetent build. Not due to your own.
Like, it's cool for like the vibes of the fight if a boss has an invulnerability.
Not as a damnation of you, but the build
that,
is not competent if it cannot get through T4 comfortably.
Like beat a boss. Sometimes the invulnerability.
There's no like actual build in Diablo 4 that can't do all T4 content comfortably.
An unwanted obstacle. And so the team has definitely been exploring some ways that we can create that similar feeling without necessarily putting a hard stop on a fight.
Yeah, there's definitely some examples even already in the game where it's like, hey, if you're able to kind of beat a DPS check and you're able to get the boss like down.
Every single build on our tier list does T4 comfortably.
Then it's able.
Even our worst build,
that's definitely
Corpse Explosion
one
does.
good example
So
that we're definitely.
I'd be interested to know what people think they mean by do T4 comfortably.
Okay, Charmed Chaos. Does the strong room time count against
all of these builds? All do T4 comfortably,
or are they separate?
And we have more build types than like most people will cover.
I'm thinking about this right now, and I'm
even
not
ones that aren't the top meta builds, but like this is how many builds currently existed in season 8
towards the dungeon completion time. But yeah, I think we're gonna have to go back to the team and
how many builds are breaking pit 110. Why do you use that arbitrary pit tier to determine viability of builds?
Is the strong room
that is not the same thing as doing T4 comfortably. You're actually talking about like over exceeding the expectation of both the developers and what they should balance towards.
Good. But then, yeah, you might take your time leaving it or going back in to find some more goodies. So yeah, that's an excellent question. I've got another one.
Like
from
I think builds should seek to strive to hit
Diablo,
tier 100.
Do we still get Obdicite in these escalation nightmare dungeon runs?
Oh, yeah, you do. There's also even there is an affix that increases the amount of Obdicite you get. And again, also the escalating nightmare dungeon runs scale. So scale with rewards, and difficulty.
Corpse Explosion finish layer bosses in T4?
You just get more
yes, it's very bad for doing that,
but it can. So if you find like the extra Obdicite affix later on,
nothing is hitting even close to max 150. Correct, and it's not supposed to.
That's absolutely unreal.
You have to remember the history. They only expected pit tier 100 to be the maximum of what builds could accomplish, and then they recognized that the current balance of builds would require additional pit tiers for things to feel meaningful. So they added on 50 more pit tiers right before the season launched, where they revamped pit entirely. And then they have been trying to pull back on the reins of all the builds that vastly overperformed their expectations. So pointing to pit tier 150 as a thing that is meant to be accomplished is just not only is it
Stream Hard
unrealistic, but
at Diablo,
nobody
question for
who
Q&A.
is like actually
Will we
talking
start to
about
see seasonal power
what
systems incorporated
build
into the base game? There have been
comparative
several
strength
that I
should
was
look
fond
like
of that could
is
add
using
depth.
that as a measuring stick.
Yeah, I can talk a bit about that. Obviously, every season when we make
What up, Open World? Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome on in.
Spellcraft or the Witchcraft powers and the boss powers in the past, they were exclusive to that season. That being said, we are a team with a bunch of designers who are always looking for good ideas, and especially good ideas that have proven to work in the game. And so we definitely, when we're looking at making future systems and future improvements to the game, we are absolutely looking at some of the best performing seasonal powers and thinking about how we can integrate that into the game. So it's very likely you'll see some of the better received and more popular seasonal powers potentially return in the future. But for the time being, they do still exist just in their season. But they are absolutely still on our radar to bring back in other forms and other ways for future content.
Yeah, and I do love, like, I mean, even for the season overall, instead of having seasonal powers that we have, and then look at the favorite ones, like such a massive part of the mechanics of this season are just already going to be permanent and in eternal and seasonal realms, which is so nice. So
It's true.
Yeah, really just those power systems are really the seasonal parts. And a lot of our focus on seasonal development is plussing up base aspects of the game, like the Nightmare Dungeon system as a whole. We're looking at making sure that part of the game is improved and is evergreen. And then a lot the powers are
the major thing though is
for the season,
there is incredible build diversity
and ways of bringing back.
They actually don't need to do anything to increase build diversity.
Charles.
But again, that's typically like we're
Diablo,
using that word to mean a lot of
escalating
different
nightmare
things.
sigils craftable or
I think what a
only
lot of people would
droppable?
like to see
Important question for
is
leveling.
making
I think I might
balance
send that one to you, Dan.
more comparable between classes and builds.
Yeah, that's another
what
one
that
I'm not sure
requires
about,
is
unfortunately.
the nerfing of overperforming
So I
builds and
believe
the
they should
buffing of
only be able to
underperforming
drop
builds.
from the,
They consistently
Herodic
attempt
strong
to
rooms.
buff
That's
a
where
suite of
you're gonna be
underperforming
finding
builds,
isolation sigils.
and they succeed often.
And I think in
But this is seemingly like a moving target that like is never successful at placating everybody. And I agree, there's still a lot of builds that just like don't work, like especially in the Necromancer. But they just fixed one of the items that may add 4 new builds to the Necromancer. A single unique item being
You can definitely
fixed.
go out of your way
So,
to find Herodic strong rooms, which
like-
then brings you to escalation nightmares.
Yeah, and if you're looking for those,
I don't think we have to
pre-tournament,
reinvent the
Nightmare
wheel
escalation sigils,
of
you're gonna be
arguing
getting that
about
from the
how do
seasonal
you
reputation track.
approach
So
balance
before
in
you are
the game.
pre-tournament, if you want to play those and get used to them
That
before you actually get to
conversation
face off against
is
Azeroth in
solved
post-tournament
because
levels,
luckily
you will
this
be getting
question
that
was
from the
solved
seasonal
before
reputation track.
Diablo 4.
So look out for those. The
things that are
cool name.
the things that
How
change
do you
are
come up with
what
the names for
cause
your uniques?
outliers
Some
in
of them
Diablo
are
4
really
specifically.
interesting, and some are hard to pronounce.
That's true.
Are the names coming from lore, or just did you find something cool that ended up fitting with the name?
A lot of times they come from lore. A lot of our uniques are handled by our wonderful narrative designers and quest designers who really have a firm grip on the lore and the world building of Sanctuary and all of the characters and factions within there. And so a lot of them do come from that. Some of them are a bit, maybe a bit more generic. I'd say like ones that maybe don't tie to a specific person, but a lot of them do, and that's handled by our wonderful narrative and quest designers.
Smurfs?
I love that. Yeah, like Death Mask of Nirmatruck.
Yeah.
Chat was picking up also on the phonetic of it's
Los
Nirmatruck.
muchachos azules? Smurfs?
We've been saying that a lot.
Yes.
leading up to this stream. Awesome. Okay. Oh, Draketh90. Will you consider allowing other boss fights to be customized with affixes like Athroth?
That would be
Sounds
cool.
like a cool way to keep layered bosses dynamic and fresh.
Oh
Be
yeah,
cool.
yeah. We're really excited about the system with Astaroth.
Oh,
where
the
he's
ice
gonna
mages.
feel
Oh, sick.
different each
Okay.
time you fight him. So that's definitely something that we are always
Buffing
looking to
skills
imbue
not
more
even on the radar.
replayability into the game because
Does not
Diablo is
add
just
power creep.
lives and dies by like how much fun it is to go and do stuff over and over. And so
Sure.
that's definitely something that we can.
I
Take a
don't
look
think
at
there's
in the
anything wrong
future,
with debating,
and
by
like
the way.
different mechanics
Nothing wrong with
to
that.
ensure that fighting layer bosses
I think it
or
is fine
fighting
to
other bosses in the game
to
feel
seek to
exciting and
argue.
different each time you go in and fight them. And Astaroth is
How
a
you
great example
define
of that.
the truth between
and we're
2
excited
points.
for you to try it out.
Unreal. And our last question comes from either Jajapur or Yayapur.
I also
or
don't believe that power creep
Hahapur,
actually exists in
depending on the
ARPGs.
pronunciation.
Because that word
this one's
doesn't
for
make
you,
sense.
Charles, and it's less of a question, more of a request, I think.
Okay.
When can we expect more skill-changing uniques like the new Necro one? give us one for multiple golems with a little smiley face.
Oh,
Multiple
interesting. Yeah, I mean,
golems.
so obviously every season we are making a new unique for every class, and we really try to focus on giving brand new ways of playing or ways to kind of revitalize existing builds. Like obviously golem builds exist, so it is absolutely valid that we could potentially see one in the future that allows you to have additional golems.
Power creep defines when a new thing
yet,
would make it so that
we're working
previous
on making
things
brand new
are
cool
no
stuff
longer
every season.
competitive, is what power creep means.
Sweet. Well, that takes us to the end of the Q&A. Thank you all for your incredible questions, and thank you to the community team for sourcing those. We really appreciate all the things that you want to know about the game. So yeah, and that brings us to the end of the stream. Keep in mind, we do have patch notes dropping following the stream, so check those out for any changes. And we did have the season overview blog launch this past Tuesday. So for all the needs, all the things you want to know, you'll find it there. But also, hopefully you've claimed your sorcerer staff already. But if you want more Twitch drops, oh, actually, you know what? Before that, we sort of addressed this on the stream. Dan touched on it, but for season 9, the pet that you'll be able to earn from the season journey, claim Iris if you haven't already. But this is Dante. So if all the keen-eyed viewers, you've probably seen Dante running around begging for treats. This is what he'll do when you hit the pet emote. So here's Dante. He is a good boy, even though he does look pretty menacing. He'll definitely keep people off your lawn, that's for sure. But yeah, finishing chapter 6 of the season.
His ears
journey
are very
will
challenging.
Remember, you don't have to complete all of the tasks in chapter 6. You just need to complete enough to hit the reward level. So yeah, be sure to go in and claim him. And if you haven't already,
his ears are upsetting in a way that are hard to understand.
For season 8 Blyle's return already. Here's our season overview. Take a screenshot of this. This is hosted on our blog.
Do we
this
have
gives you
patch
all the
notes?
Details you need for season 9 Sins of the Herodrum. Gives you
said
a
we
great
have patch
overview.
notes?
Look at that. So you can definitely check those out. And if you enjoyed the Twitch drops on this stream, launching with our season on July 1st all the way through July 19th, you can watch at least 3 hours of any eligible Diablo 4 content creator, and you can grab the Glensoul Arbalest crossbow for the Rogue. And if you want some more details on that, we've got a Twitch drops blog publishing after the show. But yeah, 3 hours with any eligible channel in the Diablo 4 directory, and you'll be able to grab that sweet, sweet crossbow skin.
Yeah,
so yeah,
cool.
Buckle up for that. And then we do have a very special delivery because also with July 1st is Charles Dunn's birthday.
Oh,
yeah. So happy birthday to
Oh,
Charles
happy
Dunn.
birthday.
With the season start, we've got a very special cake.
Hey, it's Adam. Congratulations.
Yes, my birthday is July 1st, so we're launching a whole Diablo season just for my birthday.
Yes,
so,
it's all for Charles Dunn.
Yeah. I was getting ready for right at the end, and then Adam popped in. I was like, okay, now it's cake time. There's Adam.
Thank you so much.
It wouldn't be a stream without a surprise Adam appearance. Love that. So yeah, so you can celebrate the launch of the stream, and you can celebrate the launch of the season and Charles Dunn's birthday, which is fantastic. And then following the stream, if you did have some more questions or you just want some more Diablo 4 content, Aislinn Hall is going to be joining Nacho in the Sanctuary Discord for another edition of Burning Questions. So Aislinn's doing double duty today. Right after the stream, she's running back to her desk and then jumping in the Sanctuary.
So Adam is overseeing like
Nacho, and we will be
a significantly larger total portion of
one, so
community management across the board.
Here.
They're now like a director.
Well.
Yeah.
I do want to give a huge thank you to everyone
sorry.
involved
Thank you
in
for the
stream.
14
thank
months.
You to production for putting everything together.
Thank you.
Also for those of you at home, thank you for being here and joining us. I can't believe I think Rich called it out.
How about some build
it's our
diversity?
29th stream for Diablo 4, which is just crazy. Dan sticks around 3 hours later on the East Coast, so Dan's been staying up late with us throughout this week. So you all don't
need
get to
more
see
build
how,
diversity?
Just how busy Aislinn, Charles, and Dan all are, and they
a lot of
dedicate
builds.
a lot of time out of their schedule to be here. So we really do
A lot
appreciate
of builds
you
you can
being
play.
here. And thanks for tuning in. So yeah, July 1st,
But yeah,
Season
more.
9
Sure,
Sins of the
why not?
Herodrum is launching. Check out those patch notes following the stream, and we'll see you all in Sanctuary.
Awesome.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
See ya.
Auf Wiedersehen. Rating Nacho. Hey, that makes sense. Okay. So, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to go to the bathroom now. So, Gadgetari, thank you very much for the 8 months. Thank you.
You subscribe to a bad content creator. You're a real one.
Thank you so much.
Yo.
I appreciate you. 1 more month, and we'll have a baby, and you'll get to name it. You want ads? Yes. So, we don't have patch notes yet. They're not up yet. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to run ads now. I'm going to... Oh. Going to run ads now so that we're not interrupted later. I'm going to run to the bathroom now. Somebody is going to link the patch notes when they launch. Also, a bunch of people on the YouTube stream are going to like the stream. I appreciate y'all. And then we will be right back. I'll put on some music. All right, I'll be right back. And when the patch notes come, somebody is going to link them. So somebody start hitting Control F5. I'll be right back.
So, you subscribe to a bad content creator. You're a real one.
All right. Who's got a link for me? Who's got a link for me? Is this up? Okay, boys. Yeah, sorry, you can't link on YouTube. All right, PTR. Patch notes. We're going to be doing some analysis in here. We'll be bringing those down into here. Okay. Be doing this, get rid of this. Okay. Okay. So it's going to be post PTR. We're going to go point by point and do some calculations. Okay? We're going to do some calculations. I'm going to see things as I see things. We're going to go through things as we go through things. I'm not going to go look at the individual thing that you bring up because that's not how I process. I'm not nearly as mad as I would have been last time, so I'm not going to give the typical disclaimer, but please do not be offended if I don't go look at your particular thing that you personally got your own underwear in a tizzy about. Alrighty? We're going to go through, we're going to look at stuff, we're going to read stuff.
Oh.
Supreme Blood Wave. Number of blood orbs spawned reduced from 3 to 2. Why? Oh no, there's a lot of messages. Hold on. All right. Yeah, what up, Sirach? All right. Supreme Blood Wave from 3 to 2. I'll let Lord Sara explain to me whether or not this gives you enough orbs to be able to successfully recast in between. We're already very tight. Oh, well, actually, you weren't even using Fast Blood, so this kind of a little bit doesn't matter, but I'll let you figure out whether or not this means that Rathma's procs again. The other thing that we need to add, though, is that Shadow Blight actually was doing pit tier 100. So let's do this. Let's do this. Shadow Blight. Shadow Blight did pit tier 100, right? Yo, what up, O's? All right, so Shadow Blight did pit tier 100. Actually, you know what? Real quick, can we go through it? What tiers did all of the different builds clear? Minions did 100, right? Bloodwave PTR did 107. Didn't like blood. How many builds did 100 on the Necro in PTR? Didn't like Bloodlance do 100? Didn't somebody run Bloodlance? Help me. 107 with Spear. $90 with Blight. We did above 90 on Blight, didn't we? I'm just going to arbitrarily put 95 for Sever. Infinimist, which is... Actually, you know what? So Infinimist is going to be Shadow Blight. There's kind of no other way to run it. We'll just link it back. Corrupting Wave did 103. Get out of here. OP Bone Storm got nothing. Bone Spirit. Oh no, this is Affliction in PTR, Bacterial. So I think I did like 85 on Affliction. Army of the Dead also just like kind of stopped being a build. I'm gonna put 100 here. We'll do 95 here. I'm gonna arbitrarily put 98 here. OP Bone Storm kind of doesn't matter. Bone Spirit. Nobody ran Bone Spirit. Is the problem. I'm going to put 100 arbitrarily. Okay. Okay, so. Bloodwave not generating as much orbs just makes the build clunkier. Again, why are we doing this? Cold Mage second upgrade. Oh yeah, sorry. So here are patch notes. Edit. Command. Patch notes. Here. There you go. Do it this way. Go to my channel. Mute it. Get over here. Patch notes here. Do pin it. Go infinite. Boop, boop. Thank you for the likes on the YouTube stream. Here's your patch notes. Pin, so now it's above you. There you go. Cold Mage upgrade. Cold Mage attacks make enemies vulnerable and have a chance to freeze them. Cold Mage attacks make enemies vulnerable? That's cool. I'm being sarcastic. Oh no, it's Glenn. Thank you very much for the 6 months. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. Serration, critical strike chance increased to 1. That's actually kind of cool. Not that it's super relevant, but having to like 0.3 per X amount of essence to calculate. It was like, you end up at 5.4% crit chance. Like, it was just insane. Titan's Fall. While fortified, you deal 6% damage increase to elites. Now you deal 5% increased damage to elites, but you don't need to be fortified. Why did we nerf this? Was Titan's Fall too strong? Why did we nerf Titan's Fall? What a silly thing. Finality better than Titan's Fall? Finality was only better than Titan's Fall on Bloodwave. You no longer need Fortify? You Fortify for free. Alright, Titan's Fall nerf. Everybody does less damage. Let's calculate it. Oh, and just for additional context, those, I'm actually not of the mind that doing damage to non-elites was better. I generally don't like that approach to optimization. Wonder if that's why I was breaking on minions. That was not, no. Because it worked. It's not like it tries to read your minion's fortified status, because it's just all damage is based off you. I think I want to do this. Gesundheit, thank you. I want to move these down for the next one, but I'll do that later. Okay, so let's look at all the different builds. Yeah. Okay. On Bloodwave endgame, we got 2-4. Or I'm sorry, let me go in order. Wait, why do I have this open? This can be closed. Yep. Let me go in order according to my thing. Sever for Titan's Fall. We put Titan's Fall on our weapon. On Sever. Yes, we did. So we go from. So how many put Titan's Fall on their weapon? Most do. Let me do a little math here. On weapon will be, this will be equal to 1.12, 16 is 50 is, wait, hold on. So go from 96 at 16 ranks, which makes sense, to 50, 80. So 1.8. This will be 1.8 divided by 1.96. Why is this in percentages? Why would this ever be in percentages? I feel like this formatting just gets changed all the time. I don't understand why this would ever be in percentages. Boop, 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 boop. So for on weapon, you're doing 92% of your damage. No bonus is equal to 1.2 divided by 1.24. Right? There's no difference between these two things. If you put it on your weapon, you're losing that much. If you don't put it on your weapon, you're losing the other amount. Yes, 1.2 versus 1.24. 4 ranks times 5 versus 4 ranks times 6. Yes. Okay. So for Sever, we get this. For Blight, for the pit push setup, we use a different one though. No, we don't. Oh, no, we don't. Okay, so this one actually doesn't matter. So for Blight, just 0.24, or this one. For Bloodwave, it's this. For minions, we put it on weapon. Do we still, though? We do. Will be in the next season. I was messing around with mages deal double damage. For the double dip? What do you mean the double dip? We also have to ask the question of like men down also getting a bonus. That's not really what double dip means though. But I understand what you're saying. Mages deal double damage not applying to men down. This one we put on weapon. Bone Storm. What did I do for Bone Storm? Is Bone Storm a build? Not really. That's kind of the problem. No. Yeah. Wish they removed or at least reworked Men Down. Men Down definitely needs to be looked at. Blood Spear, which is in shambles. Blood Lance? Dude, these builds are all so wild nowadays. Blood Lance only gets 6 ranks. Okay, so for Blood Lance, it becomes 6 plus 3 is 9. So it used to be 1.54. Now it's 1.45. Surge. Surge. No, Surge had to run double, right? Bone Spirat. Shadow Blight and Affliction both have to deal double damage on the weapon. A Bone Storm Affliction build? You would not build into... You can't build into 2 damage types in Diablo 4, sadly. Army of the Dead isn't a build anymore. I'm just gonna put Army of the Dead as... It's just bad. You can do it. I don't care. I'm not gonna teach you how to do it because it's bad. Bone Spirit. Bone Spirit has to deal double damage. So. Use Bone Storm for corrupting to activate Affliction. But you would always be applying vulnerable to... There's no Necromancer build where you don't apply vulnerable to a target. Okay. So that's the Titanfall changes. Necrotic Fortitude is better. Cool. Ossified Essence. Damage per essence raised to 0.7. So to get up to 140% cap, you need 200 essence. Via corpse tendrils? No, you just run lucky hit chance to be able to apply vulnerable. But also, you wouldn't use Bone Storm on an Affliction build. You would just use Soul Rift. Basically, there's no overlap between Bone Storm and Soul and Affliction in a meaningful way. So I'm not sure why we're working from the assumption that you would even be using Bone Storm in the first place. How do you get to 200 maximum resource on your build? You've got to build it to prove me wrong. You can't really prove me wrong. The things I said are objectively true. You can do what you're saying. It would just be suboptimal. Like, this is not my opinion. This is just how the numbers work. How do you get to 2? Sorry. I start getting a lot of pings when things happen. And you know what? I don't like it. Like, I like feeling cool, right? Everybody likes that. I just don't like getting pinged all the time. What's the next build for Necro now? Me attempting to answer that would be like the utter limits of hubris. We are here. Can you play Blighted Corpse Explosion now? You can play it right now already. So yes. How do you get to 200 max resource on a build? Anything interesting? The entirety of the patch notes. This is the most interesting part of a game, is trying to understand the impact of changes, I think. Ossified Essence. $200 max resource. Yes, the ranks to Skelly Mages should work, Zendefta. I would never walk into the season assuming that they're not. How do you get to 200 max resource on a build? Because for everybody who missed it, Bone Dusters is now very different. The first Bone Spear that will hit an enemy in a Bone Prison is guaranteed to overpower. It's no longer you will overpower when you hit a target in a Bone Prison. So the question becomes, how do you play Blood Spear? Just kind of straight up. Like, is Blood Spear even a thing? Should say 2 to 3 mobs at least. Oh no, it's every mob in there will be overpowered. But it's only the first Bone Spear which you cast. So the question becomes, 1, does my double cast Bone Spear hit? 2, does my Bone Spears from Endira's Memory cast hit? Can you spam cast Bone Prison? You can. That is losing animations of casting Bone Spear itself. You will be spamming Bone Prison. It's how much of a reduction in damage output is it? Like, what does Bone Spear look like if it doesn't overpower 100% of the time? I don't know the answer to that question. So we have to look back at maybe you move away from maxing out all of Overpower and you instead run something like Ossified Essence. The question becomes, how do you get to 200 maximum resource? Now, there's also a change to Bone Graft. And almost certainly, they also changed how much resource you gain, because if they didn't, we're in a very fun place. By the way, this change to Bone Dusters, I think, is so far off the mark, I don't quite understand it. You want ads? Okay. I will run a short amount of ads because we did just run ads. I will run the minimum number of ads. I can't even. We can run ads. You recently ran an ad, so I actually cannot run ads yet, but we will in a little bit, Doctor. Thank you. I appreciate you supporting me financially. No, you're all set. Just remind me. I appreciate you. So, how do we get to 200 maximum resource is a question that we should all be asking ourselves. Tybalt's Will. You would not use Tybalt's Will. You use Endira's Memory. You also do not use Shaco. You use Deathless Visage on a Bone Spear build. So we're looking for things that you would actually put onto a build rather than just things that can happen. So we get Unliving Energy for free. That's 3. No, Dr. Moreau is saying, I'd like to help you pay for that house that you just bought, and I appreciate that. So you get 3 here. You get 30 on your Deathless Visage. You wouldn't Masterwork crit this because you want the chance for Bone Spear to cast twice. So that's 33. We do have Bone Graft. That's 49. 53. 57. 61. Bone Graft itself. I assume this also got changed. New house? Yes, we did buy a new house. How do you spell incalculable? Incalculable. Incalculable. Oh, I spelled it right. Good job. Good job, me. Interesting. Okay. Incalculable. I think it's incalculable. How do you spell this? Incalculable. Calculate, calculable, incalculable. Yes, okay. It was the first thing in the US to offer in-school lunches. Oh, that's interesting. Boston's also built on a giant marsh that we just bombed the mountains in Massachusetts, the Tri-Mount, and filled in the marsh of. So like half of Boston is actually just a blown up mountain. And the city of Revere, 10 minutes north of Boston, hosts the United States' first national beach. Yet how big the overall overpower nerf is? Significant, but we have not calculated it. 8? Huh. Interesting. Okay, we live in an interesting world. So back to calculating. So 8, 16, 28, 58, 61. How do you, okay. 3 more is 70. 70. 90. We don't run Path, but Path or Trighoul helps. But the build doesn't run Path. Well, the build can. No, the build has to run Cax. The build has to run Zan now. Yeah, that's with the Elixir. So Bloodsphere has to run Zan. Blood Spear is going to do a 10th less. How do I calculate this? It's going to do a 20th of its current damage. First spear hits, overpowers. Second spear doesn't. Spears from Indira's don't. Zan regains some overpower. You run ossified now. How do we apply curses? You don't stack enough essence? You do. You can't use. Rathmas does nothing. There's no universe where you use Rathmas. Because you don't overpower every hit. You overpower on the first spear. You overpower on the first spear. Zan lets you overpower every once in a while. Oh, you also have to heal. Now. You just don't use Indira's. Right? Like, we just don't overpower anymore. They just, like, have to revert this change. Like, I actually can't think of anything else. Like, it's fundamentally the build doesn't function. How do I calculate this? No, so Bone Spear does tier 4. Before we all lose our minds, Bone Spear is a build that can do tier 4. The thing that made it relevant in the meta was that it would overpower 100% of the time. Now it will not. And the question becomes, what do you do when it doesn't overpower 100% of the time, but instead overpowers some of the time? And the question becomes, do you continue to make it a blood skill? Like, it's a fundamentally different build. No, it's not going to overpower once per second. It's going to overpower once per time that you cast Bone Prison. Can you spam cast Bone Prison? A little bit. But the question would become, why would you? It's literally the first spear that hits. So you fire off 4 spears per spear. The first spear overpowers. You would never, like, you can't cast Bone Prison in between each spear. That is a, like, that already is what? You go from doing 3 extra damage per second to 1.25 your damage per second. Then it's not blood scale anymore. That would be one of the things to consider. I'm not so much worried about like the gems and stuff. I'm trying to figure out, how do you make Blood Spear work? Like functionally, how does Blood Spear work? I think the answer is it doesn't. Because you can't heal. How do you heal? Like, the blood attack speed almost doesn't matter if you can't attack at maximum attack speed. Doombringer only mildly worked because you also got maximum life, which gave you overpower. Use bone waves to spawn prisons? No, not really. Like, okay. Like, you can't out-heal it. You functionally can't out-heal it. Once per enemy, every 5 seconds. Damage from your catalyst will heal you. Blood orbs can't help with healing. For blood orbs to work, you need to be getting your blood orbs, which in the current meta, you do stand close enough to pick up blood orbs. So it becomes like a weird blood surge where you're constantly stagger stepping to pick up the orbs that you make from lucky hit chance. But the issue being, though, that that wasn't optimal damage application anyways. But it was the most damage that we could output because of the requirements for our aspects and rune words. Run a shield? You lunatic. Like, not overpowering on 12 spears per second. And if you don't run in deer... Okay, there's so many... Oh, what do you do? Like, I can't stress enough how much of a damage reduction it is to not overpower on 12 bone spears per second. Like, you can't generate enough blood orbs. Can you? No. The answer is no. And they made Blood Wave generate less blood orbs. Why? Help me. Help me. Help. D4 devs, help me. D4 devs, walk me through this one. Can I have my own personal D4 dev to talk to me on stream? I would love to go talk to Aislinn, but I have to like talk about very specific math and then just stare at my computer for like 5 minutes at a time. I don't need to scream off I really don't need to scream off camera. I need to understand what the intention is so that I can build towards it. How much healing can I get on a build? Yeah, what up, Terry? What do we do? 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 Okay. Let's talk about how many blood orbs we can realistically... Okay. Here's what we do. 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 Here is what we do. Here's what we do. Here's what we do. Here's what we do. It's so bad. It's like trying to think about it. It's going to be very bad. It's going to be very weak and bad. And feel very bad? It's going to feel very bad. It's going to feel bad and be bad. Okay, I just have to make an assumption. Let's talk about assumptions I can make. Let's make an assumption. No, that doesn't work. You have to overpower. You have to overpower for it to work. So we have to overpower. It's so bad. I can't. Yes, all the extra spears proc Lucky at chance. You can't consider orbs, we don't move around that much. Blood Surge does, right? Like, so here are the issues. If we're not overpowering, then we shouldn't use the pants. If we're not using the pants, we have to eat corpses. We have to build into essence. You can fit corpse explosion on the bar. But you no longer have you no longer have enough Paragon boards because you would no longer build into Bloodbath. And you would no longer build into Blood Begets Blood. So we don't have anything to replace that with. So you go back around. We go back around. Oh, does this not use Bloodbath? Or Bone Graft? What am I looking at? Is this mine? Well, we use Bone Graft. We use Bone Graft and Scent of Death. Okay, so we're there. Why are you speccing out a Blood Begets Blood? How will you make blood orbs on Bone Spear if you don't run the pants? Yeah, but you don't have to anymore because Scent of Death exists. Also, all this maximum life doesn't do anything anymore. It keeps you alive. Well, so doesn't the damage reduction from Scent of Death, but... I at least answered one part, which is we actually do have enough boards. We have these 2 boards. Like, the question becomes, do you just stop using Indiras? Do you use Bone Dusters? You do, yes. It says your Bone Spear does 50% increased damage to the target in a Bone Prison. And it also says you would overpower for free once every time you cast Bone's Prison. So that is, like, big. It's better than Serration. So it's just not a Blood Spear build anymore. Like, Indiras just doesn't work. How do they expect you to heal? You just can't. So rather than Indiras, you just run, what's it called? Blood Moon. You can't out-heal with potions at max attack speed. It's not even close. Then you lose Dark Dance. In summary, the new season is garbage. That's a interesting takeaway from me trying to figure out the puzzle of a build. I do not believe that that is the takeaway. But if the only thing that you cared about was playing Blood Spear, then sure. Okay. Huh. Give healing on kill for Iron Maiden? Yeah, that doesn't really help in the pit. You have to shoot monsters 100 times to kill them, so you have to deal with eating your health 100 times. I don't think anybody uses ossified essence. If my Blizzard and Twitch accounts haven't been linked, I'm not sure, PJ. Just link them now and see what happens. So... Okay. Okay. So here are my assumptions. Here are my assumptions. Here are my assumptions. Blood Spear will actually continue to function in the way that it currently does. It will, during this season, use the power that heals you, use Variana to heal you, drink potions more aggressively, and stagger step a bit to pick up blood orbs. It will continue to use Rathmas as a source of overpowering, and now it has become a higher damage output, but worse gameplay experience than Blood Surge. And then will get changed in the next season. Or hot fixed. Or like quick patched. Because what Indira's memory brings to the table is too many things. Do you think Bloodwave will survive the 3-2 Blood Orb nerf and still reset? So Bloodwave doesn't use fast blood in the end game. You don't think it heals enough? I believe that the build will drop blood attack speed. It will weave in casting Bone Prison much more often. And then we'll just like chug pots in between with Variana giving you some healing. And maybe we try to stack healing received a bit. And I think you will often fail to heal. And you will lose Tides of Blood every once in a while. But losing out on it entirely is more damage loss. And that's like the best assumption I got until we can pilot it. Like I think the build is now doing 1/10 of its previous damage output, is just clunkier to play, feels worse to play from Bone Prison spam, and is not going to be worth playing when Bone Spirit exists. But I can't think of a way forward where it doesn't continue to try to be a blood skill that auto-eats corpses and fires off additional Bone Spears. Like, even if you didn't get the overpower part of it, shooting 4 Bone Spears is better than shooting 1 Bone Spear, even if you're stacking crit. And Bone Dusters is still the strongest aspect because it still says grant 50% damage multi, and sometimes you overpower. And then on top of that, since Maximum Life doesn't play into... Well, no, it still does for the base multi. But even... And I think it uses Cax Rune. Or Zan. Like, I think it's worse in its entirety, and you still do it. Because it's just better. Because a 120 times damage multi is the strongest you're ever going to get. And Bone Dusters is the strongest multi after that you're going to get. And you need to be close to apply your curse anyways. The question is whether... Well, see, the Rathmos get you to overpower. Isn't Bone Dusters only a 50% multi? Or a 45? Oh, did they also change it slightly? I mean, it's still better than Serration. It's slightly worse than Damned, but we also have to see how Damned really works for it. Fixed an issue where Bone Spear and Bone Splinters triggered from Skeleton Mages were not properly inheriting summoning minion or Skeleton Mage damage bonuses. Oh, snap. Oh, that's wild. We'll also have to look at what that means. Have I covered the Necromage's build yet? Have I covered it? Yeah, I already have a video up on my YouTube. You can check it out. It's going to be very good. Yeah, so in looking at ossified essence, I don't think... Does anything use ossified essence? I honestly, like, so the only one that's going to use ossified essence is... Well, Bone Spirit will, right? Does ossified essence and Zan rune work together? Or Cax rune? It does for the Bone Spirit base multi, but does it work for... Well, where does Bone Spirit get? Gee, these changes are hard. These changes are hard to think about. Bone Spirit obviously gets all the way up. So as long as Ossified Essence works as you trigger Cax, then we're good. Wait. Yo, thank you very much, Tati. What's going on? How's Season 9 looking for Necro? I can't. I honestly can't tell you yet. Sirach, how do we get to 275 resource? Do I have a playlist for my tutorials? I do not. No, Tati. I have a tutorial playlist for how to do the pacifist paladin in D2R or in D2. You can check that out. This gets up to 45 stacks, right? So that's 90. 121, 141. 149. Bone graft won't give 16. So, I hear you, Tati. I do have a playlist for pacifist. You just have to...
You subscribe to a bad content
I don't have a playlist, and I'm not going to be making one anytime soon.
You're a real one.
IO Mac.
I just have too many things that would end up in the playlist. It would basically just be everything that I've made in D2 that aren't build guides. But yeah. TK, thank you very much for the 7 months. Thank you very much. Hey, yo. But I'm very glad that you enjoy the videos. Hand of Nas, what does our survivability look like? It's good. Thank you very much, man. Is there a Hand of Nas Bone Spear Mage build? No, there is not, because they just die. Like, the issue with Bone Mages is that they die. Like, that hasn't really changed. What are my thoughts on the nerf to Overpower? Long overdue, something that needed to happen. Wish to have you back in D2. You missed it. All my last streams have been Diablo 2. I stream Diablo 2 when I have something to cover in Diablo 2. Yeah, I've been streaming a challenge run, but for right now I'm talking about Diablo 4. So I'd like to stay on this topic. No, I just play the games that I want to play, that have things for me to cover. And I don't play Diablo 3. Okay, so Bone Spirit uses... What's it called? Uses ossified essence. Okay. So for Bone Spirit, you go from... the 9% damage increase. You too, Tati. Anything new on the patch from Campfire? Yeah, the Campfire doesn't really cover the patch notes at all, so it's basically all new. Okay. Obviously, like, we have to look at basic skill builds, right? Okay, Affliction. The actual base effect. You went from a 1.15 to a 1.45. So it is this number. 26.1% damage multi. So Sever, Blight, Infinimus will be using Shadow Blight. Lowlance, Blood Surge, Blood Spirit. Obviously Affliction itself. Pretty big. Have a good one, Sirach. Are the patch notes more disorganized? In what way? Alaron, thank you for the follow. Also, Mexamillion, Axel, Sally Stitch, Maggot Lord, Mantamba, thank you very much for the follow. Shen, Ray, Agandoya, Ensign, thank you for the follows as well. Sorry, I missed all those. Also, Rage Rays, if you're still here, hold on, I got raided? Hold on, Anacake raided me? What was I doing? Hey, Anacake. All right, hold on real quick. Sorry, I missed that. Went to the bathroom, rip. Rage Rays, if you're still here, thank you very much for the 7 months. I apologize for not recognizing that earlier. Also, Kajitar, if I didn't oh, no, I think I did. But thank you anyways. I did? Okay. I feel better. Does anybody else use Affliction? Trevor and Blight do. Bloodwave doesn't. Minions doesn't. Minions doesn't? Minions does. Uses colognes. Bone Storm uses Ossified Essence. And Spear didn't. No, that's awesome, Axel. Infinimus won't because it will be a Shadow Blight build. Dotwave uses Affliction. So. No. Army of the Dead technically did. Not that it matters. Shadow Blight won't, obviously. Although Shadow Blight's not really a build, right? Infinimus will be Shadow Blight. I'm getting rid of Shadow Blight. Because Infinimus is now just Shadow Blight. So this is what we're going to do. Is there no way to run Army of the Dead? You can, just why would you? Affliction's damage itself, scaling damage, cap increase to 900. So you get it 10 times instead of 5 times, so you're dealing double damage. Affliction bonus is a 2x. And then the base damage well, hold on. Well, I mean, this ends up being the same regardless. It's an 80% increase. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. You have even less reason to run Army of the Dead with Overpower getting nerfed. I just... You can do it. I refuse to cover it because I think it's just a very bad build. Like, I have a bias. I think that the gameplay loop of Army of the Dead is terrible, and until they change this sword, I'm not even going to educate people on how to play it, because when I educate somebody on how to play a build and then they go have a bad time with it, I am responsible for their having of a bad time, regardless of whether or not I put as many disclaimers as possible in. I legitimately believe that the play style of the build is so bad that I would never recommend it. Not only would I not recommend it for pit pushing, where I found it heinously unfun to play, but on top of that, it has systematically lost its damage potential, and me trying to prop it up as if it's something that is, like, viable to enjoy will not make it be the squeaky wheel that it could be. And then on top of that, what it seeks to do is just worse than the same engine would seek to do. And its only purpose is to say, what if this ultimate skill did the primary damage and not my minions? So, like, I think they made a bad playstyle. Straight up. I think the developers created a bad playstyle with this item that you are forced to use because it is the strongest option available by a far margin. Until they changed that, I don't see a reason to prop it up. In addition to that, it's lost all of its damage scaling, which is something that I gave feedback on, that it was disproportionately negatively impacted by these changes. It went from 141x down to a 4x. It absolutely could get nerfed, and there's no real problem with that. But it did not get compensated in any meaningful way. And I refuse to be responsible for people having a bad outcome. Not only that, bringing it into like fast content, your gear needs to be so optimized for you to be able to cast it every monster pack that you just have a bad time with it again. So like, it's not good for speed farming low content. It's not good for pit pushing. It feels terrible in pit pushing, and you're kind of deactivated in speed farming content. So then where is it good? It is exactly good where your build is just barely successfully killing the monsters in the amount of time of the duration and the cooldown. And if you're at that point in a build, you're having a bad time. So I refuse to propagate best practices for optimizing it because I legitimately have a bias against it, and I guess I'm weaponizing my platform in that way. So, you know, that's just I feel very strongly about it. Yeah, so whatever. Affliction looks kind of nutty. So where did Affliction get up to in the PTR? 69? Where did Affliction get up to? Because this is obviously like a lot. No, they've like quadrupled its damage output. Shadow Blade. Is a 1.5. Shadow Blade damage cap. Shadow Blade. Equal to a 5.5 versus a 4. So a little bit more than a third increase in damage. Blighted. Do we have an estimate or even a sure number on how many pit tiers 100% increase in damage is? Yeah, well, a couple things. One, apparently pit tier scaling has been changed a little bit, so I'm not exactly sure what the number is. Nobody really is. But we knew the scaling from the PTR. So yes, we can answer that question. They do not tell us the pit scaling values because it's supposed to be something that we like discover. I don't like that, but sure, like that's the ideology, so we work within that constraint. Nobody says constraint like that. I don't know what the fuck that was. Okay, so in the PTR, people got up to pit tier 100 with Shadow Blight, and I think you did Blighted on a two-hander and Decay on your amulet. Yeah, I tried to run Blight. That was wrong. Corpse Explosion was the answer. Which actually makes... So, like... And let me kind of, like, walk through that. So, Blight does apply more procs per second on a single target. Its major issue is it actually doesn't apply nearly enough procs per second on a swath of enemies, whereas Corpse Explosion hits all of them. What would be X before the patch? It would depend on whether or not you were above or below Pit Tier 100. But below Pit Tier 100 was you needed 23% more damage per Pit Tier, and above Pit Tier 100 was 28%. So 100% damage increase gets you 3 Pit Tiers. Blight is better on bosses. It procs Shadow Blight faster on bosses. It does less damage though, because you lose out on an aspect. So it's worse against density, and it ends up being less damage per second on a boss, but it does trigger it faster. Like, the logic of using Blight made sense until you look at how it actually plays in like density situation and what your maximum damage potential is. Hold on, you're saying Ebon Piercer was better? I thought y'all ran Corpse Explosion. Am I insane? Oh wait, why is Ebon... Hold on, why is Ebon Piercer? Hold on. Why Ebon Piercer? Like, Corpse Explosion is your primary application tool, right? The extra Ebon projectiles made more corpses? Oh, so that's impossible. They very specifically removed Lucky Hit Chance from the Ebon Piercer bolts. Because of its initial release into the game back when we were using the Lucky Hit Chance. If what you're saying is true, something very different is functionally occurring with Ebon Piercer. Oh, I was just I was doing my inputs for I was doing my inputs for Diablo 2. So Corpse Explosion is still the primary triggering effect. How? 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 Hey? Hey, how? Hey, how? Hoj, thank you very much for the new sub. Welcome on in. Is this like secretly within the range of my dot? Hold on. How are you happening? How is this happening? How is this happening? Cape of Escape, thank you very much for the follow. Hey, real quick, how's this happening? Hey, everybody. Hey, real quick. Hey everybody, how's it going? My name is MacroBioBoi. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. How's that happening? How does this build do with Affliction being quadruple in damage? This build doesn't care about the damage that Affliction applies. It only cares about the damage multiplier. And it gained an amount of damage, about 26%, something like that. No, 1.45 divided by 1.15 is 3 is 2. Yeah, like 20 something percent, 27%. I have the exact number. The exact number is 26.1% damage increase.
What do you need?
Hey everybody. So, real quick, the thing that I keep saying, hey, how is that happening? So Ebon Piercer, the extra little triggers there, isn't supposed to trigger lucky hit chance. It's just not supposed to. It used to a long time ago, and then it got changed to not because of its interaction with other lucky hit chance triggers, and that it would trigger them too quickly.
Subscribe to a bad content creator. You're a real one.
And as you can see, it is not triggering lucky hit chance to be able to do cold damage. We'll keep casting it for a little bit just to make double sure, you know. But you'll notice we're never doing an instance of damage. So it triggers huge flesh. That's just a bug. Okay. All right. Okay. Scormus, thank you so much for the 8 months, friend. Thank you, thank you. We're so close to having a baby. You'll get to name it. Okay. And I have a lot of lucky hit chance right now. I have 130, so I have double the lucky hit chance bonus. Like you'll see with Decompose, I will eventually trigger the lucky hit chance to do damage. Hold on. There you go. Oh, actually, that might have been, what's it called? There you go. So that was that. Hold on, I'm critting pretty often. As you'll see, I'm actually triggering it like fairly often. Right? All right, I'll be right back. Curious if you have a plan route for Army of the Dead for Season 8. I believe so. It would be in my Discord, probably. It wouldn't be on Max Roll, no. But see how it's never triggering this other thing? Wouldn't it be silly if it never did that? So it's just a bug where it triggers hued flesh. And then obviously if you were to like cast directly in, you'd get so many. Yeah. Yeah, look at how many it's casting. Okay. Okay. So, back to what we were watching. You triple masterwork crit stuff? You're a lunatic. Okay, so this is pit tier 100 on, I would argue, perfect gear. Okay, that's good to know. You were running Catalytic skill deals damage over time? What was up with that? Like, unless this thing had lucky hit chance or something. Yeah. I think I ended up just using like the damage reduction one. Also, y'all should go subscribe to O's. If they hit only 1,000 subscribers, they would be able to monetize their videos. It's the second listed effect, so it's like the break barrier or the, you know, remove suppressor. That effect is the secondary effect of your infusion. So, okay. I mean, Evan Piercer isn't terrible in that gives you ranks to Blight, ranks to Reaper's Pursuit. Finality. You're killing me on finality. Well, the argument is you would always be fighting somebody who has ads. You don't have 100% uptime on finalities. Bonus. It's important. What? Hey, O's. What's this for? Oh, so that you don't run one on the ring. Really? Can you ask a question about? Sure. Also a little bit cool because it comes with a lucky hit chance proc, right? The new Bloodless Scream would get a lot. It would, yes. I'm not exactly sure what the number would look like, but the answer is a lot. Like, Bloodless Scream is absolutely something that we should be looking at. Here's the issue, though. It doesn't have chance to deal double damage. So that kind of sucks. Is that a temper? Did something take that temper away? Is something in these patch notes say that went away? Shadow Blight 2x damage? Oh, no, I'm talking to Bacterial. Not in regards to Shadow Blight specifically. Feel like Unique should get one temper? I hard disagree. One of the best parts about Uniques is that you don't have to temper them. And also, if they just get the same number of stats as the legendary items, then, like, we're even further gone. Uniques are already way too insanely powerful. The issue is that the temper exists, not that uniques don't have it. So we're using Evan Piercer, but it's mostly because of a bug. But it is a bug. But it's an interesting bug. Yeah, be good, Kajitar. Any noticeable changes for the mages besides the unstoppable buff? They will shatter more often. I feel like they've generally set huge flesh outside the norm. No. So I understand that viewpoint. It's always actually just been bugs. Every time we've been able to lucky hit chance with something that you shouldn't, it's actually just bugs and not an intentional decision by the devs. In fact, the bugs with it have like caused us to like fundamentally misunderstand lucky hit chance for a very long time. Oz, do you have any idea how many triggers per second you would say you were getting on average? Like to just kind of try to put a number to it. Eight per second. Yeah. Let's say it's 8 hits per second. Let's math this out, right? .5 and now it will be 1.7. Two, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8. Season 9, the Horadrim Infusion will set its elemental damage to the max damage you got. Then why don't max, for example, vulnerable damage and use Shadow Infusion? Because it only works for elemental damage types. So it only works for fire, cold, lightning, poison, physical, and shadow. Drop still active? I am not sure. It should like say it above me, like when you're in the chat. Is this accurate? How do I quantify this? No corruption? Nope. Just plain elemental. Last Epoch? Last Epoch is a lot of fun to play. It's like old Diablo 2, but on crack. How do you quantify the increase in damage here? Oh no, my damage numbers are super duper off. This is not accurate. This is nowhere near accurate. So it goes... Hold on. How do I calculate? Hold on. So also, why are all of these so big? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. This is 1 damage, this is 1 damage. This is equal to... this multiplied by 1 plus 0.5 times this shouldn't be 2. 1 plus 0.5 multiplied by this should be 1.5. Why is it 2? Oh, because it's not rounding properly. Or I'm sorry, it's rounding. Okay. What? Oh no, this needs to be first cast you get nothing. Next cast has been consecutive. You increase your damage by 50%. Okay. Well, let's do it this way. Not 64. 48. 8 casts over 6 seconds is 48. 48 damage instances. Old, new. Okay. And this is the same, except this is C. And this is 0.7 minus 0.7. That's impossible. Hey. That's impossible. Okay. There we go. Okay. That's the answer. It's a 36 point. It's this. Okay, we got there. Holy. Blighted. The 36% increase in damage output. Accurate. Okay. Jesus. Wowie. Okay. It's pretty good. Hey. Bone dusters. Bone dusters. Bone dusters. I honestly can't say what Bone Spirit will look like. I actually just can't. So I'm actually just going to leave Bone Spear in question marks. I'm gonna leave Bone Spear in question marks. That's what I'm going to do. I feel that strongly. I literally can't say what will happen. I think Bone Spear will be good if someone finds a way to keep Bone Mages alive. I hard disagree. I don't think that mages. I don't think that Bone Spear as we know it will ever use mages. To be honest. But it is an interesting thing to now go look at. Unique items. Hand of Naz. Have you thinked about 100% crit chance Bone Spear with crit damage scaling will be any good like Season 1? Bone Spear always does 100% crit chance, so I don't have to think about that. That is the base expectation for the skill. But it won't be anywhere near Season 1, no. The only Bone Spear that got... Bone Spear was so bad there was no point to run it. Overpower was the only thing that made it even vaguely relevant. And now that is severely hamstrung. So Bone Spear will probably be something around like 1/10 of the effectiveness of current Bone Spear. And that's still better than not running Overpower. And the question becomes what that means. The Hand of Nas changes. How do I quantify this? Hand of Nas. Yeah, but it gets Unyielding Commander, Cult Leader, Hellbent Blood, Darkness, and Bone passives. You can't fit all of that onto one build, Bacterial, while continuing to scale the Bone Spear's actual damage. Like, it isn't Bone Spear plus all these multipliers. It's a completely different build that you're not scaling Bone Spear's damage in, to make room for the things to scale the mage's damage. And then the mages don't really do damage except with the Bone Spear. So you're not scaling Bone Spear's damage to increase how much damage they'll do with Bone Spear. And we already know they don't really do damage without Mendeln, so also they just die. So like, again, we have to look at it to see what it does, but it isn't take Bone Spear and add on minion damage multis. It's what's the point of scaling two different damage types? Is Bloodwave is go to a new minion gloves build? I don't know, Jacksaw. I haven't finished getting through the patch notes. You'll see I'm here. So we haven't finished going through them yet. Any new endgame content or still a boring game? If you believe the game is currently boring and that it doesn't have endgame content, I don't think that I can engage in a genuine conversation with you that would actually educate you in any meaningful way. How do I quantify the damage gained from Hand of Nas? Because it is a damage gain. It goes from 1 in 6 to 1 in 3 for the base damage. So the Hand of Nas bonuses. How do we tank damage for mages? We don't. I actually don't know what the developers are talking about when they say that, Jack. You tank damage at the same rate that you always tanked damage, and you have to move out of the way of direct attacks on you, which is something you already had to do on a minion build. And you don't tank for your mages, and your mages don't need tanks. I'll be honest with you, I've never understood what they meant when they say now you tank for your mages, because you just don't have to, because they don't take damage. That has always very much confused me about the messaging about this item. But the answer is barrier generation from Necrotic Fortitude. They don't take damage, but they'll die? No, your minions don't die. Ever. Not in the end game. The bone mages die because their thing says when they attack, reduce their life by 10%. Those die because their effect says kill themselves. Your actual mages that you will use don't die. The 1 to 6 to 1 to 3 is a who cares? It's relevant. You know, some of these other changes are a damage reduction or increase by 6%, so saying it doesn't matter doesn't really fit with the rest of it. One in every 6 versus 1 in every 3. 4. What did I calculate the damage of their gloves? Could be corpse explosion. Gaining the summoning tag sadly doesn't do anything. You realize that the summoning tag doesn't really have avenues by which to scale its damage except from Hellbent Commander and Unyielding Commander. There's actually nothing else that increases summoning damage. It's all minion specific. You just teleport, interrupt them attacking. And is there a cooldown? There is a cooldown. It doesn't it very slightly interrupts their attacking, but not to a meaningful degree. It's actually better for keeping them closer to where you want them. It ended up being a benefit and not a downside. Any improvement makes me happy. I'm saying it's not an improvement. I'm not trying to shit on your happiness. It's just, it is actually an irrelevant thing. Yeah, I don't... It's a 33% damage increase if it hits once every 3, which is roughly what the math comes out to be. It used to be 1 out of 6, but it was for like a 10th of their damage. No. They did like 56, and Mendeln is like 180. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like 1/5 of their damage. I'm just gonna calculate it at 1/5 of the damage. So it was a 1.2. It is now wait. No. I'm gonna say it's a 3% increase. There we go. So Hand of Naz Rock is somewhere around that much increase in damage. Oh wait, what am I doing? Definitely more in a pack, because doing more AoE damage matters, obviously. But not an incredibly large amount. Them gaining Unstoppable. I'm gonna call it 10% increase in damage, and it might be more. I can't really. I can't put a number to this, but it is big. It's potentially more than that. It's good. I just don't know what this is supposed to do. Oh, and I guess we should calculate this. What's most important? The ranks here. So plus 10 Skelly ranks. So if these now work, which we're hoping that they do, that's 20 per, so right now it's only a 3x, and it will be a 5x. 3x, 5x. 3x versus a 5x. 66% increase in damage. Ostensibly that was fixed. You got me there, Raven. You do got me there. So here's my thing. What's the point of this? And why do we not want Bloodless Scream to work for dot builds? Like, what is it about dot builds that they hate? Will the passive on Bloodless Scream even work for this? No. I legitimately do not understand what the purpose of this thing is. Like, this is so beyond the pale. I'm not sure what this thing's purpose was. So, here's the issue with Bloodless Scream. Bloodless Scream for Blight, which is the only build that would ever use it, says gain a 3x multi against bosses, gain a roughly 2x multi against elites, gain a 3x multi against trash mobs. So you do more damage to trash mobs than elites, the thing that you don't want to be doing. And every once in a while, trigger stagger. And now it gains more darkness skill charges, which don't, or skill ranks, which don't matter on Blight, because Blight's damage is all through Evan Piercer. The thing with Blight is it just doesn't have a lot of damage multipliers. But luckily it doesn't have a lot of slots to put damage multipliers. And now it will have a competitive amount of intelligence, because it currently does, it has less intelligence than a regular two-hander. It gained a lucky hit chance to be able to restore resource, which is required for it to be able to work with Cax, which is a great change. It gains more darkness skill ranks, so your Soul Rift uptime is better on Blight. And it gained a lucky hit chance for a proc for a damage type you can't scale, because we do damage over time, not plain shadow damage. So where you can use it is on Sever, but on Sever you would rather use Reaping Lotus. So why? Like, you can run this as a proc build, right? We did like Doombringer X Falls on Blight. But it's really bad there. So you can use it on Shadow Damage Bone Spear? Where again the multi from the weapon doesn't work for the proc? So what's the point of the proc? Brackus, thank you for the follow. Like, can you do stuff with this? Yes. Would you ever legitimately equip this on a build as a best in slot option? No. So then what's the point of it? What's the point? Like, if the unique nerfs posted on Wowhead, the patch notes are up. So if they just post from the patch notes, then yes. But I don't know. What is the point of Bloodless Scream? What do they believe Bloodless Scream does? Well, that's just it. Like, this makes Bloodless Scream better. It does. But, like, Bloodless Scream's current purpose is if you haven't found a good rolled aspect and you don't have a good weapon and you get it, you put it on and you will do more damage. But it is bad. The only skill that we have that doesn't run deal double damage is Sever because we have it on our boots. But you would never use this on Sever. I mean, I guess you... But no, you want Reaping Lotus. Like the difference between putting Reaping Lotus on an amulet right? This is 1200 damage versus $1,600. And you lose an aspect. Oh, right, you can't eat because you run Banished Lord's Talisman. Fucking Christ. Okay, so let's assume you don't run Banished Lord's Talisman. Right? You would lose an aspect. In the aspect, you would lose... Well, maybe you don't run Banished Lord's Talisman anymore. It could be best in slot on a Shadow Iron Maiden build. It could be. Let's just assume you're not using Banished Lord's Talisman, right? And so it's 55, it's an 83. But you gain and then you gain a what? Let's just, well, 3x, 2x. Let's call it a 2.5x. Right? And you're like, well, hold on. Hold the phone there, Mac. That's more damage. Hold on, Mac. Have you been lying to us this entire time? Hold on. That's more damage. What's not clocking for you? That I'm standing on business. No, but then you lose 300 additive damage and then you lose 12 ranks to Titan's Fall. So like, huh. Equal to multiplied by, you go to 1.2 divided from 12 is 60. It's 1.8. So to equip this on the best build that would ever use it, you are doing 68% of your previous damage while ignoring the additive damage that you're losing. So I repeat the question. Who's supposed to use it? Okay, I'm over it. I'm over it. Blood the Scream doesn't matter. Technically, you gain the Darkness skill ranks. That is something to consider. So it goes to 4. On top of the ranks that we already had. Which is... push. So we're already at 24. So it's 11 per. Push. It's some amount. It's like an additional quarter. Roughly. Right? Around there. A little bit more. It's called 33%. So you're doing 90% of your previous damage. If Bloodless Scream works, it's a proc build, but its multiplier doesn't work for the proc. So it's an aspect that does nothing. So then, like, the question just becomes, like, 4K, not this. I guess it's because it could be a GA in addition to this. This one doesn't either, but sorry. Yeah, but you get to run a focus with an aspect on it. But yeah. Base damage much bigger? Sure. Is it much bigger? Actually? Yeah, it is. Well, that's only because it's a two-hander, though. But yeah. But, like, why not this, but with... a multi on it. This at 13. I would have to do the math. But this does end up being a very large base number. But like then this doesn't matter. This kind of matters. Can this overpower? I actually don't know. Obviously intelligence is relevant. And then the damage multi doesn't matter. So it's just like workshopping Bloodless as a build that uses Bone Prison plus Plunging Darkness using Propulsion and Frigid Heart to freeze enemies. Last one, Bone Prison. I'm not exactly sure what that means. But it sounds cool. I'll be right back. Grab a snack. if they hadn't killed the Blinky build, then Bloodless Scream would have been a consideration there. The teleport build? But Bloodless Scream doesn't increase that damage. Like the primary failure of Bloodless Scream is that it says darkness skills. I honestly don't know what this is for. And I believe somebody will make a build around it, and I think it will generally not do anything. Like, people will do it. I think it will be bad. Indira's Memory. I'm pretty sure like everything that's interesting on the Sorceress is due to a bug. Flesh Eater corpse requirement reduced from 5 to 3. This is unironically a thing. Like, this is actually pretty massive. I'm gonna call it like a 5% increase. Kind of across the board. Hulking Monstrosity. Your Golem deals increased damage. Skeleton Mages and Warrior Sacrifice bonuses grant an additional 35% Golem damage. Golem? Question mark? Golem? Question mark? Golem build? Oh, Hulking Monstrosity build? No, what's it called build? Fel Gluttony? Fel Gluttony, the build? Bone graft. Didn't scroll down. I'm confused by the question. Post build. Sadly, you can't post build links on YouTube. You can post it in the Discord for people to take a look at. Discord link is in the description. Okay. Why? But why? Would that build skip men down? Maybe. If Bloody Scream gets triple damage from attack speed. I mean, sure. That should not be happening. So I guess it could happen on Bloodless Scream. I don't see how it would or why it does. And it seems like if they know that this happens, I assume it's a bug that's been reported? Like, believe it's double dipping. Well, attack speed doesn't scale flat values on items. So that's not a double dip. Oh, you're saying because of this bug, that is like a double dip. Technically. Except, well, actually, just like also no. A double dip is very specifically when a thing would cause an increase in damage to occur more than once for an effect. Proccing something more often increases your DPS, which is not the same thing as saying increases that thing's damage. We use double dip a lot. Like, we use double dip a lot when we just don't need to. Because it doesn't, like, more accurately communicate the thing that is occurring. The only build that used Bloodless Scream is Soul Rift Unmaker. Yeah. Soul Rift Unmaker could use Bloodless Scream. 100% attack speed would mean you attack twice. Well, 100% attack speed doesn't double the rate at which you attack. That is not a true statement. Going from 0% attack speed to 100% attack speed will typically get you like 8 frames or such. But yes, you will attack faster, meaning more procs per second on average. 100% attack speed does not double the rate at which you attack, because there are breakpoints. Well, it's not because there are breakpoints. One, there are breakpoints, but two, the speed at which you increase the rate at which you attack is not linear with the percentage. Like to show an example. So on Blight, going from 0 attack speed to 100 would net you 21 frames. Nearly double, but this is also on the slowest weapon base. What about here? So this is 15 frames, even on the fastest attack speed base. And then as you go from here to like the next one, it gets even less so. Like going up to 200% attack speed from this point does not then redouble the removal of frames. But yes, attack speed is not meant to scale the effect of damage on these effects. So here's the thing. Most builds just don't have a third jewel to run? So, like, you will use this jewel? It's just, like, not a particularly good jewel. So it's once on a boss, or when you CC them. So maybe you get it, like, 2 or 3 times on a boss. So very low uptime against a boss. On an elite, it'll have half uptime. Let's just call it a 20% multi. A 15% multi. Well, it depends on the content type. We're talking about pit pushing. Call it a 15%. Call it a 20%. I'm just gonna call it a 20. Will breaker. I'm gonna call it a 1.2. So what builds do physical damage? What's the uptime on mage builds? 1.2. So, like, I'm just saying it has 20%. So, like, here's the issue. It has 50% uptime against elites. It has 100% uptime against base monsters. It has effectively no uptime against a boss. Just effectively. Is it fair to make it less than 20%? It depends on how long you spend fighting each one. So you have to calculate your damage crowd controlled per build. I'm averaging it at half effectiveness. I can't individually calculate it per build. That would take me hours. Hours and testing in-game. Which I do not have the time for. And it's only because you just kind of didn't have anything else to use anyways. Although this should be down here, actually. This actually shouldn't go here at all. It should actually be down here. Any damage to non-elites? It does. Oh, does it? Actually, you know what? Yes. Oh. I thought, okay. No. I took this as an and. Like an and constraint of that, but I think you're right. Actually, I think it doesn't do fucking anything to them. No, I think this is an and constraint. So I think this is true. And then there is a constraint for how it applies to bosses and elites. That's my best guess. Can't prove it. That's what I'm going with. Reverie horns damage. So 1.5. Reverie. Reverie. Excuse me. call this 40% uptime. 20, a 1.2. Gross. Yeah, okay. Fear needs to be removed from this game. This is nothing. Has been slightly reduced. Hit tiers scaling? I don't even know. I don't even know how to takeaways. Pit tier scaling is different now. This might mean multiple pit tiers. They're performing builds. The additive damage bonus from Overpower. I would have to calculate this per build. I could put the 1.2 in the Blood Wave column. I did not. As per my calculation here, I did not. Yeah. Okay. Overpower additive. Gotta calculate this. Overpower additive. So it's per build. I would have to calculate this. That sucks. I don't want to. Yeah, these ones are different. It sucks. I'm gonna eventually change it. Overpower builds are significantly weaker. They are, yes. So let's start calculating some, you know? So build guides. Build. Blood Wave. Build. Holy. this build got up to 27,000 maximum life. And it had 40, 830, 9, 10. $14.35, 15, 16, 17, 18, 1800. Really? That doesn't seem right. Let me try that one more again. Doom Raider, thank you for the follow. 40. 840. 900. 1,000. 1,400. 1,475. 1,560. 16, 17-ish. 18-ish. 1,800. 1,800. So 1,800. Oh, and then it has blood overpower. 1,800. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 32-ish. 32. So 3,200. Roughly 3,200. So blood wave was 3,200 plus 2,700. This was equal to a 50. So this is 32, 33, 50, 60. So it's a 60 times multi versus a 33 times multi. So this is equal to 33 divided by 60. So it's doing 60% of its previous damage. .6. Okay, next build. And this is why I don't want to calculate this for everything. But we're gonna. Bone Spirit, so hard to say, honestly. I'm just gonna calculate it as if and call it there. Can't really do anything else. This runs Zal. Effects. Fortitude. Redamine Buzz. Zal. This not do nothing. Okay, so it's 25,807. 25,807. So this is Blood Spear. 25,807. Go to this, multiply by 1.2. So it's basically 31,000. Basically 31,000. 31,000 is 30.8. So that was 30.8. And Bill. Just know they war cries of one or more changes aren't going unnoticed. The team has been cooking on some of the biggest changes that really hit home on the things people have been asking for and more. We'll share more as we get closer. Ooh. I'm interested to know what that might mean. Bill. How do infusions work? Zalanti. Oh, I need to order food. Oh, I'm crashing. Sugar, thank you very much for the follow. Zalanti, thank you very much for the follow. I'm going to order Domino's. I want Domino's, damn it. What kind of coupons do we have? I don't know when I got stuck in the Bill Nye the Science Guy. Bill Nye the Science Guy. Bill. I don't know when I got stuck there, but now I am. Two topping pizza. I would like bacon. Black olive pizza, please. Oh, thank you. Special instructions, well done, please. Add that to my order. Bill. Loaded tots are kind of a good go-to. Maybe a pasta bowl? I fuck with their pasta bowls. A salad from Domino's? I always get the breads, but then like I eat those instead and then I get super full. Breads would be a great day 2 food. Done with this coupon. No, thank you. I don't want anything else. And then obviously, in addition to this, even though that is a perfectly reasonable amount of food, I would like some lava cakes. Thank you. And I will be checking out. Thank you very much. You might also enjoy no thank you. You can't make me order stuff I don't want. William Nye the Science Guy. Bill. Delivery. $6 delivery charge with tax. This is before I tip? Oh, me. Insane work, to be honest. Sign into your Dom. Yeah, why am I not signed in? Bill Nye the Science Guy. All right, so of course you got my card. Thank you. Leave it at the door. Pay with a card. Tip. A custom tip. $5. And the food's coming. Domino's tracker. Let's go. They're prepping. Okay. Yo, what up, Liz? Had to come see a Theorycraft in action. Also see if you're going to have a Skelly Mage army. Oh, yeah. That's the first thing I'm going to do. What about the Helping Commander rank fix on... You want ads? You were so right. Why didn't I do that earlier? I'm still gonna run ads. Oh, ads ran recently. Well, there you go. We got it. We got it, baby. Thank you, Grim. Back to what I was doing. You were so right. I should have been running ads. I don't know what the fuck I was doing. What is current problem with Fell Gluttony Golem build? Why minions clear pit 100 but Golem can't? Because it doesn't do a lot of damage? Not really a problem with it, it just does less damage, so it clears lower. Blood wounds, breaches, masterworking. Oh yeah, it's a weird thing, isn't it? I wish it wasn't. That'd be pretty chill. 745. 13. 13.7. 14.5. 16. 17. $18, $19. 21, 22, 23, 24. So this is currently a 55.8. It will be a 25. Blood Spear. If it could overpower 100%, we'll be doing that. No. Okay. Sever. Sever overpowers... Call it 33% of the time. Yo, Panda, what it do? Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody, from Panda Stream. My name is MacroBioBoi. It's a pleasure to see you. We are currently calculating the changes from the PTR balance patch notes to what we saw from the PTR. I'm currently calculating the difference in overpower additive per build, which takes a little bit because we gotta do some math and we have to approximate overpower rate, and then we have to determine additive values from that. So welcome on in. Stay a while and listen, as it were. Flesh area change. The flesh area change is actually very good, and it's going to equate to a damage increase across a lot of different builds, but I think the biggest W there is that it's actually going to make suboptimal play and lower APM play feel better because you're going to have better uptime on it than you would have previously. Like, you will often have not failed to have triggered it more often than you would have failed to trigger it. And players who aren't like hyper min-maxing their inputs just get to trigger it better. When is the new season? The 1st of July. So very soon. But yeah, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome on in. How did the Sork fare? Also, the Sork, like, in comparison, gets buffed here? Also, okay. Let's go figure this out. Let's go figure this out. So the overpower amulet is now dead? No. It just depends on your build. This is a game so far. I haven't played it since Season 1, 2. It's getting a lot of hate, so I wonder if I should come back or not. What's your take? If you haven't played since Season 1 or 2, you should absolutely be playing this game. If you liked Diablo 4 and you just wish that there was stuff to do and like just more of everything, playing right now, you would have an amazing time. It's worth playing now or wait for next season. I can't tell you whether or not it is worth it to you for you to play a game that you would enjoy. I think if you would enjoy a game, you would enjoy it regardless of... I don't know. I can't really tell you that. To be honest. I'm not sure how I would answer that. So So, I'm being told that this is how this works. Yeah. I would probably not play the game because it's about to completely change, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't. You know what I mean? So I'm here. Turn off. I don't have anything else going. $12.59. $12.59. Why would this ever be true? Huge overhaul coming? Yeah, brand new season. Is where why don't I see a lot of people playing hardcore? Less people play hardcore than non-hardcore, because in hardcore, if you die, you lose your character. Wow. It's actually going to be out for delivery very soon. Okay, back to what we were doing. I'm going to say Sever seeks to overpower 40% of the time. Effects. 19478. Uh, 1927. That seems wrong. Oh, because it's from the PTR value. Okay. So, we have 427. Oh, hold on. Oop, oop. 427. Oh, there's even less here now. That's okay. 427, 15 is 150 is 600. 427, 600 is 1000. So it's 10, 11, 14, 17.7, 18.7, 19, 20, 30. 30. Do 38, 7. Instead, it would only be 30. We're doing 80% of our damage. What up, Ghost Flame? Time for a new profession? Come play video games. Just do this, but for video games. Doth Rubbish, thank you so much for redeeming the Darkness. The Darkness has been redeemed. Hopefully, the Darkness will stay redeemed. Yeah, so expat, just as a quick explanation for Bloodless Scream, enemies don't have to be frozen to gain the damage multiplier of Bloodless Scream in the new version of it at all. They don't actually have to be frozen. In fact, the frozen doesn't matter. We'll watch, they'd be like, bro hasn't spoken a word in like 4 hours, I'm out. Oh, so you mean when I'm sitting there trying to consider a build? I feel personally called out. Yeah, I'm fucking with you. Blight, Bloodlance. Bloodlance overpowers an amount of the time. We'll just call these all 40% of the time. We'll just call these all 40% of the time. And Zal. Okay, so they have 34, 445, 34, 445, 34, 445, 34, 445, 34, 445. So they have 41, 334. They currently get 4,000. Which is 1,025. And for their planner, okay, pretty cool. They get so it's 130 less. 130 less. Okay. 40. To 56. To 80. 3, 4. 5. So this is 5. It's 480. So this is 5, 9, 10, 1270, 14, 15-ish. 18, 21, 22-ish. 22-ish. This is equal to 22 divided by 31.3. It's actually 23. Blood Lance. It's out for delivery. Let's go, baby. I'm so hungry. I'm actually like very close to passing out. Yeah. What they nerf on overpower, it no longer grants additive damage. At all. So a pretty big change. Blood Lance, Blood Surge. Blood Surge. So we get Fortitude. We get Buzz. We get Zal. So we get 34, 239, 34, 329. Surge. 34, 239. We'll do this. Multiply by 1.2. So it's 41,086. So it's basically this. It's basically 1,000. Then its additive is 427. 30 less, 427, 17. Let's see, 425. Oh, okay. 427, 425 is 950. All right, I'll be right back. Hey everybody, I'm gonna eat pizza like a goddamn Ninja Turtle.
Blessed above all others be the hour when you remember to remember me. I'm going to let you pray for me tonight. You shall die exquisitely.
The answer was it took me about a week.
So, here we go.
I'm eating black olive bacon pizza from Domino's. Well done. Pretty good. You want ads while I eat my pizza? This can't be true, right? I don't run a lot of... Do they change my ad time? All right, everybody, let's see under the hood. Yeah, I run a low amount. Like, this is the recommended amount. I run a low amount of ads. All right, YouTube, enjoy your ads. But yeah, this right here is a full damage calculator for the Necromancer. It's now out of sync because they've changed things foundationally, and I'm just not going to maintain it anymore since Maxroll has one. But I sat down for a week and created this. Where was where was the big one I had to do? Hold on. Oh, this one. Do you like my ifs statement? My nested VLOOKUP? Damn, that's a big ifs. This one's not that bad. I mean, basically everything I did was ifs and VLOOKUPs. All right, one more. And we're going back in. Holy crap, I was so wildly hungry. Sorry. I mean, the stuff I'm doing here is like pretty simple stuff. A lot of Excel, like depending on what you want to do, right? So I learned basic Excel, like the ability to do a pivot table, the ability to do a VLOOKUP, because that's what we were using. Apparently people use something else nowadays, because VLOOKUP requires you to look at your data in a particular orientation. Just like basic filtering and being able to like extract basic stuff. But like VLOOKUP, making a pivot table, just figuring out how to filter data, like literally just using like the base Excel filter and then working off of that. If statements, all your base statements, right? Like sum, prod, min, max, average, median. Like those ones are all pretty self-explanatory. What do they use nowadays instead of VLOOKUP? For a while, it was a nested something function, like search with another function. But nowadays it's like XLOOKUP or something. I forget what it's called now. What's the new VLOOKUP? Yeah, it used to be an index match. But nowadays people are using XLOOKUP. I don't know what that is. But I learned all of that from a college-age Indian kid who was here on a work visa when I worked as an ops analyst slash ops manager slash product owner slash senior account manager at a startup PBM. And that kid basically did this because they wouldn't give us access to the SQL database or allow us to query. But I would say the best way to learn Excel is to ask somebody what they want you to do in Excel and then literally Google that. And then they'll typically have like each function will have like a basic thing from Microsoft online, but then there will be a YouTube video about like how to do it 100% of the time, because so many people have been working in Excel for so long. But like I know it's not the most helpful. That is just like the truth. But as long as you have like a decent understanding of like basic arithmetic, algebra, and then a bit of an understanding about how like math gets applied, and then just kind of trying it and messing it up. I will say this one sucked the moon out of the sky. Not because it's actually hard. It's just difficult to remember whether or not the comma that you're inputting right now is defining the next portion of this function's argument, or internally defining the argument of the first part of it, because it is a multiple if function. And then understanding that, so like if we'll say, if this is true, do this. And then in false, I'm defining the false as a new if function of if it is this, do this. If false of that, do this. And then finally defining the end of that of if instead this was true, return its value as opposed to returning a different value. And then the only thing is that this had to have a nested VLOOKUP. Oh, here. I had to nest an and in my if, which was, you know, define all the points at which it would fail. but if at any point it was also that this was active, do a thing. If not, it's basically just treating it like this. And that was like the only thing that was kind of hard about how to engage with this, because this has to look at whether or not my unique page has the unmaker active here, because this would change whether or not the skill looks at instance damage or dot damage for Soul Rift. So you have the skill damage and the dot damage. Dot damage being of the actual skill. The skill damage here is defining the proc from Unmaker. And then turning this back off. Yeah, we'll drop this down to 0 because it's no longer doing this additional proc. Like, at the end of the day, like, all this is like fairly straightforward. This is just the calculation for how much additive damage you gain based off Fortify maximum life, which would also look at the percentage of overpower here to get the average expected value, as opposed to, like, 100% means you overpower 100% of the time, so you get 100% of this value. But in attempting to calculate average damage of the output, you have to look at what your expected average is, you know, with a large enough data sample where you would assume that you would successfully overpower at the rate that this says. But that's not really like an Excel thing. It's just a logic thing. So much of Excel comes down to whether or not you can follow the logic of what you're trying to define. And if you can understand the logic of what you're trying to define, then Excel can define it for you. Oh, and then let function is very good. So let will basically allow you to say the outcome from this will be a value defined by a set of structures. And then you can use a let function to, like, I don't know. I found so much of my Excel, I think I cheated a lot in Excel, which is, no, I didn't just take the data set and then just apply a single function and get an output. You use different functions to be able to derive values from the data set that you have, and then you use a function to simply refer to those things. So let allows you to do that, where you will define a value of X and then apply a calculation to it, as long as that X will meet a criteria. Which is kind of like just finding a value in your data set and then plugging that into a separate thing, but kind of all in one. A lot of what I do in Excel is kind of just cheating. Been able to data mine. So there's a lot of information that we can data mine. The vast majority of information in the game has been derived from real testing. So, like, we know the lucky hit chance of skills because that value exists in the data of the game. That's available client side. But things like attack speed is not available client side. There is a calculation that occurs server side based off of values. So to be able to determine attack speed breakpoints, people like myself very early on, and I gave up very quickly, but then later on, like a lot of the people who we ended up having joined Maxroll with us, but like people like Ava, just kind of sat there and calculated it. What would I think about us having a way of applying Thorns actively? It would be a really good step in the direction of being able to have a Thorns build for the Necromancer. And it's kind of required at this point. So this was 950. 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 22. A lot of similar amounts of damage. That's interesting. I guess that makes sense. Similar gear. But yeah, so people will ask me all the time, like, will we ever have a Thorns Necro build? And the answer is no, because we can't. Monsters attacking you doesn't occur fast enough for it to matter. And a lot of attacks don't trigger Thorns. But if you could use Thorns to increase how much damage you do, then, like, the question becomes, like, very flat. It is, do you think there could be a build where stats in the game make you, or skills do more damage? And the answer is yeah, absolutely. My major issue is that's not a Thorns build. So it really begs the question, if the only way to make Thorns scalable in this game is to apply Thorns to your attacks, then Thorns itself isn't actually a thing, and the game should probably either stop pretending like it is, or make Thorns matter. Like, it turns out that monsters do not attack very fast, so Thorns actually isn't good. And getting hit in ARPGs also isn't good. So Thorns actually just doesn't really work in modern ARPGs in a meaningful way, without the ability to scale something based off of the Thorns damage that you have. And at that point, it's not really a Thorns build. It's one of those things where, like, it's a core, it is a core, it is a core fantasy of the genre that hasn't really made any sense for a while. And developers have been trying to determine what to do about that. And the best they've come up with is your Thorns damage gets applied to your attacks. And when you, like, sit down and think about it, that's kind of silly. 19637. 1916. $583 to 2,500. 26. 28. 29. 31. 32. Okay, so that's the overpower nerf. Depending on your build, kind of massive. Make something that makes enemies attack faster. Yeah. That's something. I think there's a lot of ways you could go about doing it. Minions is going to be doing some amount less. Bonestorm just doesn't overpower anymore, so it kind of doesn't matter. Infinimus can't overpower. Remember, the dead just doesn't overpower because it's a dead build. Who cares? Affliction can't overpower either. Okay, so that's the overpower change. Huh. Sadly, the Necromancer is still by far the slowest class. Klon's Edict wasn't working for mages. Huh. Okay. Klon's Edict not working for mages. %20 damage, 1.2. That is a 1.2. Mm-hmm. Pain Gorgers? Kinda hard to say. Pain Gorgers working. And we need to investigate basic skill builds. Ooh. Bone Spear Mages. Worth investigating. Okay. So what does this all mean? Well, sever. Light. Bloodway. Jesus. That's impossible. How is... What? What is... What? I don't know what just happened. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows, you know? Affliction. Is Klons really a 1.2? It is. The way that you trigger Klons on minions build is actually by killing off your bone prison. On mages, minion PTR, do you skip the Supreme Army because they don't die? Correct. Your mages don't die. Your minions just don't die at all. Light, elemental damage, elemental damage, elemental damage, elemental damage. Elemental damage. 4.3 from oh, this is actually plus. Why isn't this working? I don't know what's going on there. Did Blight, what was the highest Blight did? What did I do on Blight? What did Blight clear on the PTR? Oh, but this is with, I gotta get rid of this. I gotta get rid of this. Right. Hey, what up, Taufman? Thank you so much for the 20 months.
Less than
Damn.
3 Mac.
Thank you very much. That is incredibly generous of you. I appreciate you. Yeah, man, I guess, I don't know. I guess this is what I got. Like there's stuff that's hard to say here, but like, Shadow Blight is our 3rd strongest build? Is that anything? like, is that? Is that anything? Our minions in Season 9, they are our 4th strongest build. Oh, sorry, no, they're our 3rd strongest build. Well, technically the 4th strongest build. Basically, the Necromancer has a few builds which should do above pit tier 100. And minions is one of them. Because the thing with Bone Spear right here is also, like, I think it will be doing 1/10 of its total damage. Like, if that. Yeah, how is Dot Wave affected? Dot Wave got the affliction damage bonus. That's about it. So Dot Wave probably goes up to like 104. I just didn't get an actual clear on Bone Spirit. Do we have like any insight into Bone Spirit's actual clear on the PTR? Does Sanctuary have any information on that? Like, nobody played it. Did minions do pit 100? Yes. They already do, and they got a couple buffs. Like, nobody's playing Bone Spirit. And there's a reason why. It's just more gear intensive than everything else and isn't as good as anything else. So, like, it's so funny. It's like, why would you play it? It did 100 in Season 8, so it goes down from there. And then it got nerfed even further? Did Bone Spirit even do 100 in PTR? Did it do 95? Do any basic builds emerge? It's So Raven, basic builds have just not functioned for so long. I can't even tell you what it looks like when Pain Gorgers works. Like, the Necromancer has never actually had to test Pain Gorgers because it doesn't crit and it doesn't overpower. And we don't have any things that are carried by it. So there's... have people done it? Yes. Have I made like a Reap build? Sure. But that was like 3 seasons ago. But like, did Bone Spirit even do 100? I don't even think it did 100. Like... did it do 98? Bone Spirit did 100. And then it lost this. So let's for a second say, let's put this off to the side. Let's say Bone Spirit did 100. And then it lost this, right? Let's say this. That brings it down to 92. So I'm going to say 92. And then it gains this. Dude, I don't know. I'm going to put Bone Spirit at 91, and I'm just going to... can it take all the shadow passives? So we were looking at it, and like, the answer is not really. So there aren't spaces to put it. Like, you wouldn't not run any of these. I guess you could run Decaying Humorous here instead of Sacrificial. And then you need to find the points. I think we like hard force the points in. I think this is actually, hold on, we calculated that. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I calculated that. I calculated it as a 38% damage increase. So yes, it can. I clearly calculated that at some point. But it was hard. Like, it gains Gloom, and it gains this. As long as Soul Rift has 100% uptime. Because it doesn't become a darkness skill. And you run that over Sacrifice, so you lose out on a multiplier, but you then gain more multipliers. Because you're losing this. Like, you have to give up an aspect to just be able to get it. Gain Reapers? No. Reapers always works. Reapers works regardless, Sarah. This one? Yeah, it will gain that as well. I believe this is part of my it gaining 38% damage increase. Fist of Fate is mandatory? It is, yeah. You give up Sacrificial. You give up Sacrificial aspect. Be able to run it. At some point I calculated this. Where did this calculation come from? I can't fucking remember. Somewhere in here. Somewhere in here there are numbers, and in those numbers I divined some kind of truth. But I'm not going to recalculate it all because I give up. But it lost more than it gained. Yeah. Oh, like real quick. I have no problem with these numbers. These numbers are fine by me. My major issue is that these skills, which do not overpower 100% of the time and are forced to dip into overpower to have a meaningful way of scaling their damage, weren't compensated. So when Bone Storm lost the ability to overpower 100% of the time, it wasn't compensated. When Army of the Dead lost the ability to overpower 100% of the time, it wasn't compensated. Affliction can't overpower. Shadow Blight can't overpower. Bloodlance and Blood Surge have just been catching strays. Sever is now caught a stray. I think Bone Spear will, like, just feel so bad to play, people won't want to. And walking out of the PTR, like, walking out of the PTR saying our top builds will probably be Bloodwave, Shadow Bloodwave, Shadow Blight, and then Minions is weird. It's like, all right, that's what we got. That's what we got. This set of this analysis is where this is probably the least confident I've been in an analysis, but it's because so many things fundamentally changed that I think a lot of these builds are going to look different than what we currently know them as. You still play minions with overpower? If they fix the fact that effects which proc can't overpower currently, maybe. What does Golem speed farm look like? Golem, Warriors, Spell Gluttony, no Mendelm, trigger Fell Gluttony very quickly. On a Blood Golem. Kind of the idea. Does the Mendeln do good AoE? It does. Not as good as Fell Gluttony. But it might still use Mendeln. Who knows? Who knows? Nobody knows. All right, let me run to the bathroom real quick, and then I'll do a video to cover this. Infinimus get anything good? Infinimus will now just be a Shadow Blight build that will just manually cast Corpse Explosion and Blight to do that. All right. Let's record a video. I haven't recorded a video in a long time. All right. All right, everybody, if you've been to the channel a whole bunch of times, you know the drill at this point. Welcome to my analysis of the Season 9 PTR balance patch. This is the patch that we're going to be looking at walking into Season 9. And I have tried to the best of my ability to just calculate what the expectation is for the power that we saw in the PTR versus what the power will look like walking into the actual season. Now, there's a lot of caveats to this, but just like always, I do not want to waste your time. So if all you want to know is my expected pit tier clear based off of the changes that are in these patch notes, here you go. If you wanted to get a very quick rundown, I actually included that in sheet 1. This is all going to be available down in the description below, as well as the pinned comment. So you can go ahead and check out this spreadsheet yourself. But let's go ahead and touch on the key takeaways before I blabber on about all the different specifics. So if you just wanted to get the if you just wanted to get the Spark Notes version of it, here we go. Probably the biggest thing that's going to shake up the meta is that they have completely nerfed Overpower to the point where it is just a base multiplier. So this is going to be similar to Critical Strike. If you overpower, you do 50% more damage as long as you're at max life. You no longer gain thousands and thousands of additive for free by stacking maximum life. This is going to have a lot of different ripple effects for what builds are going to look to optimize for, but what it basically means is that every single build which can't overpower is no longer so much weaker in comparison that it's not even worth trying it out. One of the downstream ripple effects of this is that just stacking maximum life to get additive for free doesn't really make sense anymore. So a lot of builds might actually finally start looking at what a glass cannon version of itself looks like, eschewing additional defenses to be able to add on more core stat or more additive damage. And this is going to open up some slots on some builds, but basically mean that the best of the best builds are probably going to be pretty close to one-shottable by content, and you're just going to have the skill to be able to pilot them. Whereas, if you don't care about literally doing the highest pit tier push ever, you just still put the maximum life onto your build, then you just enjoy being tanky and doing a pretty comparable amount of damage. Based off of the change to a single aspect, what was going to be our strongest build, which was Blood Spear, is now fundamentally so different as far as its functionality is concerned that I don't even know if it is a build which will work. I actually cannot solve the puzzle of how you're going to build it. This is just going to require a ton of testing, but bare minimum, this thing is going to be nowhere near our best build in this season. They have vastly renovated the Bloodless Scream unique weapon, and because of what I can only describe as a very interesting bug in the game, there's a chance that we now have a very weird proc build. I'll go over that in more detail later, but maybe Bloodless Scream is finally on the menu? Kinda. They gave our big Golem boy a huge amount of buffs for sacrificing the rest of your minions, so while we definitely are going to be playing a mage minion focused build as the best version of minions in Season 9, there's probably going to be a very competitive speed farming Golem only build. Both our key passive Shadow Blight and Affliction have been severely buffed. They have given these things huge amounts of increases to damage, and not only will Shadow Blight be one of our top builds this season, but Affliction will probably finally end up in a reasonable place, not only as just a good key passive for builds to use for damage scaling, but in addition to that, a real build that you can work around. And like I just referred to, Mage Minions is definitely going to be our best minion build this season, but presumably they have fixed a lot of the bugs and made the actual Archmage effect so much better that I think it's kind of difficult to exactly calculate how good it's going to be, but minion enjoyers should absolutely be logging in if they've been waiting for a season to enjoy this build finally. There's a very small change coming to the Flesh Eater Legendary node, which is actually going to have pretty drastic impact on the vast majority of people. If you've ever been playing a lazier build, less optimally, lower APM, meaning actions per minute, or just generally not trying to be a super sweaty tryhard, Flesh Eater is going to vastly improve your overall output on your build, basically without you changing anything at all. They have changed pit tier scaling in some way to make it easier, meaning that a lot of builds might actually gain a bunch of bonus pit tier clears on their high end here just because of this fact. We don't know what the numbers are, so nobody's really going to be able to calculate it, but their expectation is a lot more people are going to be able to get into World Tier 4 easier. And not only that, that will just absolutely reduce the overall challenge going higher and higher. So I expect a lot more builds to be able to hit pit tier 100 and maybe get slightly over it as well. They have finally fixed a unique item added to the game a very long time ago by the name of Pain Gorgers, and the TLDR of this is that when you actually echo damage out from a basic skill, if you crit or overpower, that damage did not echo to the rest of the monster's hit. You only ever did your base damage, making it completely useless for the Necromancer. But now that it will both crit and overpower, basically every basic skill game, what that means is, but now that both crit and overpower will actually work with the echoes, we need to reinvestigate every basic skill that we currently have on the class. And they finally fixed it so that your bone mages, when they cast Bone Spear and Bone Splinters, will actually scale that damage along with their minion damage bonuses, something that never worked before. Does this mean that it's an actual build for you to try? I mean, probably not, but it's definitely going to be something I'm going to investigate because this really begs the question, what if they did actually scale properly? What would that look like? I'm doing something a little bit different here because these numbers are kind of contextless unless you are like pretty deep into what it means for pit tier scaling. So I just made a list of my top builds for this season and my expectations, and then new build expectations as well. To that, I think our best build this season is going to be Bloodwave. I know that's probably not the most exciting thing, but once I break down some of the deeper details here, you're going to see that the difference between number 1 here and number 4 is actually very, very minuscule. Basically, all of these are probably going to be somewhere in the S tier, but Bloodwave itself is probably going to be our best build, followed by a damage over time or desecrated ground version of Bloodwave, something that we really haven't played in a very long time. I know that Sora is very excited to be repiloting this, and I think myself, I'm probably going to jump back on my old Shadow Surfer build and see what that thing can do. Shadow Blight, the key passive, something that has been the laughingstock of the Necromancer since Season 1, unironically, is absolutely going to come back with a huge splash here. And what I'm going to do is take the Infinimus build, which at one point actually was a Shadow Blight build. That's how you generally piloted it in the engine that was used for it, and retrofit it back over to this. So is Corpse Explosion good this season? Not really. It's still probably going to be like a D or C tier build, but building into Shadow Blight and using Corpse Explosion as the engine, probably going to be our third strongest build. And then very close behind that is going to be Mage Minions, with a lot of outliers here, since it's very difficult to kind of exactly quantify the impact of the changes that they made. But basically, playing the build is going to feel smoother. Your minions aren't going to be running around like chickens with their head cut off nearly as much because they're going to gain Unstoppable. And what you haven't known this entire time, if you haven't been playing close attention, is that your minions are crowd controlled all of the time. And now every single time that they teleport, they'll break that crowd control, meaning that they're going to be stacking on a lot more DPS than they ever were previously. As far as new builds, this is a little bit of a recap here, but one, basic skill builds, we have to go reinvestigate all of them to see if any of them are actually viable for endgame content. A golem speed farming build with Fell Gluttony, potentially completely sacrificing your mages, probably keeping around your warriors, and maybe not even using the Ring of Mendel. This is going to be like a golem focused build. And then Affliction. It's a build that in Season 8 is actually like pretty decent. In Season 9 PTR, got nerfed into the ground, and then walking back out of the PTR, got a lot more tools for its damage scaling. So I'm hoping that this thing has a pretty decent revival. So again, there you go. If all you wanted to see was the exact numbers, you could pick out your favorite build here. Just keep in mind that I don't think that Overpower Bone Storm and Army of the Dead are legitimately builds that you should pilot this season. I have a huge bias against Army of the Dead. I've explained that a million times, but like, hey, what can you do? Sue me. But if that's all you wanted, just the quick rundown in these numbers right here, you can move on. Now, if you wanted the nitty gritty details, welcome to part 2, where I explain too much math. So walking out of the post PTR, we have a lot of different changes that kind of nickel and dimed the majority of our builds in ways where I don't quite understand why the developers went with this. But the first one right off the bat is Titan's Fall. Titan's Fall previously gave 6% damage per skill rank as long as you were fortified against an elite monster. Now it's only giving 5% damage, but you don't have to be fortified. And people saying, well, that's pretty cool. You get to get the damage even when you're not fortified. The Necromancer maintains fortified status 100% of the time completely for free on every single build. If it doesn't, it probably hasn't equipped its endgame gear yet. But even then, most leveling and starter setups will have points in things like Necrotic Carapace for you to be able to fortify for free. This is just a nerf, and again, seemingly for no reason. And while this might not seem like a huge issue, right? Like Sever is now going to be doing 92% of its previous damage, but there are certain builds where this is just more impactful than others, most notably when we would put a bunch of ranks to Titan's Fall as a temper on our weapon. So if you never did that, you lost a little bit less damage. If you did do that, you lost more damage. But again, this is basically just like every build doing about 10% less damage, seemingly for no reason. A quick side note, they did make it so that the barrier generation passive that we have is just going to trigger more often. So previously you would have a 20% chance to be able to trigger it. Now you're going to have a 28% chance to trigger it. That is actually a really significant increase in the chance. That's just how lucky hit chance works. Even on a small number, increasing it a little bit is a big difference. I felt like in the PTR, survivability on the Necromancer, even without Soul Rift barrier, was actually kind of fine. So this is just going to make it even easier. So if you enjoyed the tankiness in the PTR, this is probably going to help. It's not going to increase the damage output of a build, but it is a nice quality of life change. They at least took some of the advice that a lot of the feedback was pointing to, myself included. Basically what they did is they took all of the key passives and they said they all give the same amount of damage, with the issue here being that if that was true, then you would only use one of two of them. You would either use Affliction if you didn't overpower, and if you did overpower, you would use Rathmas. And since every single bone build overpowered, Ossified Essence didn't really serve a purpose. Now, though, Ossified Essence actually outperforms Rathmas, even if you do overpower 100% of the time. So there's a little bit of an increase here for some of our bone builds. Most notably, obviously, like Bone Spirit itself will actually be able to gain a lot from this, with one of the issues being that you have to stack a ton of maximum essence to be able to get this bonus, and builds like Bone Spirit actually don't really stack altogether that much. You kind of get there for free, but there's a good chance that you actually won't end up using it. Then there was a big amount of changes to Affliction, the key passive. The big thing for the majority of builds is that Affliction used to grant you 15% damage against targets that were afflicted. Now it is going to be 45% damage. So you go from a 1.15 multiplier to a 1.45. So anything that is currently using Affliction, so most notably Sever and Blight, are going to gain a 26% damage increase. You're going to do more than a quarter additional damage with this change. And then the actual scaling of the effect itself, as well as the maximum cap for its own damage scaling, are drastically increased. This means that, again, key passive Affliction build as the primary damage source, just spamming Iron Maiden for free to be able to trigger the curse effect, it's actually going to do a decent amount of DPS. Similarly, with Shadow Blight, they increase the damage cap on Shadow Blight itself, so it's just going to do more damage, and not only that, reaching that total cap is going to be a lot easier. Be able to follow that up, they actually increases Shadow Blight's primary aspect of Blighted. This says every time that you trigger Shadow Blight, increase your total Shadow Blight damage for a total of 6 seconds. Basically calculating this as being able to trigger it 8 times per second, and then the total damage increase you get over the entirety of that span, doing 8 instances every second over 6 seconds. This ends up being a fairly significant increase in damage. So for Shadow Blight, the actual damage impact, this is more than a third total damage increase for this skill and for the build based off of it. With another roughly 37% damage increase from the aspect itself. And then we had a bunch of fixes to the Hand of Nas, the actual mage minion gloves. And again, these ones are a little bit more difficult to calculate, but let's go over how we got to the numbers that we did. So one cool little thing, it's going to be easier to tell when your archmages are actually archmages, because they should be bigger than they were before. I was kind of hoping that they would add more on, but I'm glad that they did something to be able to help better differentiate them. They made it so that, again, your mages are going to gain unstoppable after they teleport. So if an area of effect fear went off and that dealt damage to them, instead of teleporting and then sprinting far away from you, they're going to teleport and immediately go back to attacking. With these fears sometimes lasting multiple seconds, as well as freezes and slows and things like that, I do believe that this is a significant increase in damage. It's just very hard to calculate. And then the last thing that's a little bit harder to kind of wrap your head around is how often your archmage's attacks will shatter and do more damage. So the long and short is that the Hand of Nas basically every 6 seconds would make it so that the auto attack of your mage would do double damage and shatter, hitting 3 additional targets. So if you take the 100% damage bonus and you apply it once every 6 seconds, it's 100 divided by 6. That's not really that great, but it's basically going to work once every 3 attacks now. So instead of getting 1/6 of the damage, you're going to get 1/3 of the damage on average, if you were to average it out over the total number of attacks. So it's basically a 33% increase to your average damage on your minions. The issue being that this doesn't work with Mendeln procs. This is only on their base damage. So considering the fact that their base damage is only roughly 1/5 or 1/6 of each mage's individual total damage when compared to Mendeln, you're increasing about 1/5 or 1/6 of their damage by 33% in comparison to what you did previously, which was increasing it by about 16%. At the end of the day, this is a little bit of a damage increase, but not really altogether that much. The actual bigger changes here come in a bunch of different bug fixes. So one, the additional skill ranks to Skeleton Mage Mastery just didn't work on these gloves in the PTR. So even if you triple masterwork crit them on a GA up to 10 ranks, you just didn't get that bonus. So mages are going to go from gaining 300% damage to 500% damage. So 5 times. So your mages are going to go from gaining 200% damage from mastery to 400%. So you're going from a 3 times multi to a 5 times multi. That's a significant increase. Not only that, it actually turns out that Kalan's Edict just wasn't working for the mages. Whenever one of your minions dies, this was not triggering. Now, one of the things that people didn't know is that Kalan's Edict will actually trigger if your Bone Prison were to die. So if you cast Bone Prison and then you automatically destroy it by re-triggering it, that counts as a minion dying. And since Bone Prison is already a 15% damage multiplier and a source of vulnerable that you can apply to targets on your skill bar, what this basically meant is that you could trigger Kalan's for free and get this bonus, whereas previously you wouldn't be able to. So that's a 15% damage multi and a 20% damage multi. It wasn't working in the PTR, and supposedly now it is. So that's just another free damage increase. So while the increases in damage here don't necessarily look altogether that big, except for the increase in damage from the Skeletal Mage Mastery, I definitely think that both the proc itself, as well as the Kalan's Edict change, and the addition of the Unstoppable is probably going to net us more pit tiers than is really capable of being calculated by just trying to do some napkin math here. I lightly touched on Flesh Eater, but I do think that this is probably going to be one of the more slept on changes here. And the long and short is that Flesh Eater, you used to have to eat 5 corpses every 6 seconds. And in the PTR, it became that as long as you were eating corpses during the timer, it would reset the timer. Meaning that if you ate 5 corpses before the timer ran out, it would start again. Whereas previously, you had to wait for the timer to run out and then eat 5 corpses. Very clunky, huge damage loss, huge downtime on the buff. Only needing to be able to eat 3 corpses in a 6-second period, meaning 1 every 2 seconds, is so much easier for anybody who isn't a sweaty tryhard, just to be able to kind of randomly proc it and have much closer to 100% uptime on this very large damage multiplier than you otherwise would have had. So not only walking into the PTR was it just better, but this change coupled with that, it's just going to mean that the majority of the player base is going to be getting a lot more out of the total bonus of Flesh Eater than they did previously, meaning that even suboptimal play will approach optimal play much easier. And then for tryhards, this is actually just a significant boost in overall damage output. Your build should expect to attack 3 times per second, meaning that you had to weave in a corpse explosion during this time. That roughly cost you about a half cast per second. Now it's going to be costing you about a quarter or 16% of a cast per second, which is a little bit difficult to really calculate there. But what it basically means is that you have much higher uptime on actually dealing damage rather than maintaining a buff on builds that have to manually eat corpses. This is like Sever, Blight, Bone Spirit, even just your minions themselves. The Bone Graph Legendary node finally sees a little bit of love here. The long and short is that it used to grant you a paltry amount of damage increase. It's now going to grant you 20% damage multiplier. In addition to that, it's still only going to grant you, I think, half of the amount of total maximum essence that it did before. I'm kind of trying to knock on the door of the devs and figure out why both parts aren't being buffed here. But Bone Graft is going to grant you 20% damage bonus, so builds like Bone Spirit that's still built into it and things like Bone Spear, which will as well, will be able to enjoy a better multi out of that. And then there's the difference in overpower additive. Again, I kind of touched on this previously, but let's talk about the brass tacks of this. Overpower, if I go down to the idea, is that they have fully removed additive damage from overpower. Now, you may not immediately understand like how impactful that is. So let me take you very quickly through my damage calculator here, and just to give you an idea. a lot of builds on the Necromancer would get all the way up to 30,000 maximum life. 30,000 maximum life is roughly 3,000 additive damage for free. Now, if you weren't aware, 3,000 additive damage is where most builds on the top end are going to max out of their actual, like, total additive damage. Meaning that overpower builds were basically getting double their additive damage for free, and it also helped to basically make it so that, and it also helped to make it a lot easier to kind of ignore additive damage in other sources. So you would just get maximum life, you'd become tankier, and you would get this additive damage. You wouldn't have to worry about additive damage on tempers as often, so you could get things like blood attack speed as opposed to overpower, because you already had thousands and thousands and thousands. But this was after the... Thank you very much for the follow. But this was after a nerf. This was actually when they reduced it down to 20% of the additive damage. So if I just remove this very quickly, you'll see that before Season 9 PTR, my Blood Surge Necromancer was gaining 15,000 additive damage for free. And with builds able to get much more maximum life than this number just went up and up and up. This is why every single build has been an overpower build. This is why every single build has orange numbers. That's why we have whole builds just called like Orange Spiritborn and Orange Rogue. This was the problem. And they reduced it down to 20% in the PTR, and they finally pulled the plug on this thing. They just straight up said overpower does not get free additive damage because no other damage multiplier got that. And it was kind of weird that overpower did in the modern era of Diablo 4. Now, what does that mean for builds that overpower? Well, builds that overpower 100% of the time are impacted more. Builds that overpowered a percentage of the time are impacted less. And builds that kind of just overpowered for free every once in a while, or we're using the Zan rune to kind of add on some additional overpowers, like on a minion build, are going to be even less impacted by this. But I'll just go down the row here. Sever, after this change, doing 78% of its previous damage. Bloodwave, doing 60% of its previous damage. Minions doing 90% of its previous damage. Bone Spear doing 45% of its previous damage. Blood Lance doing about 73% of its previous damage. Blood Surge doing about 60% of its previous damage. And Bone Spirit doing 65% of its previous damage. This would have been hilariously more drastic if it was a one-to-one change. So, just from Season 8 to Season 9. So you have to remember that this was already after another significantly larger reduction in damage output. And even with that, we were still seeing multiple overpower builds dominating the entirety of the top of the meta. And the big takeaway from this is, one, not every build is going to force triggering overpower just because. It will probably only do it if there are no better alternatives and it is easy for the build to do. Secondarily, builds which could not overpower, like damage over time or the majority of sorceress builds, are going to, in comparison, be stronger than they were before. Because when you look at like the totality of the meta, if you look at like the entire field of build balance, they're all going to shift this way, where everything that was basically down here because these were so high up are going to naturally get reorganized closer to a comparative and competitive level. My only issue with this change is that there were a lot of builds which, yes, got a lot from overpower, but that's all they had to their name, and they didn't have alternatives. On the Necromancer, that would be Blood Lance and Blood Surge. There is no non-overpower version of these builds. The other ones do have non-overpower versions. They were weaker, but with all these nerfs to overpower, they have something to fall back on. Blood Surge and Blood Lance just don't, and they have not been compensated. They've lost all of the bite, they've lost all the teeth, the fangs from their bite, and they didn't get anything. And I find it very weird that these builds, which have been historically our worst overpower builds and even our worst blood builds, are now just weaker and are still our worst overpower builds and are still our worst blood builds. This is a big miss from the developers as far as I'm personally opinionated about. And I am hoping that within the first week, we see some kind of just base increase to the damage of these skills to compensate for them losing all of their toys because other builds were abusing overpower. So where do I think that leaves us? Well, we have to remember again that the current scaling from the pit is going to be vastly different than it was previously, and it's hard to say exactly what the ramifications of that were. But if we look at roughly what pit tiers were being cleared by builds in the PTR, with not all of these numbers being exact one-to-ones, not everybody played every build. No joke, I don't know who pushed on Bone Spirit. I didn't do it, and nobody at Maxroll played this build. You might think that that's like kind of silly, but it's just there was no reason to. There's no reason to test it. It just wasn't as good as everything else. Based off of what it has run in Season 8 and what I have done the calculations on, let me restart all of this. So now that we have all of that context for the people who want to better understand the numbers that you're looking at right here, and understanding that, again, the scaling of the pit itself is going to be different. Roughly, what are we looking at? Some of these numbers are hard and known truths of the best tier people were able to run in the PTR. Some of these are based off of our guesses because there wasn't a ton of great data on any of this. But the majority of our builds are actually looking kind of nice. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, technically 5, 6 builds that are all either at pit tier 100 or higher, and I expect them all to at least reach that if the pit tier scaling is significant enough. And that's got to be one of the strongest kind of balance amongst classes, I assume. The Necromancer luckily has been fairly balanced. Even when the difference between pit tier 120 and pit tier 90 was significant, all of those builds were able to finish their class journey. They could finish off their glyphs, they could finish leveling, they could do the season's journey, they could get all of their reliquary stuff and all of that. They were able to do everything. The big outliers here are, again, probably going to be Bloodwave and its damage over time version of it, Infinimus as a Shadow Blight build, getting back to its roots as just a Shadow Blight proccing build, obviously Mage Minions here, and then with some question marks as far as is it even going to be worth your time to run Overpower Bone Storm, and can you even really run that build anymore? Bone Spirit, has it just lost too much damage at this point to be worth the investment? Maybe. Bone Spear is a little bit hard to really kind of nail down here because I quite literally don't know what it will functionally look like. But I kind of just added in this random variable of it only doing 10% of its previous damage based off of how often it's going to overpower with the change to Bone Duster. Maybe that thing still runs like pit tier 90 plus. It'll be hard to say. We really have to reinvestigate this build. Again, kind of the outliers here were Blood Surge and Bloodlance are just kind of getting kneecapped for no real reason. Affliction finally being a build that you could argue is decent enough to run. Definitely a very chill build because you kind of just hold down Iron Maiden and things will eventually die. With a couple outliers here being basic skill builds, just don't know what they'll look like. A full Golem build just for speed farming and maybe decently high pit tier pushing. And then just some of the in-betweens where it's I don't know, does anybody run Army of the Dead when minions are just strictly better? Or do you just run Army of the Dead aspect, Unyielding Commander on the minion build? That's probably how I'm going to end up building it. Now, talking about build planners, I do not have mine done yet. I literally just finished the totality of the analysis here, and I am 8 hours into today's stream. It was hard to calculate these numbers, even though there really wasn't that many changes. The impact of them was very difficult to try to digest and come away with these answers. So if you appreciated that work, please go ahead and like the video, subscribe to the channel if you're new here, but also be a little bit patient with me. I'm going to get my planners out as soon as I can, and then we'll have all the Maxroll guides updated before the season starts, probably the day before. So look forward to that as well. But there you go. Those are my analysis for the Season 9 PTR balance patch walking into Season 9. This is what builds should probably look like. There's a lot of question marks in the air. This is probably the least confident I've been as far as analysis since I've started doing it in this way, because there's just so many foundational and fundamental differences between what the game looked like before and what it looks like now, where I think everybody's just kind of trying their best out there. But if you appreciated the video, again, consider subscribing to the channel if you're brand new here. You don't want to miss out on any of my coverage walking into Season 9. I'm going to try to bring you the best build guides. I'm going to be starting off with Mage Minions. So if you've been excited to finally enjoy a minion build, that's what I'm going to be pushing on. So I'm going to try to bring you the highest quality content that I possibly can. Leave a like on the video and leave a comment down below. This is going to be my first real YouTube video in 2 weeks, so I miss talking to y'all. Let me know what you think. Do you have any questions, comments, ideas, concerns, thought of cool new builds, different combinations, things that you think people aren't really going to be looking out for? I'd love to hear from you. But that's enough of me yapping. Thank you so much for watching this video. I truly, truly hope that it helps, and I look forward to seeing you in Season 9. What about using runes to proc Affliction? It's just very, very, very slow. You can do it. It's just not particularly impactful. Just hard spamming Iron Maiden is strictly better. My girlfriend got a fortune cookie that says, seek professional help when your mental health needs it. Fucking, yeah, man. Thanks. Accurate. Or like, I hope so. Fixes the minion bug it had? 0. I think the Titans bug getting fixed has absolutely nothing to do. Like, okay, so let me back up. What are the chances that the Titans bug is fixed? Good. But those two ideas don't actually have anything to do with one another other than the fact that they have changed something about the coding. So we know the coding has been changed and they are aware that there was a bug. But I need to just be heard saying them changing the values of a passive isn't actually a correlation with whether or not a bug has been fixed. Is there a chance that it's fixed? Yes. Whew. It's nice to be recording videos I intend on putting out again. Season 9 predictions. Oh. Okay. What up, Blue Ice? Cool breakdown, thank you. With the notification, you do not have to apologize. People coming and joining the community is never a bad thing. Oh, I need more food. Oh, also, if my face looks super bitchy, I'm sorry. I've run out of energy to mask. So.
You
Yeah.
subscribe to a bad content creator. You're a real one.
Liz, thank you very much for the 5 gifted out to the community. I appreciate you. How it feels about the 1 second cooldown Archmage teleport? I'm not sure what that means. Do we mean the unstoppable? The unstoppable is huge. Pit tier 120? That ain't happening, boss. Nobody's doing pit tier 120 on the Necro. Minions teleport if they take damage. When they take damage, they will gain unstoppable. Titan's bug was for men down damage across all minions. Hey, no problem, Ant. Thanks for hanging out. Okay. So now that we know all of this, we know all this. Let's start updating build guides. No, Jeffrey. They always had a cooldown for how often they teleported. They didn't teleport infinitely. The thing, though, is the minions don't take damage or die, so them teleporting didn't matter at all. The cool part was they more often teleported to around you, which was nice. Not even because of the 99% DR. Your minions just don't die in the end game. Unless they get hit by a one-shot effect. Like Duriel or like Indariel AoEs. So like that part of it at least like kind of never mattered. I'm Oh, wait. Up. Excuse me. Use whatever you want from the Shadowblight planner. Paragon can probably be re-optimized. Don't need Darkness Lift anymore either. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll probably end up making my own just so that you get like a fresh perspective, and then we can compare notes if you want to, or if you care about looking at that. But I appreciate that offer. Thank you. Oh, right. I need barrier on this build now. Are we doing? We have to. Yeah, what else would we do? What else would we do should never be a question that you ask while playing the Necro. Do 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 do. Rewriting the Infinimus build is gonna suck. Ooh. Okay, so we need barrier gen, which is something I forgot. Okay, so leveling is actually fine. Starter it uses that barrier gen. Ancestral needs that barrier gen again. Infinimus still avowed by Season Behind on news. You can do Corpse Explosion build. It is now better than it was previously, but Infinimus will now return to its roots as a Shadowblade build. The throne room puzzle. So Raven, don't explain anything. Here is what I have done. Oh, by the way, anybody, if you're playing Blueprints and you don't want to hear anything about the game at all, mute me for the next 5 seconds. I'll give a big thumbs up when you can look again. Okay? I'm going to give you 20 seconds. All right, I'm going to start talking about it. I'll give you a thumbs up when you can check back in. Raven, I was positive, and again, don't say anything, but I just want you to hear this. I was positive the answer was I had to take the red crown and just bring it to the throne room. And I finally got the red crown and I put it away in coat check. And I did 10 runs before I finally got the throne. And I finally been able to conservatory the throne to make it common. I'd be able to run into it more often. And I got it, and I got the throne room. And I got coat check as my very next room. And I grabbed my crown, and I went running back into the room. And nothing happened. And I don't know why nothing happened. And also, I can't tell whether or not when you first walk in, there's a light on the throne or not. But then there was a light. And then nothing happened. So now I have one other thing that I think I need to try. And if that doesn't work, I'll scream. But I got my last Sanctum key out of the Mechanarium finally. So I finally did that. So once I get back into room 46, I'm going to try out that puzzle again and see if I learn anything. All right. Back. And here's the other thing. I've also tried the Blueprints crown to that room. So maybe I need that one and the red crown. And then I make the Blueprints crown. Maybe. Who knows? I don't know. I'm going to try that one also. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Infinimus is back. Infinimus is back to being a Shadowblight build. No, it's not going to do X-Falls. X-Falls is very bad. X-Falls bad. Bad ring, bad effect. Just bad. But maybe. Nope, just bad. Still going to use Soul Rift for Infinimus versus Bone Storm? Yes. Yeah. So, I'm going to try other stuff too. And no problem, Liz. All right. So. Do. There you go. Do. Yeah, there's no reason to use Bone Storm. It doesn't matter. Who the fuck cares? I'm not everybody's dad. Okay, what was I doing? The ancestral setup. Once you're at the ancestral setup, do I think you have the jewels? I kind of don't. Tam Watt. Why the fuck am I using Tam Watt? I actually want to, you know what? I want to mess around with Pool. You actually sold me on that. Oh, I need to update the skill tree. I also like it because it also applies lucky hit chance, which I think is... I now will confidently say, I believe this is underrated. But actually really, really like that. Not enough people appreciate. I don't think in modern times enough people actually appreciate the reality, which is that the lucky hit chance from 3 is actually a significant increase in the pack rate of multiple systems. He says badly. Will excuse me, please. Okay. This becomes Armar. What? Boop, boop. Oh, hold on. All right, we do this now. Beep beep, ziboop, 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 biffoo. I don't need movement speed here actually, so this becomes what, the fade cooldown? Light size. That's so stupid. I'll just go max. Okay, and that means I don't need this, and this becomes a diamond. Well, on Mythic we actually use the other. We actually use the jewel. From below. Yes, thank you. And oh, this becomes time. Shadow damage over time. Yes, beautiful. This becomes Vuln. This becomes what? Elements? Scornful Light. And this one becomes, what is the other one called? Iron's Bone. Oh, but then I need more res. Also, we don't use this. That's silly. We don't need armor. This is a point there. We don't need fortune. Prison. Plunging. Suffocation. No breathing. Don't give up. I got my own bleeding. This is all that I'm on. I'm losing my sight, losing my mind. Wish somebody would tell me I'm fine. I'm losing my mind. Somebody would tell me I'm fine. Oh, nothing is fine. Y'all remember Papa Roach? I'm crying. I don't think so. You better check yourself before you wreck yourself. This starfish. Starfish. Now the question is Disintegrate's damage relevant? With Apocalyptica? The cello power metal band? What a fucking pull. One time at the House of Blues in Boston, I saw, I think it was Apocalyptica, and they had Deer Grey opening for them. And somebody else, I can't remember. Might I just say, I don't like Deer Grey, and I think their music's bad. I'm not afraid to say it. Before you wreck yourself. So, I don't think so. You better check yourself before you wreck yourself. Kids. Let's make this elements. There we go. Disintegrate didn't seem to matter much. I think one of the issues with Disintegrate was they talked about this. The Disintegrate beam was just very, very small. How are builds looking on first impressions in the patch notes? Very good. We actually have like a lot of builds hanging around the 90 to 105 range. Although, O's, this is Blight. This is not Shadow Blight yet. This is Blight. Blight Necromancer. How are basic attack builds looking? We don't know. We've never really investigated them because Pain Gorges has not worked, and now we will have to. And basically what I'm hoping is that, like, it's just good. Like, I'm kind of just hoping that, like, it actually is good and it works. To add damage on. We definitely want to execute. Execute good. Destroy barrier, good. Like, are there other ones you use? Like you destroy barrier and you remove damage resistance aura, right? Like what other ones would you even use? We have unhindered. Well, you want to gain unstoppable. So what's worse, barrier or damage resistance aura? Damage resistance aura does suck. I don't really care about barrier on a dot build so much. And you do want unstoppable. This is my only problem with like this Herodric power thing. It's like, look at all that stuff you could do. And I'm like, do I want my dot? That's easy to aim. Or do I want my taunt that does vulnerable? That also hits everybody continuously. Decisions. Like they showed off Celestial Surge and Cosmic Anomaly the most. And it's like, I don't care about that. So, who cares? So, who cares? You know, I ask, I say, hey, boobala, who cares? All right, so let's do. Now that I have this mythic set up, let's edit the sets. Let's copy this. Bit push. Bit push is here. So, change to Crown Evolution. Sure. Crown Evolution. Here we go. It's fine. What changes with that? Kind of nothing, right? Technically speaking. Oh, hold on. Okay. I have 9 bonus. The damage, I like the damage resistance aura one. What I liked about breaking the damage resistance aura was that I was actually doing damage while damaging the damage resistance aura monster. So I would be closer to below healthy to start proccing Ahu sooner into a fight, rather than trying to stack the damage onto just the damage resistance or doing nothing to anybody else. Then you break through it, then you start doing damage to them, was the experience that I had with it. I like super don't want this aspect. There's not really like another aspect to really do then. I like, yes. It's void? I'm gonna go back to void. Excuse me. What did I do for speed farm? What up, Axel? We're just about done with Blight, which is pretty cool. I don't think there's no difference in the speed farming. Setup. Now we go to leveling. Kill tree. Okay. And then there's Mythic. Let's sync that one with in-game skill tree. And save. Blight is done. Yeah, Blight's done. So as always, I'm going to be maintaining things here. Build guides. Oh, right. That's what I did in Balmer. God, I knew I was smarter than I thought I was. Hold on. You don't do this. This is what you do. You do Cursed Aura. Then you do Embalmer. I'm glad I checked that. There was something, I was like, I'm missing something. I don't think I'm going to play this season. I read the patch notes, nerf, nerf, nerf. But what about buff, 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 buff? You live your whole life however you care to live your life. Okay, so Season 9 endgame. Okay, first one's done. Storkman, you're getting your shit pushed in. My understanding is that's not really true. Okay. Bada bing, bada boom, bada ba 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 ba. I'm loving it. Season 8. Sever. Season 9. Sever Necromancer. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. Okay. So, leveling. Let's look at leveling. What do we got for leveling? Yep. That looks about right. Yep. Finally gonna have a full party? Huge. That's awesome. For the leveling setup, hold on. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. So tired. Oh. My brain just like fully disintegrated there for a hot second. Okay. All right. Okay. Sever. Leveling. Has the stat drop finished? I believe it did. Huh. Resource gen is very good. Probably the movement speed one, huh? Actually, now that I think about it. Unstoppable's cool. But, like, do you need unstoppable while you're leveling? Not really. Who cares, right? But movement speed. Movement speed's nice. I want to do movement speed. Huh. Hydrate, thank you. This coffee? No, I ran out of coffee a while ago. For Sever, we actually have like pretty good uptime on. Oh no, actually for Sever leveling we do please. Oh, but the fear is how we get amplified. There we go. That feels better. Sync to this one. Bam. Okay. Okay. So for leveling. Yeah, I mean this all looks fine. I like this. I like this. I like the movement speed, I think. During leveling. Yeah. Movement speed during leveling. Everybody likes that. Me? Everybody likes that. Starter. Starter. Now, starter is where it gets fun. Warcry maximum life. What? What? What am I looking at? In what universe do I believe this? What? Crafty, thank you for the follow. Actually probably swap these, right? Mura, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. I have one skill point unspent. Huh? Oh. Hello? I definitely don't need this anymore. That's gone. Boop, boop, boop. Ancestral. Ancestral goes with Helm of Lucian. Sure. I don't hate that. What is this? Excuse me. Necro looking promising this season? Yeah. Yeah, some good expectations for a lot of builds around the pit tier 100 range, which I think I think that's going to be on the higher performing end of things. What the fuck is this? Do I still think Sever forces overpower? That's a really tough question to answer. Yo, have a good night. Thank you, Oz, and thanks for hanging out. Do I believe? Do I believe that Sever forces overpower? Do I think the problem of minions necros are intelligence? Yes, we need to be able to target with them. Does Sever force overpower? Crit. 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 So what up, Mike? Yes, we're on Sever now. Does Sever force overpower? What does overpower get you? Overpower gets you a slightly better glyph. A better board with better additive. How often do we overpower? How often do we overpower? About a quarter of the time. I'm going to use 25% as like a jumping off point. So, to that end, everything we get is about a quarter effective or overpower. So a 47. But against density, it's significantly higher. Let's calculate at half. So like vulnerable should just be better here. Probably been asked this. With the 50% cap of overpower, you had 30k life, which is around 3,000 out of damage. What would the loss in damage here be? Like half? So like the total loss in damage from losing out on additive damage at 30,000 life from season 8, you're now doing like 20% of your previous damage just from the additive damage difference. With more life meaning you're doing even less if you overpower 100% of the time. So it was about a 60-something% reduction in damage from before, depending on your build. And then in addition to that, like another like 40% reduction or 50% reduction. So around doing about 20% of the damage of season 8. That's trash. No, it's incredibly good for the health of the game. A cat, holy smackaroli. Thank you so much for the tier 3 for 14 months. That's insane. Thank you. It is incredibly generous. Thank you so much. But yeah, this is like single-handedly one of the best things that they've done for the health of the game. Calculating even at like a half effectiveness. Do you want to offer? I do not know anything about Druid, so I'm not too sure. Yo, thank you very much, Kat. Are we forcing overpower? Banished Lord's Talisman helps to force overpower. What else would I put here? Great Feast. This also means that overpowering in general is basically worth they should just remove overpower altogether as they don't know what they're doing with it. Well, they do now know what they're doing with it. It is a thing that some builds will be able to very specifically build into to be able to gain an additional damage multiplier, which will have a cost-benefit analysis of how often can you apply it, and whether or not you want to sacrifice more average damage for higher spike damage. And then for builds that previously would just kind of dabble in it just because of how powerful it was, and that cost-benefit analysis was just very simple, would now really have to ask themselves whether or not they want to, and many will not. I don't like the cap of a damage type, though. What do you mean a cap? They didn't apply a cap to it? Yeah, this is the healthiest that Overpower has ever been. It also allows like builds that... It allows builds to have a tuning fork that is unique to them. Wasn't it like a 50% cap? No. Nope. The way that Overpower works, it says that you will deal up to 50% bonus damage based off of what percentage of life you're at. Before, it also gave you 15,000 additive damage, and it no longer does. But critical strike damage also grants you a 50% damage multiplier by critting. Why do they make Overpower builds and now do a total reverse on it? Because the initial iteration of Overpower proved to be detrimental to the ability to make builds have parity and balance. So they iterated on it and finally made the decision to change it down to a base scaler and not give it free additive damage. That's like saying why change things in game if people are unhappy? The answer is because people are unhappy. Just remove Overpower, but why? But why? They fixed it. And so let me put this out there. We have been waiting for them to fix Overpower. They have. And now, just like everything else, it can be easily tuned to be able to match what like outliers might have from the meta, or to be able to give builds a niche or theming. Before, Overpower was the only thing that mattered, and it wasn't even close at all. Like, it was so hilarious that if you weren't overpowering, you were quite literally playing the build wrong. Right now is the least logical or reasonable point to be frustrated with Overpower, as it is finally in a healthy place. I think the argument is that they fixed by removing all the flavor. So, no, they did not. They fixed it by removing a problematic scaling of additive damage, which wasn't appropriately considered during the stat squish, that has made it so hilariously overperformative that nothing else compared to it. Whereas now, it is distinct in multiple ways from critical strike damage. And if the argument is why have damage scalers if they are like crit, meaning a thing that says scale your damage, then there should be no damage scalers because they're all just crit with different colors. At the end of the day, all damage scalers just say, if you fulfill the requirement, gain the scaling. So the logic of this argument should be applied to all systems, and at that point we should just do base damage. And it turns out just kind of doing base damage is not particularly interesting when it comes to itemization. Like, why do we not feel this way about vulnerable? Since they changed the formula for overpower, removing it entirely is an interesting way to say changing it. But do I think that there will be new bugs in Season 9? Of course. It's a video game. But I don't think that that argument is particularly cogent. It's a damage scaler, which says that maintaining your maximum life is required to be able to do it. So it inherently doesn't interact or engage with systems like damage reduction while injured or any other alternative play style where sacrificing your maximum life is now a detriment. And then in addition to that, since overpower is inherently more restrictive in that there are only 2 ways to overpower, 3% of the time on skill damage, that is not dot. And also there are skills which enable you to overpower on demand according to a cycle. You can then change those damage values. Vulnerable isn't a great example to me either. Sure, yeah. I think if you cannot concede the point, then this is just like a personal understanding of what flavor means. And you are correct. I cannot argue against that. But like, so all arguments that exist simultaneously on the internet about a game or opinions or criticisms are not, you know, a pillar, right? Holding any one individual responsible for all of the arguments that get made doesn't make sense. But to add some perspective across the multitude of communities, expertise levels, and feedback which is given to the game, while everything is kind of off the mark about what is the cause, one of the biggest things which detracts from people's ability to have fun is believing that the thing that they think is interesting is so minuscule in its ability to perform in comparison to something else that it makes it unfun for them to participate in the system being the game in its entirety. So by removing problematic, unmanageable, and unbalanceable outliers, you are alleviating the stress on the system of just kind of like the design space that the game has. That allows for more people to engage with and enjoy the game than before. And not only that, a demand that the developers both take action and that action positively impact the outcome, which is generally people would kind of like all builds to be fairly similar in output while having an identity of flavor. Orcs want to go fast and shoot a bunch of things a lot. Rogue also wants to go fast and shoot a bunch of things a lot. Barbarian want to do big smash. Spiritborn wants to look like a Power Ranger. Druid wants storms to rumble. And I don't know, man, the Necromancer wishes that skeletons were smart. And by removing a source of damage you got completely for free, which invalidated the typical constraints of an ARPG of choosing between damage or survivability or a mixture of the two, you instead just built full tank and dealt more damage than everybody else. That landscape was completely monochrome and uninteresting. So, the idea of being frustrated that overpower, which again is distinctly and mechanically different than the other damage multipliers, is unique to particular skills, is built into some of the class identity of particular classes more than others, and requires a particular playstyle which benefits from building into tank, but doesn't require it so precisely that there's no other way to do it. looking upon it negatively, I think, is ignoring the totality of the nuance of the benefit of the change for the health of the game. Doesn't mean you have to like it, but I hope that that perspective helps to better color it, because there seems like confusion from multiple angles or vectors in regards to like what it accomplishes and why it would seek to accomplish that thing. Hopefully that can help. It doesn't have to change your mind, but at least it colors the expectation. Oh, right. They also nerfed Bloodbath. I think one of the best things that people can do season to season is gain amnesia and just forget what damage numbers were the season before, because that doesn't matter and they're gone. And that's something that I don't see occur a lot, which is very interesting to me. Like this, a new season, especially in a live action or in a live service game, is meant to provide new experiences or new ways of enjoying the experiences that you've had before. And since it's all relative to the totality of the changes each season, I generally find it silly to be like, well, the build was nerfed, and as such, I cannot enjoy it, when the damage you used to do doesn't matter anymore because it doesn't exist. Just like the gear that you had last ladder in Diablo 2 doesn't matter because it doesn't exist anymore. And coming from a Diablo 2 standpoint, especially with like no changes happening season to season, so you just had to like the way things were, I feel like people were infinitely happier ladder to ladder in Diablo 2. And yet the opportunity to experience new things and like develop whole new opinions and play builds in new ways and all of that somehow does not garner joy at a higher rate than literally just doing the exact same thing over again. And yet somehow this fan base, at least genetically, inherits some of the expectation and the why of things from the previous games in the franchise. And that part always is like, always very weird to me. Like, unless the thing that you like playing and you don't like playing anything else cannot be played, like let's think about like the mentality of it. You would have to be a personality type that only wants to do the same thing and get the same outcome. But also want to play this game. For it to make sense for that to be the expectation to then be upset about. And that confuses the ever-loving shit out of me. That's all I got. And again, nobody's wrong, but it does confuse me. What up, Sarah? We'll get an itemization update and the new expect out of everything in the game. I find it to be one of the weaker parts. I think just like this previous expansion, walking into the next expansion, the game is going to be a completely different game. like walking into Vessel of Hatred, the game was a completely different game, and I think the same thing is going to occur. I think that the devs have made something like abundantly clear, and that is the first iteration of this game, which includes the first expansion. Keep that in mind, it was developed in parallel with the base game. Wasn't it, and they want to do something else. And I think we're going to see the next it that they want it to be, including all of the learnings from what we have done and whether or not that worked for people. So, with all of that being said, hence why seasons are mainly low effort. I don't like the characterization of this as low effort, because the only thing that people can like
2
really point
years.
to as quote
I
unquote
think
like
that's
high
pretty cool.
effort is PoE to me. And like that game is attempting to do something very distinctly different than what the genre's DNA seeks to give to people. I find it weird to characterize it as low effort. Yeah, I guess that's the end of my statement. Yeah, I don't know. Ordinary Mute, 2 years. Thank you very much for the support. 2 years is insane. Thank you so much. Thanks for hanging out. And theoretically enjoying the content the whole time. That's wild. I think I'm gonna try some a little bit different here. Oh, the main issue is I just don't really have a way to trigger this quickly, huh? So then, is it actually... Well, hold on. Okay, hold on. That there are no leaderboards? I agree. Even if it was just a ladder. So hold on. No, the ladder can be current highest Paragon level and current highest pit tier. And like, that's just like fine. But that is like, I don't know. There are a lot of arguments that the game just needed to release with a ladder. So, the idea is that we'll continue to overpower, and we would like to overpower. But does Banished Lords really make sense? Or is it just Ahuzan? Would I play Diablo 4 every season if it wasn't part of my job? Would I play it every season? Yeah. Yeah, so I would like to continue to play. So I want to be a content creator. I like playing video games. I like breaking down video games, and I like testing video games. Those are the things that I like to do that people seem interested in watching content of. For a very long time, I only played Diablo 2 because it was the only thing that I felt confident enough to do. Diablo 4 starts coming out, I start learning about Diablo 4. I enjoy playing a season of Diablo 4 more than I enjoy playing a season of Diablo 2. I like doing challenge runs in Diablo 2 more than I like doing nothing of interest than Diablo 4. But what I would like to be able to do is play whatever game I would like to that my community would be interested in watching me do. A lot of very like normal expansions on that is playing other games in the ARPG genre. So I started playing PoE. I finally clicked with PoE during Settlers of Kalgur. Then I played PoE 2. PoE 2 is like so much better than PoE for me that it ruined my desire to ever go back and play PoE. With the issue being that PoE 2 is currently fundamentally missing a little bit more respect for my time. And a way for me to feel like I can legitimately accomplish things without having to trade, which I don't currently have the game knowledge to be able to do. Mr. Sunny, thank you for the 51 months. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. I liked playing Last Epoch. I would actually love to be playing some more Last Epoch, but I'm just kind of busy with other things that better suit my overall objective of better solidifying myself as a content creator, making the amount of money which I need to be able to make to be able to support my lifestyle, and allow me to flourish in the thing that I like that my viewers also like to learn from me. But the thing that I like about games is not, like, the thing that I like about ARPGs isn't finishing a build and getting perfect gear. That actually, like, in no way, shape, or form motivates me, nor do I find it interesting or meaningful. The only thing I like to do is test and try out things and theory craft and try to, like, show upper limits of and bug testing and education. Those are the things I actually like doing in ARPGs. So when I was playing Diablo 2, fun fact, I was doing the same shit that I'm doing right now. Two years ago, 200k views. running time trials. You know, identifying different strategies for being able to do stuff. Getting data for time trials, you know, testing separate setups. More time trials. You know what I mean? Like, this is just what I like doing. It doesn't matter what game it is. Not really. This is what I like doing. Diablo 4 is interesting because it's very much a game that is actively changing all the time. So I get to find new things to investigate all of the time. You know, I've been doing this is what I do. So kind of doesn't matter what the game is. You haven't started on the patch notes? Ripper Dipper boss. You gotta read through them. Ever play Grim Dawn? I didn't. It's a bit too old for me at this point, I feel like. It doesn't really inspire me in any meaningful way to try it. Not to speak on it, like I have no opinion of it. That's it. It's an older game. And an end of logical loop for me. Excuse me. So, the question for Sever becomes, how does it want to overpower? And I think the answer is still Ahu Zan. Then the question becomes, how does it support that? Is it Banished Lord's Talisman? Can I give you a spoiler on the patch notes? They finally fixed Overpower so it no longer gains additive damage from stacking maximum life and Fortify. So only builds which can, like, pretty aggressively naturally overpower will really seek to attempt to scale it. And all other builds will try to scale their average damages more effectively. And the question now becomes, how Glass Cannon will you be able to run builds? Because stacking maximum life no longer gains you additional damage. And what kind of impact that has on build optimization. Oh, and core skills and builds which are still forced to overpower but aren't great at it weren't really compensated. So I foresee a lot of like native overpower builds to actually underperform, like Bloodlance and Blood Surge. Do we run Banished Lord's Talisman? Maxroll doesn't show the nerfs from the PTR? That's correct, because the data doesn't exist, Goblet. The build planner is only ever updated with the data from the data mine, and that doesn't exist. We don't manually update data from patch notes, because that also doesn't reflect the actual data from the game. Banished Lord's Talisman is used to overpower before Zan would trigger. Is Zan better than Ohm? It is. Or, I believe it is. Considering against a pack of monsters, once you hit 80% maximum life, you overpower on every attack. And against bosses in the pit, you want to really only be fighting bosses that have adds, which allow you to overpower regularly. Yes, they changed Ahu. It's just kind of nutty now. But the question becomes whether or not Ahu or Cax ends up just being... Like, does Sever want to overpower? Ah! How do I do this math? How do I do the math? Is there any way for me to figure this out? And also it's 11 p.m.? Yes, it's viable. I'm gonna say no. Thank you for the hydrate. I actually need water. All right, let me go grab some water, and then I'll be right back. What if I said we just do not overpower? What if I just said we don't overpower? What if, now hear me out. Boys, hear me out here. What if, hear me out here. What if we just don't overpower? What does that look like? What up, Cadge? What if, hear me out here, we just don't. How much sanity have I lost to the math? Not enough, actually, yeah. What if we just don't fucking overpower? I'm on a real journey here right now. So the problem is, what if I'm just wrong and we should keep overpowering? Nobody likes that outcome, especially me, the person who everybody will think is stupid. But I don't like the overpower, and I never have. Up, Liu. Whoa, what if? Hear me out. We go back to Bone Spirit Engine for overpowering. What does that look like? Lunacy, I assume? What if we overpower more? What if we commit harder to overpowering? Hold on. How insane is that concept? Okay, hear me out. There's a universe where Sever actually goes back to Bone Spirit Engine for overpowering. I'm not brave enough to tell you to do that. So I'm going to give up on overpowering in its entirety. Instead. Okay. Let's look at this. Boop, boop, boop. This. Boop, boop, boop. Becomes Cento Death. Cento Death. Pretty good one. Cento Death. Pretty good one, I would say. Cento Death. Pretty good. Have a good night, Sonny. Thank you again for the 51 months. That's insane. Your account has been suspended even though you didn't do anything wrong? Yeah, I would definitely look into that. I would put in a ticket. We're not going to use Domine. So that would be crazy. What do we got? We got Eliminator, Gravekeeper, Essence. I want a Bissell. Maybe a Bissell here, Eliminator here. That kind of makes sense to me. Bissell here. And then what? Do I want Eliminator? Or I just want Sacrificial? If I just want Sacrificial, do I want Sacrificial here? Bissell down here is bad. How could Leaning Hardened overpower the patch it gets crushed in damage have a chance at being better? It's whether or not Sever has multipliers which are better than overpowering once every other attack, making overpower 50% and more effective for its calculation of values, and whether or not that is a truth. Because we're losing so much additive damage, the largest sources of additive damage are overpower. So if forcing the build to overpower more often so every attack is on average gaining more damage, is that a thing? I don't think the answer is yes, but maybe. Are mages the only viable minion build? Nope. So minions was already a viable build. Then they also added in gloves, which will make it so that a stronger version of that build is just going mages. And they added in changes which are making golem stronger, which we need to explore. So nothing from the patch notes should lead you to believe that viability has changed for the base build, or that is the only thing which defines viability. Wondering how good it will be? Great question. We don't know. We've never seen a build that's only golem. What does viable mean in Season 9? Viable is viable always means the same thing. People believing that viability changes is the issue with using the term viable in the first place. Viable has always meant able to do all endgame content. People misattribute the idea of increasing difficulty as more content, which falls under that umbrella, which is just not true. It is the same content, but at a higher difficulty. That comes along with higher rates of getting the bonuses that you already get from doing it previously. So viability is in its ability to do all in-game content. Viability has also come to encompass the idea of being able to complete a character, which typically the extreme of that concept is being able to get your glyphs up to level 100. There are some people who misattribute the idea of being able to do pit tier 150 as in the umbrella of all content and also completing a character. That's never been true, so it's always been weird. But viability's definition really doesn't change. What people typically mean by viable is meta. And they don't just mean the idea of the meta, but they quite literally just mean the best version of a thing only. Which is also just not what the topic of meta totally encompasses. I've subscribed to your channel. Thank you, Leo. I have a big issue with pedantry because when we are attempting to speak specifically, people will empower their statements and their criticisms by utilizing words, not intentionally, but incorrectly. Because people tend to understand things as flavors rather than their exact meanings. But then, because everybody is using a slightly different flavor of something, ideas will conglomerate around topics, but not want like the same desired outcomes or believe the same like catalysts or reasons for these issues are actually the same between person to person, and it leads to very ineffective generation of feedback, criticism, and also just the ability to communicate about a thing. So I get really pedantic because I think at the end of the day it saves us a bunch of time. But my biggest issue is when we talk about viability. Like, all builds are viable. They're like, no, this build does 120, this build does 90. Like, well, that's none of that has to do with viability, though. Like, well, I meant like, you know, like strongest builds. I mean, like S tier. Like, well, S tier, it describes the exceptional builds. C tier describes viable builds, or at least the average expectation of viability. Everything above that is above the average expectation or exceptional. And you shouldn't look at exceptional standards to be able to define expectations. You should the exact opposite, I believe. How do I do my goddamn glyphs? Okay. Are you allowed here if you plan on playing the rogue? I'm now going to review all 513 messages you've ever sent, Corn. And if a single hair is out of place, so help you, Diablo. What's in the calzone? Just want to see if Mac rages at Elden Ring bosses. Shrimps and craws, baby. Gotta love that blue cheese. Boomer audience. I like reading these out of context. It's what makes gambling fun. Look it up on Max Roll, Kappa. Green tea is my go-to. Time to go start the slow cooker. Hold on. You said something about ludicrous, but I can't find it. Well, supposedly the first message you ever sent in April 5th, 2024, which you followed me from the day before that. Earthquacks? Yeah, I think you're cool. I think you can stay. First thing you ever said to me? Earthquacks? I don't know what that means, but that's pretty chill. Let's think about glyphs. Abyssal, good. Good here because a lot of additive. Sure. Frailty, bad board, but vulnerable damage here. Decent. Damage while healthy, kind of the same, but at least crowd control damage is slightly better. Essence, probably want Vuln. Or Sacrificial? Definitely Vuln or Sacrificial. Okay. Well, I like Eliminator. Eliminator here? I like Eliminator there. So then it goes. We're going to do Abyssal here. I like Eliminator at all. Might have been a flat Earth debate for sure. Earthquacks? What? How Earthquack? Je ne sais. I'm gonna do Eliminator here. I'm just doing it. Wait, what's this? What? Flat earthers are kind of very interesting because, like, it doesn't better describe any phenomena that they experience. And it doesn't serve a purpose. But like, it is funny as hell. You know, like, it's very funny. Now, do I do Eliminator here? I do. Do I? Am I the old guy? Okay, so there's that. There's that for right now. And now, let's try something different. Been a while, but I'm back now. So this would be intelligence %. Absolutely. Gloom. Absolutely. Coalesce blood. Absolutely. Ultimate cooldown reduction. Absolutely. And crit. Sure. And then sacrificial. And then this becomes a Ringa Stalis Skies kid. Let's Well, some of them have turned out to be true, so who knows? I mean, we definitely know the Earth isn't flat. That one I think we can like pretty safely say. I put that one in pretty high up on. We got that one. I need like a little bit of attack speed. You're not trying. Okay. See, you say now. You say you're saying it's not. Do you believe that? Do you believe that in your heart? It's all right. This is a safe space. For flat earthers. It's not. It's not. That is an untrue statement. It's not like an unsafe space. I will just mock you relentlessly. What do you mean you think the Earth is flat? Like, come on. You have no reason to actually think that. It's just, you know. It's just like, you know. Long live Emo Barb. Welcome back. Thank you for the 3 months.
Long live the Emo Barb.
Long live Emo Bob. Here, I'll even put a big sword on for you. How about that? Long live Bob. Long live the king. Long live the king. Have a good night, Toffman. They're totally not compensating for something, Blade? Look. That's why the Barbarian has 4 of them. Thank you very much, Toffman. Our satellites are nothing but Parmesan shake as above. We live on a 2-sided piece of crust like a pizza. Both options are viable, like a plate can be both round and flat. You're welcome. Share the knowledge. I've always thought of it more like a frisbee, so at least has some depth, you know? The very fun thing about conspiracy theories is that the human mind actually finds it like very difficult to assume that things just kind of happen. Right, we try to assign patterns to everything. And people are actually, like, at their core very afraid of the idea that there isn't just like some evil overlord doing something which makes everything bad, and it's instead just a bunch of people generally being selfish and trying to look out for what they believe are their best interests, with very short-sighted ability to like recognize when the things that you want would interact with or would negatively impact other people. So it's actually a lot easier to think like evil Illuminati, everything's a secret. If one thing is false that I learned as a kid, but also I didn't have a complete understanding of it, then everything is equally, you know, suspect to being false. And it actually makes more sense that everything is false, because that would make it easier for me to bear the burden of reality. And it's like, well, I mean, okay. But also, that's just like not true. But, you know, at that point, who cares? Oh, I don't actually need any points here, though. Boys. We live in a computer simulation, some overlords controlling us from the other side. Oh, sure. Yeah. You know, it's just as likely that there's an afterlife, right? There's just... It gets into, does that mean anything to you? And most of the time it turns out that like the answer is just kind of like no. And if that's true, which is fine, then well, that's the issue actually. So like, it's an intractable argument. Like, how does one combat that? You really can't. Season Necro, what core skill goes best with minions these days? There isn't a core skill that goes best with it, because a minion build... So, in Diablo 4 in general, you don't hybridize your damage. You find a damage source, and then you scale that as hard as you can. Mostly because the advent of skill deals double damage temper, or specific uniques. For minions, so for every Necromancer build, you will use Blight, because Blight says monsters that are in Blight take 20% more damage. So every build uses Blight because of that, and for this passive Reaper's Pursuit, which says that for every Darkness skill on your bar, you gain more damage across the board. And but there isn't like a core skill that you do that does damage while playing a minion build. Not enough skill points. There's that. And to add jewels. Go from below. Cornful light. Excuse me. I was going to say Minion Necro and Companion Druid are S tier tomorrow and everyone's going to lose their minds. It kind of depends on what other builds are looking at, but if doing between pit tier 100 and pit tier 110 is considered S tier, then minions are very much S tier, yes. Seem to be missing 2 weapon slots on this Necro. Homie, you're missing 3 weapon slots. You never don't use a single 2-handed weapon. Welcome to the Necromancer. You'll be using a 2-handed sword, or a 2-handed scythe, or a 2-handed mace. Sometimes you'll use a 2-handed axe. Okay. So I think I'm fully on board with this. I'm just gonna swap over to Aldkin and just accept the fact that I kind of don't like it, but everybody says that this is the best way to do it, so. Okay. Okay, so this is Sever? $10K life? Well, before like Redamine and I super don't need res. I don't really have res anywhere. So that's damage reduction, and damage reduction is nice. Still have so much max res. Like, need armor? Okay. So there's that. And then we go for the skill tree. So then we edit sets. Oh, I just thought of something. Blight. I do have to have a speed farm set up. Mythic. Edit sets. Copy this one. Speed farm. Oh, delete. Boop. Speed farm goes. Back. And ja. Safe. Nice. Huge difference there. Back to Sever. Thank you, Pumpkin. Maybe I do need this point in here for amplifying. Better uptime on Fear. Oh, because Soul Rift gets me Fear. Oh, wait. Soul Rift gets me Fear. we'll see. Although, well, the fear helps to stagger. All right, we'll try that. Boop, 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 boop. I'm loving it. Edit sets. Copy this one. Call it hit push. But one, edit these, bring this up here. Boop. But also two, go to Mythic, because I actually have to finish my paragon. Edit. Delete. Add. Whole board. Full boards. Okay, so for full boards, we are going to pick up some stuff. Some stuff we're going to pick up. Here for Illuminator, obviously. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. 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 Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop. Do. Some DR, why not? Some damage, some damage. Some damage. 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 They're really not. I mean, I can go pick up this stuff, but like. One, two. One, two. And then 37 points. Jesus. And then, I got 37 points and nowhere else to spend them, so that's pretty chill. What up, Suna? How you doing? Have I broken Season 9? I think we've come to some cool conclusions. I wouldn't say I've broken the game, anyway. But we've definitely come to some cool conclusions, for sure. There's that, and then I just have 28 int to use. So okay. There you go. So edit, think everywhere. Edit speed farm. Sync to speed farm as well. Wait, where's speed farm? Oh no, hold on. Oh, oh, oh. I think. Oh, I have it. Doesn't matter. Yeah, have a good one, mic drop. Will season 9 be fun? I believe so. I think it will be fun.
Is it? Is it midnight?
Fuck me, dude. All right. Sever's going to be the last build that we do tonight. And then tomorrow I'll do the rest off stream. But I will be updating the planners here as I finish up builds. And then keep rolling out builds that are beyond the max roll guides as I theory craft them and as I have time to put them up. So look forward to that. Those are typically just the end game version of it. Typically with and without mythics. You know, I don't do this level of like insane optimizing until I have time to play it in the season. Pit push. Full board. What would I change about pit push? I mean, pit push is where I just show perfect stuff, right? Yeah, okay. Oh, interesting. Hold on. We'll do that. That's already like that. I don't think there's too much more to really change about this, honestly. Like, I could take out some max life nodes. Get some int. Doesn't do so much, but I could. Speed farm. Whoa. Okay. I don't know where that came from, but it was there. So this should become back. Ja. That's all I can really do, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so this is Sever. Sever is now done.
Necro King back at the chef's table.
Yo. Sever is now done. Bang. So if you're looking for that planner, starting from leveling all the way up to pit pushing, is now available. You can go check that out in the Discord, ! Discord. It's also in the description. Come say hello. Great. This is where you'll end up if you come say hello. And then I wave, like, hey, how's it going? Nice. And I wave to you. And then I wave to you. See that? Everybody gets a little wave. Not everybody gets a little wave, I'm being honest. But it is midnight, my time, and I did wake up for my day job at 8 a.m. this morning. And I think I will go a little bit insane if I try to knock out my last full build guide, which will be Infinimus, which will be like a literal complete rework of the entirety of the build. And that's saying a lot. Sure is. So let's call it for now. Is anybody even streaming Diablo 4? Which is it. It sucks to have to ask, but are they? We're the king of the fucking category, boys. I'm a king and I reside over my kingdom of ash. Hell yeah. Who do we got? Who's hanging out? Who do I know here? Who do I know? We are now at the point where I will not know anybody. So maybe we go make somebody's fucking night. So, autistic maidenless pothead Mr. Negative plays some games. I love that energy. I don't know if that quite matches the energy I would typically bring. Diablo 4 because I hate my sanity. Dude, it's fucking rough. It's rough out in these streets. Road to 300? I don't hate that. Here's what we do. We elevate. What do you got going on? Yo, what up, B? Y? D? What's going on? How are you doing, my friend? It's been a minute. Wait, are they streaming? They are streaming. What is going on? Hope you're doing well. I like to push big red buttons. I mean, homie, same. All right, let's go check the vibe.
It was very
Yes.
It didn't.
They got some people chilling. We're gonna go hang out with John verse game. We're gonna go hang out with John verse game. Let's go raid John verse game. Thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out with me all day today. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are going to go elevate John verse game. Welcome to the #1 spot in the category. I know, dude. My man, I've been streaming for 11 hours. This is my first stream in like 2 weeks. And I woke up for a day job today. So, sadly, we did not get to be friends for too long tonight, but I'm glad that you were here. I appreciate you. It was good to see you. For everybody else, as always, auf Wiedersehen, au revoir, arrivederci, sayonara, so long, ciao, kap kun kra, sawadi, guten Nacht, hasta mañana. Yeah, I'm going to be putting out my coverage of the patch notes for tomorrow. I appreciate y'all being here. I'm going to be getting the build guides out on Maxwell as soon as I can. I'm going to be reviewing my other boys, Saura and Sirach's build guides. We're going to get those out as soon as we possibly can for you. The PTR will get, the data will get updated once it's available. So the build guides will also show the appropriate one. And yeah, other than that, check the Discord if you're not already in it. Go check it out. So you can stay up to date with all my build planners as I get them updated. They'll get updated there before they get updated on a build guide. So you'll see it in real time. But yeah, remember, the bourgeoisie doesn't care about us. The billionaires have nothing to do with us. They just want to take all of our money and give it to themselves, and they already have all the money. So look out for your fellow person. It's a working class struggle here. It's not left versus right, it's up versus down. You have so much more in common with random people in the community around you than any fucking billionaire who has ever existed, ever. Try to be patient, try to be empathetic, try to meet people where you can, and try to educate where you can. Treat yourselves well. I love y'all very much. I appreciate y'all. You have a great night. Go hang out with John. Cheers. Bye-bye.